What's up, Joe? How you doing, my man? What's up, Lagoza? You like the new angle? I got this. We're testing out streaming on the phone with Twitch. Seeing how it looks. Yeah, this is gonna suck, guys. It's gonna be productive, and we'll try and have some fun. But, yeah, it's gonna suck. This is the last one. After today, the computer gets unplugged. Or at some point late tonight, or very, very early this morning, the computer will be getting unplugged. And that will be it. I miss all the fun times in Warframe. Maybe I'll be able to figure something out, Lagoza. Maybe we'll still be able to do like a little short stream on other stuff, you know? Maybe we'll be able to figure the platforms out. I'm sure I will. This fucking sucks, man. No idea what the fuck I'm gonna do next, bro. Today got so fucked up. Tony fucking lost it and he just fucking off all day today, and then he just fucking was like, I've had enough, and just fucking walked out. So now I gotta do the rest of this shit by myself. Release. What's up, Ryoko? How you doing? All right, better than me, I hope. Fucking better than me, I hope. That being said, there's a reason that one of the reasons that I'm streaming on mobile on Twitch is because I'm gonna pull up my Twitch stream, have it be on screen with YouTube, and you guys will be able to see the final shit that I'm doing in the bedroom. So that'll be interesting. Sounds fine on mobile and looks fine. I mean, it better look fine. This is like the newest phone of the year. Samsung Galaxy S25 FE. So, I mean, I would hope the camera looks fine. Does not flatter your boy, though. I'll tell you that right now. The downwards, is this what the girls see? Oh, man. I just had a pretty rough conversation with my aunt, sort of realizing how fucking fucked we are. She's drowning up to her ears in debt. She's got a whole house full of people. She's got no room for me. Grandma's dealing with her own medical shit all the time, and her apartment's so fucking tiny. There's just no fucking room. What's the plan? Plan is to stream all night long. And all night long, we will be chatting with everybody, of course, but mainly final organization. Everything that is important has been collected and is in access. I need to get it set up so that the first thing that goes in the truck is the bed. And then everything else can follow after that. Get it loaded up as quick as I can. Get it unloaded as quick as I can. And then I guess, I don't know, go sit in a Tim Hortons and start looking for hostels or some shit. I don't fucking know, bro. I really don't know, Lagoza. Probably fucking curl up on a street corner somewhere and just fade into nothingness. That's probably the plan, if I'm being honest. If I had a fucking gun right now in a video game, this would be a very short stream. I know, Abba. I'm not happy about it either. Maybe I'll spend the day hanging out in my storage unit, just like organizing a little better. Other than that, I don't really know, man. The end of the Beanpole Season 1. More like Year 1 of the fucking manga. We're doing some One Piece type shit over here. A billion fucking episodes. Oh, hold on. Okay, is this still up? No, it's offline. Okay, hold on. I gotta re-online. Nope, hold on. In the stream. Hold on. I gotta restart. Stream IRL. No camera. No microphone. Yep. There we go. Okay, we're back. We are back on Twitch. Sorry, guys. I had to take that phone call. That was my uncle. Apparently, he's gonna come give a hand tomorrow. Fuck. Fucking hate this. Ugh. Anthony mentioned you paid him. I asked how much you paid him. So, Nana's taking care of Anthony's payment. I gave her his number, so that's taken care of. Why Twitch sideboard? Because I got a phone call. I know, Mask. Mask, if you got a Twitch, go sign up on Twitch, man. I don't know if I'll be able to multi-stream IRL. But while I'm dealing with this shit, I'm gonna be fucking documenting this, man. I'm not gonna make this worth nothing. It's the worst push notification I've ever fucking typed, mind. Hey, was that a fucking... what was that? Why did that not light up? Hold on. Where are my docs? Controls, properties, filters, live scenes, captures, activity. Hey, Mask with the follow over on the Twitch side. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, bro. Hell yeah. What's up? It's gonna be a different kind of stream. It's gonna be weird, dude. It's the worst one I've ever fucking typed. Man, what a ride it's been. I know, Will. You guys giving me the best fucking year. Best year of my fucking life, man. In a lot of ways. Nah, you're a good kid. You're a good kid, bro. W Uncle. Thank you, Joe. W Gay Furry. Hope you have someone you can stay with. The only thing you may be honest to. Well, if Nico pays me for the shoveling I've done finally, I'll maybe be able to find like a hostel or something. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I really have no idea what to do next. Fucking A. You couldn't have described it better, mind. We got ourselves in quite the fucking pork swing. When you can't get a job and you get stuck in a pork swing. Oh, W Uncle. Yes, he's only going to be able to help shortly because he's got to get his kids to school. Oh my goodness, another phone call. I don't know how to answer these without ending the stream on the Twitch side. Okay, hold on. Oh, man. Oh, fuck me. I hope I don't get another phone call. Can't handle this shit, bro. Much appreciated, Mascavelius. Thank you again, bro. What's up, Nathan? I know, man. This fucking sucks. This fucking sucks. That was my grandmother that lives here. Just a random call, unrelated. Just saying hi. But it's good that she called because apparently that wasn't her calling about somewhere to store the PC. That was her just checking in. So I let her know about the PC thing. So she'll be ready in the morning to receive the tower. Hope the weather is forgiving this week. Let's check the forecast. Something I probably should have taken a look at, huh? Alright, we should be live back on Twitch for those that want to tune in there. So it's going to be snowing and sleeting and about 3 degrees Fahrenheit with a lot of wind. Awesome. It's cold and snowy a couple of, yeah, it's gonna be a rough week. It's gonna be a rough week weather-wise. Yeah, we back, Ryoko. Is there a shelter? I guess tomorrow while I'm sitting in my storage unit, I'll be looking that up, Ty. So Stasis seems there's got to be something out there for you to find that'll help you back on your feet. I hope so, man. I hope so. It just doesn't feel like it, bro. Like, it's been months. I've been trying so hard. I'm trying really hard. I've been trying really hard. It's not the reason I've been neglecting this shit, because I've been spending every fucking waking hour trying everything I can to get every resource under my belt. Every minute that I'm not streaming, it's just doing everything I can to get this shit. And just nothing. So many job applications, bro. Sucks. Sucks ass. I don't like this at all. Wish I could just wake up tomorrow and none of it was real. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. I'm fucking all snotty up in here. That being said, y'all, we can't sit around crying all night, you know what I mean? We gotta actually get some shit done here. Gross. How's your guys' days going? Fuck. Is there a shelter you think I'll be able to get into? I mean, I might as well look it up right fucking now. Emergencyhousing.ca. Inch private, where's that at? Oh, that's far as fuck. Jesus Christ. That's in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. There's gotta be something closer to... There's gotta be something closer to my storage unit. Let's see here. Housing for women, housing for women. Transitional house. Long, Ottawa. This does not clarify what they do. Capital's fucking city of Canada, and this is what they have to offer. This is insane. No wonder there's so many fucking homeless people in this fucking city. What's this place? I know money is extremely tight, but do you have like a raincoat, hand warmers, some food to take with you? So I have okay clothing and a lot of blankets and stuff that I will be making a backpack that is like an emergency backpack type shit. You know what I mean? So. Oh, fuck, it's midnight, y'all. The motherfucking man is in town. Midnight, how are you, brother? You know what? This is the last chance I get to do it, so I'm doing it. Midnight's here! Let's go, Midnight. How you doing tonight, my man? I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Min, at the very minimum, I'm still gonna try to be live on Twitch every day, bro. Even if it's just to pop in and say hi and show, like, whatever fucking situation I'm in. I'm gonna figure something out, bro. There's gotta be some kind of application where I can, like, have one phone be doing the streaming and the other phone be doing the gaming or something like that. There's gotta be a way I can dual stream on a mobile device, Midna, so we gotta be able to figure this out somehow. This isn't the end, Midna. It's just a shitty... shitty point. I know I shouldn't say this shit, but I fucking wish this was the fucking end, man. I wish I could just wake up tomorrow and just not exist. This fucking sucks. This really fucking sucks. You're right, Minda. There's only one other way. It's forward, man. Fuck. Alright. Well. How do we want to play this? I got a bunch of shit on the bed that's keep stuff that I need moving to here for us to organize. So let's actually start getting productive, y'all. Ooh, that's what I wanted to try and figure out how to do. If I go to Twitch, if I go and mute myself, and I pop that out like that, and then we go back to our ambience, then I think I can go like that, and then my frame over on the YouTube side can go like that. Wait, why'd it freeze? The live didn't freeze. Who's the giraffe on the... Don't look at that. Don't look at that guy. I don't know why he's frozen right now. What's going on here? Why is he frozen? Will it not let the pop-out play with another video in the background? Really? It instantly freezes. Weird. Okay. How do we want to do this then? Let me refresh the page. Pop that out. I think maybe we'll just work with that for now. That could be fine. Unfortunately, it doesn't show the Twitch chat on that side, but it does literally pop over right where it is, so that works perfectly. It's a little behind. It's a little behind, but that's okay. It accomplishes what we're gonna need to accomplish, which is me bringing you guys into the other room. So, sweet. Oh, fuck. Guys. Let me just say once more, thank you all so much. For just being so fucking amazing. through this whole year, being the coolest fucking crew, man. I can't thank you all enough. Literally, there isn't enough words. There's not enough. Also, why is the lighting so shit? Like, why is it so sterile compared to the YouTube side? Ugh. That's the phone, I guess. That's the phone, I guess. They're multiplying. There's too many beans. Those are words that describe through you went through thick and thin, bro. Man. At least I can say I tried, you know? At least I can say I tried. Better than nothing. Better than fucking nothing. Yep, okay, that's up. That's like that. That's like that. That's good. Okay. Thank you, Tubi. You made all your nights happier. Aww. Because you're gonna make me cry again. I can't do this shit right now, bro. I need to get started on cleaning. Thank you guys so much, man. For fucking everything, bro. For fucking everything. This has been so fucking cool. I'm so glad I did this. One of the best decisions I ever made was starting this shit and doing this shit with you guys, man. Thank you. Okay. I gotta get my shit together here. We've only got tonight to be 100% ready for the moving truck and our help in the morning. So let's get this shit done. If I can get this done in a reasonable hour, or in a reasonable amount of time, maybe we'll fuck around a little bit. Like, maybe we'll load up Warframe one last time or something. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But at this point, I'm not even worried about clean. I'm just worried about stuff ready to go. Because clean is 90% done. Everything else can go fuck itself. I just gotta get my shit together so it's ready to go. I have the tiger cleaning montage. I'm pretty sure I'm getting copyrighted until my dick falls off if I play Eye of the Tiger. Just saying. Oh, you know what I could do? I could pop open the Discord chat. I could pop into the Discord chat. If anybody wants to say their highs and goodbyes for the final traditional outlay, let me know and we'll pop in a chat. I'll take a minute from cleaning to come and say our final adioses. You'll be joining, Joe? Fuck yes. Cool. But we need to at least get started first. I need to at least get an action plan going here. I think the first thing I want to do is get that side wall over here clear. There's the side wall over there. I want to get the bed leaned up against that so it can be the first thing that gets pulled out of the house and gets out of here. And then once the bed's out of there, I'll make sure there's nothing important under the bed that I missed. And then I'll get everything else that's important out of there. Then once everything is in here in this room, then we can start getting things like tools. I'll have like a bag of like all my work stuff, stuff that I want to have in like my like bring with me bag. I'll make like a separate thing for that. This is probably so weird seeing like the beans lagging like this. And then like super sentimental stuff, we'll have like a tote of stuff that like we really need. And then from there, just random shit. Cause I did a big laundry today too. So I've got like 4 garbage bags full of clean fabric and clothes. Or at least sort of clean. I would have loved to give him a double wash because everything was, you know, what do they call it on the laundry machine? Heavily soiled. So, would have liked to do double wash, but 1, can't afford that shit. 2, don't have time for that shit. So, it's at least had soap on it and gone through the dryer. Fucking better than nothing. Like I said, once we get to the storage unit, we can figure out from there, like, what I want to actually like. I can put things in a better order. Some things like feels like it might still be a little damp. I can hang it up and can come back later for it. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But again, first things first, I want to get that fucking bed dismantled and out of the room so that it can be ready to move. And that is my first goal. So chat, I know this is better late than never, but are y'all ready for a bedroom reveal? Remember chat, if you want audio for this, you're gonna have to go tune in on Twitch. So, let me just give you a general, like, I'll just bring you through like a walkthrough of progress here. So, sentimental stuff, that's all going to go into its own thing. That's why it's just staying where it is, because it's all going to go into its own box. So it's fine where it is. It's like that's my dad, my dog, portrait, stuff like that. This thing is going in the trash. Obviously, keep the monkey, keep the Yu-Gi-Oh. These 2 totes are going to hold a bunch of shit. A lot of this furniture is probably just going to get left like alongside the building. Family albums and stuff. Another fucking phone call. Hold on. 1 second, guys. Don't come back to the stream, please. I need to answer this phone call. I'm sorry. I know. Yeah. Again, that's if I even get a job offer. That's a long way down the road.
Oh, I just wondered if you needed to give an address, you can use my place.
But I will be better than.
Okay, sweetheart, we'll talk to you soon.
I love you.
Okay, love you too. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hold on, now I gotta fix it on stream too. Motherfucker. Oh wait, no, I'm back. I'm just back. Let's go. Hey. Oh, are we? Come on. Yeah, okay, we're back. Okay, sweet. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. So, tote's gonna store a lot of shit. The totes are empty, so that's not a problem. A couple fans. All these garbage bags are full of clean clothes, by the way. These are all clean clothes. This thing, this thing. Those things. Bathrooms. chair legs at least propped up properly so he can entertain the YouTube people. Oh, you see, I had Charlie's face covered. That is shit pillow. Charlie, entertain the people. You know what to do. All right, let's move some shit. And for now, we put it right. Yeah. One down. Hold on, let me catch up with the chat. What's up, Taint? How you doing, my man? This is a very somber name, somber day indeed, but it's great to see you, Taint. Hope you're having a wonderful night, buddy. Hope you're talking about the song and not what you had for dessert tonight. Oh, hyena paw fondue. No, you know what? I would argue that's probably what he's eating. That definitely sounds like something he would be eating. Okay, hold on. Where did the rest? Hey there. Hold on. Yeah, 1 second, y'all. Let's keep the lo-fi vibe going. I'm liking it. All right, there we go. I think we're back. I think we're back. I think we're good. Midna, love you so much, bro. I gotta go. Unfortunately, long day tomorrow, but I can't express the honor it was to be your friend. Why are you talking like I'm about to die? Midna. I'm not gonna stop being your friend. We're gonna get this shit done, man, and I'm gonna still be around, dude. Go fucking subscribe on Twitch, please. Please, I will. This is only the beginning of a fucked up chapter. That's all. Soul, what's up, Soul? Great to see you, my man. How you doing tonight? Discord, hit me up day or night. Love you. Stay safe. If you ever need a shoulder, Midna, I'm gonna hit you up on that, buddy. We'll be in touch, my man. I promise you that. This feels surreal. It is you think it feels surreal for you, Mascavelius? It's fucking. I'm losing my mind. Prefer ostrich tongue with camel gravy. Yeah. So now what, Bean? Is there a plan B of some kind? No. No, there is not. After all the moving and stuff is done tomorrow and this is all shut down and I'm out of here and I hand the keys over to the landlord and I put something on my back that like some kind of survival pack on my back, like some kind of bug out bag. After that, start looking up places to go, I guess. Grandma always said if you toss a pebble at a swamp puppy, a Florida man makes a new drug. Wise words. Wise words. Also, this is fucking hilarious. Seeing the chat numbers go up on the YouTube side when I come over to here, and then seeing them go back up on the Twitch side when I go over there. You guys are the fucking best, man. You guys really are the fucking best. I'm such a lucky motherfucker, man. Even though I'm going through this, I am so lucky. I am so lucky. Wait, did Midna leave already? Midna, don't tell me you left already. Before I could say a proper bye-bye. Fuck! I'll send him a message. I'll send him a DM. I'll shoot him a DM. Around time they be getting off. Fuck. God damn it. Well, then I need to bring my other phone into the room so I can keep an eye on the fucking YouTube chat. Fuck. Also, what do you guys think of my rushed thumbnail? Globe, of course, did the base of the hobo bean, you know, like going out the door. But I added all the like meme stuff in the text. Double fist the phones. Also, question for people on Twitch. Can you hear me all the way over here? Or if you're on Twitch, can you not hear me from here? Probably not, right? It's thumb. It's nail. Nice. I see what you did there. You tagged yourself in. Well done. Well done. That was very good. All right, everybody, you pop back over to YouTube. Pop back over to Twitch. We're back to the bedroom. That being said, if you are on YouTube and you can't go to Twitch, I will still be able to see your comment, and if it's important, I'll be able to come to Preperation because I'll be able to see it. Now that you're on Twitch, we see you live update every day, Bubba. I know you do. Good luck. Pray for me, Bubba. Pray. Dramatic entrance! Yeah! Abby. Does anyone know where Bean's going? Like, is he going to the streets for real? Yeah, Abby. Yeah, straight up. I got nowhere to go. Your Beans run out of options. And we got my boy Vanadium! I know. What am I fucking hyping for? This sucks. This all sucks. Praise the Bean! That's right, Ava. Have a great night, buddy. So scary, man. I'll be praying for you. Thank you, Abby. Thank you. Well, it's the end of a chapter. It's the end of a chapter, that's for sure, Vanadium. I will still be attempting to, at the very, very minimum, live stream, like, on my phone, IRL streaming every day. I'll figure out a way to multi-stream at some point, but I gotta prioritize and get my shit together, you know what I mean? Tomorrow, exit day, it is Lagoza. I gotta get everything ready for moving tonight. Hold on, I gotta go let Lagoza know that. And I gotta keep working. almost time to move the bed. That thing over here. Okay, chat, the bed is officially clear. I think there's a lot more to go now. My room is gonna go. Okay. Sure that the spot where the bed's going is relatively clean. And I do mean relatively. Well, I guess that'll have to do. Alright, it's time to move the bed. I need to plug this light into a different spot. Hold on. Ooh, scary darkness. Okay, hold on 1 second, y'all. It's gonna be good. That out of the way of trouble. All right. Bed moving time. Starting your PC really quick. No worries, Vanadium. Back for a minute. Yes. Tall, mean, wielding. Use the bustles. It's time to use the bustles, Vanadium. It's time to move that shit. Let's do it. No time like the present, right? Literally no time like the present. We have no time. Oh, so what I really just have some help with. Come on, you motherfucker! Ah. Fuck, man! Can't believe I got fucking bailed on! How the fuck am I gonna get this all the way down and then everything else in 90 fucking minutes, bro? Maybe I should just leave it all behind, chat. Comparatively, child's play. That sucked ass. What do you mean in the what? Yeah, it's gotta go regardless, exactly. Oh, that fucking sucked. And I still gotta get the frame. Think YouTube might have eaten the message they were correcting? Yeah, probably. Mine. Try typing your message in a different way. I don't know why YouTube bot's been so ridiculous recently. I hate this. I fucking hate this, man. It's okay being like, girl, I look like shit right now. I look like shit. I feel like shit. It sucks. Just saying that it's weird that they didn't give you until the end of the month. I mean, it's already been delayed really hard. Like, I owe a lot in back pay, and like it already went through the tribunal, and like this was like a last resort, being like, please extend my eviction just long enough that I can get my shit together. So, common Canada L, pretty fucking common these days. Damn is right. Damn is right. At least Canada Scott. Fuck Scott Pilgrim. Mid movie. Homie's trying to hook up with the ran through. Fuck, I hate this. That's when hostels and services get their refresh and funding. Well, I probably should have been looking up how that works in Ontario a long time ago, mind. Probably should have been looking that up a month ago. Fucking woulda, coulda, shoulda. You miss all the war in the frames? It's funny that you say that, Vanadium, because if we are still able to stream on mobile, one of the games that we might be able to play on mobile, if I can figure out how to do it, is Warframe. Maybe one of the only games I'm able to stream as a hobo. Alright, let's keep it going. No time like the present. Alright, I'm moving these clothing bags, they're getting in the way. Ugh. That's pretty fast. I too must head out, Bean, says Nate. It's been a fun time, a great community, a privilege to know you. Thanks for all the laughs and entertainment. I wish you well in all your endeavors. Thank you, Nate. And again, please, Nate, go sub to the Twitch if you can, man. Because if I'll be anywhere, I'll be there in the next coming days. So stay tuned, my boy. I love you, Nate. Thank you for everything you've done as well for this community, bro. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the good vibes, good times. I really appreciate it, man. I know this is a bittersweet evening, but I appreciate you for being here, bro. Thank you. Oh, there you are. There I am, subbed here. I'll keep an eye out. Thank you, Nate. All my love, baby. All my love. Keep it real, bro. We'll see you soon. Jane came to buy. Jane. I love you, Bubba. Thank you. Thank you for everything, my man. Thank you for being a part of the crew. Appreciate you, my guy. I will do my best. Pray for me. I'll take it. I need it. Oh, mine subbed on Twitch too. Let's go, baby. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. Okay, sweet. Yeah, this is gonna be weird. This is gonna be one of those streams where you want to dual stream. You want to be watching both ends. Oh fuck. Oh, that was his first time chat too? No way. That's hilarious. Mine, you fucking rock, dude. Thank you, bro. Alright, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm back to it. We're already running out of time. I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. Never modded on Twitch before, so it's interesting to see how things work. Oh, yeah, oh, he's feeling the power. Ryoko's feeling the power. headboard is out. Okay. That is the bed. Ready to be moved. We're back, sort of, for a moment. I didn't even take a second after that fucking bed. That was dog shit. Can you see how fucking... You can see the little sweaty hair. So, Mind asks, that's the real Warframe. Holy fuck. Yeah, I just played fucking War with a frame, yeah, for sure. That frame should just come apart and fold up, unless it's some bizarre... So, the way the headboard was in is there's two screws holding the headboard into the frame. So I had to take those screws off in order to get the headboard off of the frame. Otherwise it would have been this weird fucking L shape that nobody wants to deal with. That's a pretty common cheapy frame? Yeah, it's a cheapy frame, exactly. I think you should be able to undo that frame at least. Oh, I could undo the whole frame, but I'm not going through that. Nope. What's a good topic for tonight? Optimal ways to survive being homeless. What should be the topic? Crazy. The topic is me moving. If you're in America, step would be to get strapped. Well, that can't happen in Canada, so. I cannot get strapped, I wish. It would be nice. Oh, man. Alright, I think the next thing I want to do create some semblance of organization in here. Can't let this room get fucked up because then it's gonna take me longer to do my shit. You know what I mean? So. Still shocked there's no really cheap stores to get food from. Lagoza, Canada has the highest grocery prices in the G8, which is the great eight, the 8 big countries of the EU. Just got a slot in the galvanized garbage bag. Of course. All right, let me farm for it a little bit. Just start punching rats. Bro. What is my life? What have I become, my sweetest friend? Everyone I love goes away in the end. Oh, my bad. Maybe you can hide in the store. So I feel like the trick with that, Lagoza, is to be awake at night and go out and do stuff at night. And then go into your storage unit during the day, so it looks like you're just fucking with your shit in your storage unit. That's my thought. Back while he was alive, your dad was down out for all. He said that it's good for your mind to make a plan every day, even if it's small shit. Yeah, of course, bro. I mean, is that not life in general? Have a plan for every day. I mean, I get it. I get where he's coming from. But yeah, that's good. That's good. So, I just looked down at my phone that's watching the YouTube stream. This is so fucking weird. Oh, man. I never plan anything. Well, I usually don't either, Ryoko, and look where it got me. So. Maybe that's not the move. One foot in front of the other, man. That's all I can do. All I can do, man. Mind, once I get to a point where I'm a little more comfortable here, you want to, Wait, what? Anonymous? With a fucking... What the hell? With a 5,000 beans! What? Yo! Oh! Anonymous? That's insane. Hey. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You have no clue. Not even a smidgen of idea how much that helps right now. That is... Wow. Wow, y'all. Fucking add-on dono. No, 5,000 beans. I mean, beans are pennies. It was $50. It was $50. Hold on. Everybody relax for a moment. $50 is amazing, though. That being said, $50 is fantastic. But remember, I always say beans when somebody sends a dono. So I'm like, if somebody sends $7, I'm like, 1,000 beans. Let's go. Sorry, I didn't mean to Bro, I would have fallen to the floor in tears if I got a $5,000 no. Yeah. That being said, anonymous, insane. Unless they did that by accident and they want to say who they are. Thank you. Oh my god. Well, at least I now got food for a couple of days or some money for a hostel. Oh my fuck. Holy shit. Wow. I think that deserves a bit of cowbell. 5,000 beats! Let's go, baby! Oh. Absolutely. W Anon. W fucking Anon. Thank you so much. I know this has been weird and I feel like I could have done this better. In fact, I know I could have done this better. Like not waiting until the last fucking day to do it. But regardless of my shortcomings, you guys have been here for me through it all. And I can't thank you all enough, man. You guys have been essential to my emotional health. Sounded terrible on my phone mic? Oh no. Alright, I'll make sure to never do that when we're live streaming on the phone. Samsung's like, what the fuck was that? Chad, I also just realized something else. I've been so fucking stressed out going through all this shit. I didn't eat yesterday. I didn't eat anything yesterday. And then today, I had a yogurt parfait. So, if I'm smart, I'll eat some food at some point tonight, because this is the last time I'll be able to cook. Code has joined the chat, baby! What's up, Code? How are you, my brother? I know this is a shitty situation. And I know all of us would rather be doing anything than this on stream. But I'm glad you're here, my man. It's rough. The shit rough, bruh. Tall dudes gotta eat? I know, bro. And I have food to cook. So. But I mean, that's an hour. I don't have an hour to cook right now. I'll cook when I'm done. I will cook when I'm done. I love seeing Past Bean. But yeah, Code, because I've been doing work in my bedroom, that's why it's me cam and me cam, because I've been demoing streaming on my phone on Twitch, and I figured tonight would be a good night to do it because I've been doing a lot of work in my bedroom, which is out of view. So I figured tonight would be a good night to at least see the logistics of it. I know it's gonna be a whole different story when I'm, homeless and I don't have a PC, but yeah. The delays are, yeah, well, because I'm streaming it and then I'm watching it and then you guys, so it's getting delayed twice because I'm watching my own Twitch on my YouTube channel so you guys can see me. We got some paradoxical shit going on here. Yeah, you know what I mean, Code, yeah. Like if I turn voice on, it'll be like, hello, 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 hello. Yeah, you know what I mean, Code, yeah. Like if I turn voice on, it'll be like, hello, 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 hello. 1000 IQ move? I mean, more like room temperature, but 1000 IQ move would have been to install a proper streaming software, but... Oh, man. We're up all night, by the way, Code. Even when you go to bed, keep me on in the background, because literally, I'm going to be here all night. All fucking night. I still need to organize everything and get it, be like, okay, this goes in the truck first, this goes in the truck next, then this and that, then this and that. Alright guys, Jay. So Lagoza, I got fucked over by the moving company because on their website, let me show you guys right now. Let me show you guys. Free truck rental. Let me make this a new tab. So I can do this. There we go. Here we go. This is this just right storage place. Free truck to move your goods. We will we will give your goods a free ride when you move them into our building. You don't need to rent a truck or borrow a car. Just give us a call when you're ready to schedule your move. Our customer service representative will drop off a truck at your place. No hassle, no charge, no special licensing. When you're loaded all your goods, call us and we'll drive your goods to the storage facility. It's completely free, no hidden charges of any kind. What they neglect to tell you is that they will only send you the truck at 9:30 in the morning and you only have 90 minutes to load the bitch up. So, what the fuck? But that is the timeline I've been given. So 9:30 tomorrow morning. Did I what? I mean, yeah, mine. It's literally the biggest piece of furniture I have is my bed. Like, everything else is like coffee tables and fucking like a TV. The thing that needs to get taken most care of is my monitors and my tower. But yeah, tomorrow morning at 9:30, he shows up and I got 90 minutes to load it up. Or I probably incur charges or like that's my question is like, if I don't load it in 90 minutes, the fuck you gonna do, bitch? Just drive away with my shit? I doubt it. Does your building have a lobby? Well, unless one of you is planning on killing me tonight, maybe I should show you guys the hallway to show you what I'm dealing with when it's time to move out. So everybody that, let me turn on my, what I'm dealing with when it's time to move out. So everybody that, let me turn on my, that's what, yeah, here we go. So, this is my little tiny shitty gap that I have to get everything out. So, This is my little tiny shitty gap that I have to get everything out through in the first place, which already sucks. And then once we get to here, sorry, I've got shit in the way. I'm moving things all over the place. And then, this is my hallway. And I have to get all of this shit down this gay little fucking stairwell. And there is no lobby. The stairwell just ends at a door. So not only is there no elevator or anything, but I'm on the 3rd floor, and I've got to get it all the way down. All this shit. So imagine doing that alone. Fuck that, right? Alright. Does that explain it? Alright. Does that explain it? Yeah. It's not a fun place to move into or move out of. So the lobby is that little flat area that you saw before the long staircase. That's the closest we can get. No, I'm lost. Show it again. Okay. After last time, Code, I'm not falling for your tricks anymore, bro. No. You can't fucking double account me one stream and then make me go do that shit again the next on my fucking day of grieving. You can't fucking do that to me. Nice fucking try, bro. Not this time. It ain't even just, it's the right angles! It's the right angles! Why? Why would you design a staircase like that? Oh, man. I mean, Ryoko, at this point, I'll just fucking throw it over the edge. Just use the window that's half the width of my fucking mattress. Not gonna happen, Bubba. Joe's back from walking the dog. Oh yeah. Also, again, to Anonymous, thank you. I have a suspicious feeling that might have been you, Code, but if I'm 100% wrong, and whoever did it remain anonymous, wants to remain anonymous. Thank you so much. You have no idea how crucial every single bean is right now for me. It's desperate times. Oh. Said you were going to have your uncle help? Very, very briefly on a very time-constrained lane. So, again, I'm streaming all night as I get shit organized here. And then the last thing I'm gonna say our final goodbye, and then I'm going to organize my cables. I probably should have figured out how I was going to do this, but I think I might just take like a little piece of that you know that blue tape that I wrapped up my that green extension cord with earlier tonight? I'm just going to use that tape with like a little piece of paper, and I'm just going to like cover the sticky part with a label that says this cord is for this. So that, and then I'm just going to make a bundle of all my PC cables, and that's just going to sit with my PC stuff so that all the cables are labeled so I know what connects to where, when, how. That might take a minute to do, but it won't. It's going to be worth it when I have to reset the PC up. How much was donated? Yeah, that's right. Fucking 50 smackaroonies, Joe. 50 smackaroonies for the bean. Also, Joe, I accidentally made a big misconception. Because you know how I say, like, if somebody donates $10, I'm like, 1,000 beans. They donated $50. And I said, 5,000 beans. And a couple people in chat were like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm like, no, not $5,000. $50. Still insanely appreciated though, bro. Again, you have no idea how much every penny is gonna help me right now. Not only to keep me safe, but alive. $5K to randomly drop, I drop it on you. Let that be said. I'm glad you mentioned that, Joe. Because as fucked up as my situation is, I know everybody else is going through shit right now too, you know what I mean? It's a fucking hard knock life out here. And I don't want anybody taking out a loan or maxing out a credit card or dipping into their fucking retirement savings or anything like that for me. Take care of yourself first. Because if you don't, then you end up like me. So, take care of yourselves, guys. It's step number 1. If you are happy and healthy, you will have a happy and healthy life. I think that's my sage wisdom for the moment. And now that I've sat here for a minute and recovered from that gay ass bed move, we might go back into the bedroom just for a little bit. Get everything out of there that's, again, essential and not garbage. And get everything into this room. Then I can have... You know what I might even do? It'd be a little laggy, but I could switch it over to the Twitch volume so you guys hear what my phone hears, so that when I'm far away from my mic, you guys are still able to hear it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Saying if I have 5K, just burning a hole in your pocket, you would, of course, but sure, I'm also... Yeah, of course. If you're literally like, man, I just walked away from the casino with $15,000 more than I walked in, throw your boy a fucking bag, you know what I mean? I'm joking. Pay off your debts if you win that kind of money. Pay off any debts you have and put it into a fucking retirement fund, put some of it into a savings account. But... that would be hilarious. Somebody's like, I just won this at a casino. Here you go, bro. That would be funny as fuck. Do I have any plans for tomorrow and the next day? So, my plan for tomorrow is spend most of the day in my storage unit, separating what I need and what I want, and creating a bug out bag that I can put on my back. Which will probably consist of mainly like blankets, clean socks, maybe one or two changes of clothes, a couple extra layers. Maybe I'll pick up a couple of snacks or something. Flashlight. Lighters, a way to defend myself, which I will leave up for interpretation. My phones, obviously. extra battery power. I've got like a battery bank and an old headphone case that also doubles as a battery bank. So I've got 2 little battery banks that I can use. And with the new phone and the old phone and my other old phone, as long as I can get Wi-Fi, I have internet access, which is pretty hard not to find. It's pretty hard not to find Wi-Fi anymore. So I think that, and again, the blankets and layers and socks and yeah, IRL survival. So that just in case, if I literally have nowhere the fuck to go, I can just create a self-containing teepee. Because the last thing I want to do, Code, is fucking freeze to death. That's the last thing I'm doing. If I'm dying, it's going to be in a way better way than that. If you can get some of those rechargeable hand warmers, ooh, that's a pretty good idea. That's not a bad idea. Ooh, that also being said, you know that that giant extension cord I was talking about, and that weird little blower thing that I was holding earlier? That little blower thing, after it runs for like a minute, just starts putting out hot as fuck air. So even in an absolute worst case scenario, I can just be under my layers of blankets and have my little air blaster thing and just turn into a little dry sauna under there to the point that I start sweating. Let all that heat just retain in the layers. And do it again if I get cold. Heat takes a lot of power. It depends how much heat you're making, Code, actually. Because a lot of things just make heat, like, residually, you know what I mean? I just realized I've been playing with my beard way too much. Way too much. That's fucking weird. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. I wish I could just fucking get the fucking infinity gauntlet on my hand and just snap my fingers and just fucking rewind time to when that guy offered me 500 bitcoins for 500 bucks and been like, let me get back to you in less than an hour. I'm taking out a digital loan. Would have been able to not only pay that loan off instantaneously, but I would be a fucking millionaire right now. Oh, the condition of that Thanos snap would be to go back with the knowledge of Bitcoin's entire history up until today, so that I could sell it at the most peak price that it was at. I think it was at like what, like $130-something thousand there. Oh yeah, Code, you're $300,000 in debt. Yeah, but that's like, your debt is different than my debt. Your debt's different than like a credit card that some idiot maxed out. Have a few of those rechargeable hand warmers saved your hands. So my thing that like gets cold, even if I'm like if I'm just like a slightly under temperature, like I've got because I'm so tall, I've got bad circulation to my feet. So that's where I'd be using a warmer most. True, because yeah, Code. It's a different kind of debt. I'm not gonna divulge your business. I know what you're talking about, but it's a different thing. It's a different thing. And you're also in a much better scenario to handle a debt like that, so. It's not all numbers, chat. It's circumstance. Code, I'm not saying that that's a fucking... I'm not just like brushing it off like you're like, oh, like it's not making a fucking... Like you see $900,000 and you're like... Not gonna make a fucking dent. No, I'd see that shit and I'd have a heart attack, even if I was a millionaire. I'd be like, why the fuck do I know $900,000? What did I do wrong? That being said, Code, I'm not asking you to do this, but as long as we're talking silly hypotheticals, you probably have a good enough credit score and financial history that you could probably take out another 10K and pull me out of the hole. I would never ask you to do that, by the way. I'm just saying that would be within your power, but I would never, ever, ever ask somebody to loan money to help me. That's fucking insane. Again, the only circumstance is if it's a burn in a hole, baby. And I hope that goes true for you too, Anon. Again, thank you so much for doing that. But I really hope that didn't hit your bottom dollar. I don't want anybody to suffer because of me. I should bring you guys nothing but joy. That is my purpose. $300,000 worth of anything is scary to think about, Soul. I don't care if it's $300,000 worth of fucking cat hair. It's fucking terrifying. All I know is I wouldn't survive outside in this cold. You're stronger than I am. Lugoza, that's the thing. If I get to the point, like I'm gonna bring all that emergency stuff, but if it gets to the point where I'm like, no, I can't take it. I mean, find a 24-hour McDonald's and buy a coffee. Like, as long as you're not, like, leaving shit everywhere and being a nuisance, they usually don't mind if you stay longer than that, like, 30-minute allotment of loitering that they give you. They usually don't give a fuck. Especially Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons gives less of a shit. You think that guy over there taking a nap is being messy? You have no idea how many times I was running my bar and I see someone shit in the street. Code. No. Don't listen to Code, chat. That... Both chat. Do not listen to Code. That is bad advice. Just don't think about it is how you end up like me. You don't want to end up like me. I mean, I might be a fun guy and cool to hang around with sometimes, but like, you don't want to end up in my situation. That's how you end up in my situation. Being like, I'll do it later. Just don't think about it. It's whatever. That's how you end up in my fucking situation. So do not do that. Mm-mm. I'm kind of screwed because I don't have a credit card to build credit to get an apartment in your town, so you're stuck living with your parents. Soul. Start building that credit, dude. Get like a prepaid card. Don't get a credit card that has a line of credit. Get a card that you put money on, and then your purchases with that money build your credit score. There's also things that a lot of banks will do where it's like if you give them an extra $2 a month or whatever, they'll increase your credit score. It's fucking ridiculous. It's ridiculous how this system works, dude. It screws everybody. But that being said, Soul, be insanely grateful. Be insanely grateful and never take for granted the fact that you still have parents and they are well off enough that you are able to live with them. Because I have nobody, buddy. Both my parents are. My aunt's dealing with her own debt. And she's got a house full of people already. All her bedrooms and rooms are occupado. My grandma's apartment's too small. She's dealing with her own physical and mental health issues. My uncle is living with a roommate. He's on EI right now, so he can't help. So I wish I had a solve all here. I wish I could just be like, oh, here's my next step, and then everything's gonna be okay. But unfortunately, I just don't have that, y'all. Man, a roof over your head is worth its fucking square feet in gold. You know what I'm saying these days? Rents are only getting higher, and it'll only get worse going forward, man. We're all fucked. Soul had the same issue. Get a secure card, 100%. Yeah, isn't that what I was talking about, Code? Is getting the card that, like, you put money on, and then as you use it, it just builds your credit. Like, literally, it's not a credit line. It's just a card you put money on that builds your credit when you use it. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Okay, cool. Why did my headset? My headset be dying. Headset be dying. I'm close to crying. You paid $150 to get 300. Wait, so is there like an APR on that? How does that work? Because that sounds like a pretty fucking good gig. But where's the catch? You know what I mean? There's always a catch. There's always a catch with that shit. Secured card. Yeah, but yeah, you already mentioned it's a secured card. Get a secured card, 100% approval rate, yeah. Did you hear about Goose recently? Bro, I fucking hate fandoms, dude. Fucking fandoms, man. Like, perish the thought an artist is allowed to tell their story. Fucking pisses me off. Obviously, Jax and Pomni are the main characters. Why wouldn't that be fucking clear from the get-go? He's got the most voice lines in the pilot. She's the new character that gets introduced. They have the most interactions. Their relationship develops more than any others. Like, why wouldn't you assume that? I'll look into it. Only issue I'm facing right now is that you went from making 600 a week to only 3. That's a hit. You gotta fucking rearrange your lifestyle when you take that kind of hit. Look into a diesel. My brother in Christ, if I'm curled up on a street corner, what am I gonna... I'm pretty sure public ignition like that is illegal. Maybe I should just do a crime. Problem with that is I can't stream. If I'm in jail, I can't stream. Both Digital Circus and Helliverse Phantoms in here. Digital Circus, Helliverse, oh wait, is fucking, has been technically the Helliverse? So, yeah. But yeah, no, yeah, they all suck. They all suck and they're all gay. Literally and metaphorically. I think that'll keep you warm and last for hours. But it's also nice to have something that'll keep you warm that won't set you on fire. Remember, my storage unit has 24/7 access. So I don't know, you weren't here earlier, Code, but I had a big brain idea. You're obviously not allowed to sleep in your storage unit, right? But if I go during the day instead of the night to do EP time, how would they know I'm not just fucking working in my storage unit organizing shit, especially if I come out in like a different, with like different stuff every time? And the whole facility is climate controlled, so I wouldn't freeze to death. It's an absolute last resort option, Code, but I mean, like, literally, if I'm like, I'm about to die, I'm gonna go into the storage unit. So, like, I'm about to get frostbite, I'm losing feeling in my toes, I'm going in that fucking unit. Sorry. They even have a bathroom. You know that? There's even a bathroom. Nice of Guinevere crowd raging at one of the people confirming that a tomboy girl on the show was a girl. Was ground-inducing. So it is a girl. The skinny one in the green is a girl. I thought there was some trans shit going on there. Like, it felt really implied with how feminine the character looked when it was younger. But then they're calling her, but then they use she as they literally call her by she pronouns in the show. Everybody's like, fuck! Where's my trans queen? Ree! Fuck, man. It's a fucking weird world we live in, guys. Did you ever think it would look like this? 10 years ago? 15 years ago? I know that might be a little far back in time for some of this crowd, but did any of you ever expect the world would have looked like this? Like this. The Epstein files, Donald Trump, the fucking billions of dollars to Ukraine, learning that Israel really does run the world. Like, did any of you ever expect it would get this bad? AI going as hard as it's going this quick? I don't think any of us ever expected it to happen this quick. Code, maybe, because he's got his finger on the pulse of that type of shit, but not me. Gonna go get 50 used car batteries and start your off-grid nation? Code, you know what's fucking hilarious? The second I saw you say 50 used car batteries, and my brain immediately said, going to go get 50 used car batteries and throw them in the ocean. I don't know why my brain... I don't know Someone's gonna charge the electric eel screw. Oh, I needed that. Thank you, Code. Code, as soon as you start your off-grid nation, I'm gonna come help you build it. I will do build stuff. I'll put screws in the wood. I'll put the drywall up. I'll patch the holes. I'll fucking get electrocuted a few times doing electrical shit I don't understand. Fucking Code, please, illegally import me. No, I'm kidding. Import me illegally. When I was younger, I knew this world was going to be bad, but not this bad. I know. It's... Like, the one conspiracy that I really wanted to be wrong about was that the elites were eating babies. Sorry. No, they're just doing that shit either for fun or to sacrifice to Moloch. Hillary Clinton out here literally sacrificing babies to Moloch. Like, why isn't she buried under a jail? Where's looks they had the pros VA? Oh, oh yeah, I know. Thousand feet up, high wind constantly. Hydrogen has a ton of uplift force to make windmill balloons. So, what are you gonna do when your country's air traffic control authority is like, the fuck is this in my airspace? Because I know 1,000 feet up might not seem like that high, but if you're putting up a fucking hydrogen balloon or something that's carrying the wind up there, they're going to want to know where it is, and you're going to have to create a regulation. You're probably going to have to pay to use that airspace, and it's probably not going to be a small number. Same. At this point, even though you're not religious by any stretch, Jesus needs to come back into the world. Okay, I've got a few critical questions for the respawning of Christ. One, is he just getting born like when he came the first time? Like, is he just popping out of a chick and then suddenly he just starts running around preaching? And then when he gets old enough, then the rapture happens, or the world gets fucking, he realizes there's enough sin? Or is he just gonna like materialize out of thin air and be like, I've had enough, whoopah, and the world just gets fucking raptured? Or if he does respawn like that, like a normal person, do you have any idea how quick that dude would either get thrown in a jail cell and have no chance to spread his message, or get killed? Silos are that tall? I think it's 500 feet without approval. So, even if you do get approval, though, what if they're like, you can only do it during these hours, and it's during the hours where the wind flow is the worst, because they want to fly during the hours where those stream flows are optimal for flight? These are the questions we have to ask ourselves while we're building our colony, Code. Just because we're building an off-grid society doesn't mean we have to pretend that we can pretend that the world around us isn't there. You wouldn't do an X-Wiener. That doesn't mean that it's not controlled airspace. Like anything at a certain altitude gets registered by that shit. Somebody flying over reports that shit to their near. They're like, traffic control. I'm at 26157.25.39.42, and the other coordinate. And then they're like, I see a couple of weird-looking balloon structures coming up from the forest there. Seems like there might be an illegal encampment. Over. Roger, we'll get that to the authorities. Over. Can't stay on here? What do you mean? Like, you can't stay on YouTube? I guess it is a weeknight. This is a very awkward night to do this shit, huh? Just find the highest level. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Work from there. That'd be the best way, yeah. This dude pushing that you could only VA characters you shared skin color of, and then through tantrums when the people working for him held to that's. Hold on. I think I'm missing a piece of context here. They had the pros VA dude. Who's the pros VA dude? Unabbreviate pros VA dude. I know VA is voice actor, but what's pros? Jet streams are about 30,000 feet up. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that there's pond jumpers that don't take advantage of currents. Like, you want to make sure especially when you're running like a little pond jumper that's running at a low altitude like that, you want to make sure that the wind conditions are optimal. Otherwise, you're going to get fucking tossed around in those little things. Prost was a VA that started doing videos on YouTube. Oh, okay. Wait, so who did he voice? Wait, yeah, who did he voice? That's what I want to know next. Sorry, y'all, 1 second. Just keep making sure the music keeps flowing. We gotta keep the vibe up, baby. And next, yes, I go get the last of the bullshit out of the bedroom. And then I pack as efficiently as I possibly can. I'm officially saying fuck it to cleaning. Fuck my landlord. Fuck this apartment. We've already done so fucking much when it comes to like tidying up and like cleaning and like reducing mess. Yeah. Now at this point it is just item focus. Voiced Orville Park. Who the fuck is Orville Park? What show? Wait, what the fuck show are we talking about again? Push do pushing you only VA keeps you should skin climb. Wait, hold on. Who the fuck is Orville Park? I say that like it's some deep lore thing, but I literally can't remember a single name from any of the characters from Knights of Guinevere except the robot being Guinevere. Was Orville Park the park owner, like the dad that's like, welcome to the park? That would make sense if his last name is Park. Alright. We are going to do a minor migration here after I take a quick leak. I'm going to turn on the Twitch volume so that people on YouTube can hear what's happening on the Twitch stream. I'm taking the Twitch stream into the bedroom, and then we're going to make sure that all of our valuable items, everything that's valuable that we don't want to be garbage or leave behind, is out of that room. I hate this. Take us to dinner? Well, the bed's not even in there anymore, Ryoko. Technically, you guys are in my bedroom now. Wow, wow, wow. Nah, we'll get this done, y'all. We'll get this done. What are we at? 11:30? Yeah, we're working it. We're working it. Slowly but surely. Why am I... Code, why am I not sleeping? My brother in Christ, I have so much to do. Everything has to be ready to get loaded into a fucking moving truck by 9:30 in the morning. So, I syrup in my mouth a little bit. I am going to be busy all night. And then I will take a period of time in my storage unit to go through some things. And then I'll take a little fucking nap. I'm saying it again, chat. I hope somebody's keeping tally. I hate this. I hate everything about this. I wish I was... I don't know. Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back. I need to tell y'all something about what happened today. You know what, Shirley? Just fucking say it. Just tell them like it is, bro. Yeah, that is a lot of money we're sending. It is weird how many are in the media. I know. It's hard to get rid of them when they have all that money, right? I'll leave that up to interpretation to the chat. You know, that's a whatever race or creed that you inserted into that dialogue, that reveals more about you than it does about Shirley. That reveals what you think deep down in your racist heart. I'm trying to have fun. I'm trying to have fun while I'm fucking losing my life. Oh, that's on the screen. Probably shouldn't be, huh? Oops. That's a piece of my that was a piece of my heater I was holding there. I'm working on fixing it. The warp pipe. I affectionately call it the ripping apparatus. Oh, the warp pipe. Oh, I can't believe I didn't make that connection. It's the Mario pipe. Ba-da-da-da-lal. Ba-la-lal. 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 Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. Alright, I'm gonna wait for a momentary gap in audio here, and then I'm gonna turn on Twitch audio, and then I'm gonna bring you guys to the other room so we can grab valuable shit. That being said, Code, I wish I was sleeping. I am very tired. I don't know if I mentioned already, but I haven't fucking eaten anything in the last 2 days besides a yogurt parfait. It's like a little cup of yogurt, granola, and berries. Like that big. Maybe that big. Also, going to save Mario? Hold on. Isn't Mario doing the saving? Yeah, okay, you got it all ass backwards. Guys, you have no idea how much I just wanna... Also, yeah, you get that for free, baby! Mario's old now. Got any new bread like Smario? Who the fuck is Smario? Alright, nonsense. We're talking nonsense now, chat. Alright, I'm bringing the YouTube chat with me. But everybody who wants me to see their messages, or at least hear... Oh, wait, no. That's right, yeah. No, if I bring the YouTube chat with me and I've got the Twitch volume on, I'll be you, yeah, I'll be able to say responses. Yeah, okay. No, this will work perfectly. Let's do this. Twitch volume on, I'll be you, yeah, I'll be able to say responses. Yeah, okay. No, this will work perfectly. Let's do this. Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go. Here we are. POV, you are an Xbox. Let me put my headset on the charger really quick. 1 second. Alright. Headphones are charging. Let's do this shit. What is next? Let's clear this table. That's the internet router. I really don't know what to do with that yet. So let's clear this table off first. And fix the camera angle here. Yeah, that table there has got some valuable shit on it that I do not want to lose. So we are going to collect. Hare Krishna, Buddha be with you. Om Padme Om. That was my other Buddha. Alright, what else? Let's think of vote. Everybody watching. Do I bother taking that fucking air conditioner out of the wall? I mean, just say fuck it. Might as well leave it fucking in there and you can fucking landlord can get some fucking chump to deal with that shit. What do you think, y'all? I've never seen what Ottawa looks like. Is it cool? It's cool if you have a lot of money or work for the government. Other than that, I fucking hate this city. Moving to the city was one of the worst mistakes I ever made in my life. If you think it's a good idea to come to Canada, don't. The shit's going to hell in a handbasket real fast. Okay. Random half roll of toilet paper, might as well hold on to it. That's garbage. That's garbage. What is that? I like garbage. But we got something. Oh. Irrelevant paperwork. I'm doing irrelevant. I can just go this for now. Focus on what is important. Also garbage, go with garbage. Garbage, go with garbage. Keep. Absolutely keep. Keep. Trash, 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 trash. Trash, trash, not trash, not trash, not trash, not trash, not trash. Okay, progress. I feel like my next smart move, once this room is removed of bullshit, is to designate a tote of some sort for really important shit and start on that. I'm good, America. Yeah, no, you probably are good. You're way better off in America. Because I promise you that. Everybody's like, oh my god, America. And, like, I see all these memes of like POV America, and it's like an image of the country stabbing itself. I'm like, it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. The worst thing that's happening right now is the fact that your government is fucking hiding the Epstein files. What else on here is a keep? That's a keep. That's garbage. That's garbage. That's a keep. That's garbage. That and that is a keep. And that's a keep. That's a keep. And everything else on the dresser besides the modem is garbage. Okay. Alright, now that that's all garbage. What the fuck is this one? I don't know what that's for, that's the cord pile. Chat, I'm so tall, I just hit my head on my door frame, it really hurt. Being tall's not all it's cracked up to be all. Okay, so all garbage off the table. Garbage. 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 Me looking at myself in the mirror. Garbage. Garbage. Now modem lift. Press remove. Modem place. Okay. So I'm thinking a lot of like furniture, like dressers and stuff. I should probably just abandon, right? Should probably just abandon that shit, right? Like a nightstand like that. Like I don't need a fucking nightstand right now. That's the last thing I need to worry about. Is the smile a yes? What do you mean? Final search. Do the shit on the floor. Find everything give a fuck about. Then the bedroom's done. And I don't give a fuck. Cord. Gold bar. Fake gold bar. If they were real gold bars, do you think I'd really be fucking homeless right now? For real. Alright. We got charging block. And there's box. Birth certificate. What the fuck is this? A bunch of sanding pads. Hold on, let me fix the camera. Let me fix that camera. Make sure the boys can see the bullshit. A full unopened tube of Halls. How does that? I don't even use Halls. I forgot I had this. The sleep mask. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. You might wish you had one in the future. One what? Wait, hold on. Oh, the nightstand? Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll keep a couple. Like I've got what we're seeing right now is like a nice big table. I'm keeping like one of my nice big tables. Like some things I will be keeping. Don't worry. I'm not just getting rid of everything. You know what I mean? I'm trying to still sort through what's good and what's not as best I can. It was been under my bed that long, it's probably irrelevant. So I feel like I can just start grabbing things that are garbage. That's good. It's paperwork that I don't want to get rid of. Paperwork that I don't want to get rid of. Paperwork that I don't want to get rid of. Paperwork that I don't want to get rid of. Paperwork that I don't want to get rid of. All this bending over is making my back too hurt because you think it hurts for you? You have any idea how tall I am, bro? I am fucking tall as shit. This is not conducive to my bodily structure. Yeah, my back here to see what goes on. You gotta go. Joe, I know you can still hear me even though I'm over on the Twitch side. Joe, thank you for everything, bro. Thank you for being a part of this madness. Thank you for being a sick fucking member of the crew. And this is only the beginning of a very, very strange journey, my friend. I can't wait to see you again. And we'll talk to you very soon. Thank you again, Joe. Have yourself a wonderful fucking night, my man. I'll be back tomorrow. Again, if you haven't yet, we go sub on the Twitch side, baby. Because that's going to be the most likely place you'll see me live again next. Stick around. We're going to keep it moving. All the best, my man. Sweet dreams, my boy. I think everything else is garbage. So I'll stack here. Stack. Sucks. Worst. Alright. Double check for any important paperwork. Oh. Fucking this. If I can't understand it just by looking at it right away, it's probably not worth worrying about. Ugh. I think the rest is trash. Yep. I think the rest of that is just fucking garbage, Chad. Taking a quick little thorough look over just to be sure, but I think that's all fucking trash. Alright. I like that. That gives me an idea of what's next. At least I got the beer going, so once I'm homeless, I'll at least blend into the community. Oh, fucking hell. Alright. Yeah, looking around, I think that's everything that's not trash, except for the desk that you guys are currently sitting on, chat. Everything else can go fuck itself, as far as I'm concerned. There is one final obstacle of the bedroom, though. Ooh. I almost forgot about my little fella. Guys, look. It's a fella. I don't know what else to call him. He's just a little fella. Whoa! Alright. That's it for that. Tit for tat. We're back. My neck, my back, my pussy, and my crack. Okay. I think I've lost all my shame now, Chad. I'm just fucking rambling, living incoherent nonsense. That's what my life has become. won't be the last. Nobody cast a vote about the AC in it, by the way. I don't know if anybody's still interested in making an opinion on that, or if I should just say fuck it and leave it behind. I think I should just say fuck it and leave it behind, honestly. Old fucking shitty AC unit. Now I'm fucking apartment with a fucking regular old shitty AC unit. I'll buy another one for like $30 so fucking if the time comes. I don't know how long any of you guys are going to be here for, but don't let me forget to return that shovel to its rightful home. Alright, closet time. I'm not looking forward to this evening. Then there's gonna be fucking spiders and fuck me. Chad, I got a bunch of coat hangers. Should I just leave them behind? Got that ephemera? Nice, yes, good, good. I'm glad you got enough eye. What do you mean pog stick? What do you mean by that? What's it? What stick? What are you talking about? Oh, that's not, it's not a stick, it's the handle of a shovel. And it's wood. You talking crazy, bro. reason that I say this? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, Jack? Nightmare. It's a nightmare. Ow! Fucking staples. More paperwork. So anybody who's worrying about cold, a lot of this stuff is like extra hoodies and stuff. So in worst case scenario, I can just wear a bajillion hoodies. Up so that can literally be its own bag, type whatever fucking bullshit. I know it looks like I'm kind of undoing shit, but trust me, there's method to the madness. I know it looks like I'm kind of undoing shit, but trust me. Guys, would it be weird if I take a 2-hour power nap or something like that? I'm fucking exhausted. I just do it on stream. Like I literally just like lay back in my chair and close my eyes for a bit and put on a fucking copyright free bullshit something. shit on the dresser here organized and everything. Man. Abby, your tummy hurts. My everything hurts. My soul hurts. My being hurts. My body hurts. My realization how fucked up my life is hurts. It's a lot. So I'm right there with you, Abby. Did anyone hear my proposition of a power nap? I'm like, literally, as I'm going around doing this, I'm having a hard time holding my eyes open, like 2 hours tops. I'm fucking exhausted. I might at least get the fucking closet done. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. Even with it all, it's not enough. Okay, so here's something that random bullshit unwashed clothes can get crammed into. It's already full of random bullshit unwashed clothes. Wait, what is that? What is that? Is that like a fucking tank top or some shit? Yeah, it's one of those meshy tank tops. Could you imagine? Might be nice for the summer, who knows? Ooh. Now that chat is a hammer. And that beast has been through some shit. I don't even know why it's in my closet, but it's going out of the tool bag. Closet's almost done. We're so close. Well, there's another can of paint, and that's just gonna have to be garbage. It's too bad. Damn, I can't believe you guys are still watching this. Honestly. I am a lucky motherfucker outside your crew. Yeah, this blanket looks big and fancy, but it's also fucking dirty, annoying, and gay, so it goes there. Okay, what else is there? I don't care, it's garbage. I can't tell if it's worth anything. Right away, it's garbage. Guys, I finally found the back of my Xbox controller battery slot thing. Isn't that crazy? A billion years later. paperwork. Policy premium. Voltage tires. Insurance policy bullshit. Who fucking cares? I don't even have that car anymore. Why do I care about keeping that?
We're gonna take another mini break.
Alright. Almost there. Closet's almost done. And then we're gonna take another mini break. Just a mini one. Just a mini one. Nobody's voted on power nap yet, so. We'll see what happens. Oh, literally an empty tote with fucking sheets that don't matter at all. And that's more storage for your boy. Let's go, baby. Brand new empty tote. Alright, thanks. That's it. That's the closet done. And then the last thing to do in the bedroom here is that dresser there, which is basically just some garbage bullshit, some shit I need to keep organized, and the TV and the Xbox. So, yeah, we're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. Okay. I need to sit down for a moment. I am struggling. Clear those emails. Clear those emails. Okay. There we go. Oh, I'm looking frazzled now. Ah, shit, chat. And it's snowing. There we go. Oh, I'm looking frazzled now. It's fucking snowing, bro. Oh, shit, chat. And it's snowing. It's fucking snowing, bro. Oh, man. Is the music even still going? Okay, it is good. What do I do? Oh, man. What do I do, y'all? Still going? Okay, it is good. It's 12 o'clock. Do I power nap, wake up super early, and just get fucking to it? It's 12 o'clock. Literally don't even turn off the stream. Like, early and just get fucking to it. Literally don't even turn off the stream. Like, just fucking. What do you think? Dude, that sounds really fucking good to me right now. I'll tell you that. I'm so fucking tired. What do you think? Dude, that sounds really fucking good to me right now. I'll tell you that. I'm so fucking tired. I'm dying. I'm dying, chat. Ugh. It's your guys' call in the end. I'm dying. I'm dying, chat. Ugh. Look at this fucking loser. It's your guys' call in the end. Look at this loser on camera. Look at this fucking loser. Look at this loser on camera. Alright, if nobody's gonna type it in the chat, I'm putting up a poll. Start poll. Alright, if nobody's gonna type it in the chat, I'm putting up a poll. What do start poll power nap what do continue power fight nap, the urge keep cleaning slash organizing fight the urge keep cleaning. I'll say keep organizing. Organizing. It didn't like me using that many letters. I'll say keep organizing. Wait, what? It didn't like me using that many letters. Are you guys still here? Is everything still up? What's going on here? Wait, what? Are you guys still here? Is everything still up? What's going on here? Okay, it is still up. Okay. Slap the bed with a fish. I do not think, my friend, that is an option. Okay, it is still up. Okay. Slap the bed with a fish. I do not think, my friend, that is an option. I can slap it with a monkey. I don't have a fish. I can slap it with a monkey. Better than nothing. Monkeys are less effective. I mean, this is a pretty sweet monkey. Monkeys are less effective. I mean, this is a pretty sweet monkey. They are for spanking, yes. But what if we spank the bed with a monkey? They are for spanking, yes. But what if we spank the bed? Now we're talking some shit. Now we're talking some shit. Now we're talking some shit. I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. Wow! I'm gonna do it. Bed successfully spanked. Let's go. Wow! Bed successfully spanked. Sorry, Twitch viewers, you didn't get to see that. Really? 2 votes for power nap? Sorry, that's Twitch insane. Viewers, I figured there'd be to see that. More of an adverse. Really? 2 votes for power nap? That's insane. I figured idea to that. More of also, my phone was at 100% when I started streaming. We've been streaming for 3 hours, and we're at 50%. To that. So also, my phone was at 100%. Let me set some alarms. 3 hours, and we're at 50%. So because I do not want to end up accidentally falling asleep until it's time to get shit done. Because I do not want to end up accidentally falling asleep until it's time to get shit done. Being well rested for work is good, yes. So, but also, when you need to get work done, it's not good to sleep. Being well rested for work is good, especially if there's a crazy deadline you have to stick to. When you need to get work done, it's not good to sleep. Especially if there's a crazy deadline you have to stick to. 3 hours and only half the battery. It's probably faster if you're using data. But 3 hours and only half the battery. Really, really good. It's probably faster if you're using data. That's pretty. But 3 hours and half the battery is fucking really, really good. I know it's a brand new phone, but that's pretty fucking good. Man, sucks. I'm glad you guys are here, but it still sucks. It just sucks that this is what it is, you know? I'm glad you guys are here, but it still sucks. Sucks that this is where we are. This is the... It just sucks that this is the way. It is, you know? lack of a better term.
Sucks that this is where we are. This is the way.
I mean, as long as I can pack up 99% of the heavy shit, I could potentially use the rest of Wednesday.
I can pack up 99% of the heavy shit,
so
we'll
see.
could potentially use the rest of Wednesday.
See what happens, y'all.
To move other shit.
I just fucking hate that this shit's happening at 9:30 in the goddamn morning. I'm so fucking tired. I need to fucking sleep, bro.
I just fucking hate that this shit's happening at 9:30 in the goddamn morning. I'm so fucking tired. I need to
Like last night, I barely slept at all.
Like last night, I barely slept at all.
Wait, so if I do lay down and sleep on cam, how?
Wait, so if I do lay down and sleep on cam, how goofy?
Jesus fucking Christ, how pathetic is that? Holy shit. What a miserable looking man.
Jesus fucking
Maybe it wouldn't be as sad with a
pathetic
blanket
is
on
that?
me, but god damn.
Holy shit. What a miserable looking man. Maybe it wouldn't be as sad.
What do you think, y'all?
on me, but god damn.
I'll do it. If you guys will keep me on in the background, I'll put
What do you
on
think,
like
y'all?
an 11-hour jazz thing so it doesn't end.
I'll
or
do it.
something, so
If you guys will keep me on in the
you
background,
just keep running it.
I'll put on like an 11-hour jazz thing so it doesn't end or something. So
It would also motivate me to
You just
not
keep
sleep
running
too
it.
long.
it would also motivate me to not sleep too long.
Off your eyes as long as you can. Well, as I said, my uncle's getting here at like 8:30, so I gotta be up before that.
Well, as I
And
said,
get
my
the
uncle's
computer
getting here at like 8:30.
Cables at
so
the very least
I gotta be up before that.
labeled for
And
what
get the
goes
computer.
where and does what. So
Cables at the very least.
I've got to. What time are we at?
Labeled
12:20.
for
I've
what
got to
goes
be
where
up by
and
like
does what.
4. Like
So-
absolute latest 4 a.m. I gotta be fucking
what time are
up
we
and
at?
back.
12:20.
to it.
I've gotta be up by like 4. Like absolute latest 4 a.m. I gotta be fucking up and back to it.
Maybe I should just like close my eyes for a little bit and just fucking set alarm for every fucking 15 minutes.
Maybe I should just like close my eyes for a little bit and just fucking set alarm for every fucking 15 minutes.
Just that way I can get like little blips of rest and just encourage me to get back up and fucking to it as fast as I can.
Just that way I can get like little blips of rest and just encourage
What do
me
y'all
to get back up and fucking to it as fast as I can.
I know this is scuffed as fuck, y'all. I know it's fucking. Anthony didn't
y'all think?
fucking bail on me.
I know this is scuffed as fuck, y'all. I know it's fucking. Anthony didn't fucking bail on me.
So tired, man.
Tired, man.
What do you think? Should I do like? All right. So hold on. Let me check the poll here really quick.
What do you think?
There's
Should I
only
do,
2
like-
votes. 5 people watching, only 2 votes. Come on, guys.
Alright, so hold on. Let me check the poll here really quick. So
But
only
yeah.
2 votes. 5 people watching, only 2 votes. Come on, guys.
Power nap, then continue. I think I need to just lay back for a
Yeah.
minute, even if I just put on a stupid fucking YouTube video.
Power nap, then
first,
continue. I think I need to just lay back for a minute, even if I just put on a stupid fucking YouTube video for us to zone out to for a little bit.
Blanket.
blanket. Soft blanket.
Oh, look how cozy that is, y'all. Doesn't that just look cozy? Small bursts might leave you more tired than not. All right, well then hold on. A second. You know what? 1 hour.
Small bursts might leave you more tired than not. All right, well then hold on a second. Where's my other phone? Hold on. You know what? 1 hour. An alarm every hour. An alarm every hour, and then an alarm every 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I need this, y'all. I need this bad. So, what? How should I do this with Twitch?
Yeah, I need this, y'all. I need this bad.
Can I just insta hijack OBS output? No, I don't think I can do that. Will, you're gonna sleep too? Yeah, but again, I'm just taking a little power nap, buddy. I gotta get back to this shit as soon as I fucking can. We're so close to being ready to go.
Will, you're gonna sleep too? Yeah, but again, I'm just taking a little power nap, buddy. I gotta get back to this shit as soon as I fucking can. We're so close to being ready to go here, man. We're so fucking close. Fuck.
I'm just so tired, man. I'm so tired. Long day. All right, hold on. Let me set.
I'm just so tired.
Let me set some alarms here first and foremost.
Long day. All right, hold on. Let me set some alarms here first and foremost.
Yeah, fuck. How do I do this with the Twitch? Should I just like point it at the screen?
Yeah. Fuck
how do we do this?
With the Twitch, should I just like point it at the screen?
Is that that's gonna create a fractal, isn't it? Yeah. Give it a second.
How do
Hold
we
on.
do this? Oh man. That's gonna create a fractal, isn't it? Yeah, give it a second, hold on.
Yeah, it's just gonna be perpetual beans. Perpetual beans turning their cameras at each other. Alright, let's make that just a little
it's just
for
gonna
now.
be perpetual beans. Perpetual beans.
Yes, I know this squirrel. Hold
turning
on,
their cameras at each other.
Shit!
Alright, let's make that just a little for now. Yes, I know the squirrel. Hold on, let me get that.
Okay, it didn't disconnect. We're good.
Shit!
We're good. Okay. I'm on the camera like that.
Okay, it didn't disconnect. We're good. Okay.
Ooh, that like that. So I have an alarm set for 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 5:01, 5:02, 5:03, 5:04, 5:05, 5:06, 5:07. And then, of course,
So I have
6
an alarm
o'clock.
set for 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5
And
a.m.,
a bunch of ones
5:01,
after that,
5:02,
just
5:03,
in like an
5:04, 5:05, 5:06,
absolute
5:07.
emergency scenario.
And then, of course,
in case my
6
brain
o'clock.
just shuts me the fuck
And
down.
a
But
bunch
I
of ones
feel
after
like
that,
I don't
just
think
in
that's
like an
gonna happen. I feel like
absolute
especially
emergency scenario
passing out
in
my
case
game
my
and cherry,
brain
you know what I
just,
mean?
just shuts me the fuck
feel like this is
down.
gonna
But I
be
feel like I
relatively
don't think that's gonna happen. I feel like I'm especially passing out my game and cherry. You know what I mean?
Pleasing.
Feel
No,
like
there's
this is
anything
gonna be
aesthetically pleasing about any of this scenario, is there?
aesthetically unpleasing.
I'm gonna really miss looking
No,
at the
there's
Warframe
anything
game nights.
aesthetically
It goes
pleasing about
that
any
might
of
not
this
be
scenario,
over,
is there?
bro. If I can get my shit sorted out
I'm gonna really miss
Fuck, man, if I can just get my shit sorted
might not
out.
be over, bro. If I can get
Maybe
my
we'll
shit
even be able to
sorted
stream
out.
on mobile. We'll see what happens,
Fuck,
man.
man, if I can just get my shit
We
sorted
will see what
out.
happens.
Maybe we'll even be able to stream on
Wait,
mobile.
are you guys still getting double
We'll see what
audio?
happens, man. We will see what happens.
You guys aren't still getting double audio,
Wait,
are
are
you?
you guys still getting double
Oh,
audio?
fuck me. I'm sorry about that. My bad. My bad. My bad entirely. The bean multiplier. How long was that happening for? Alright, what can we put on that's long and chill and has no copyright? Decent while? Fuck's sakes. Why did nobody say anything? God damn it. Can we watch this long? It's long that won't get us in trouble. Y'all like sci-fi? I think I could probably play some Quinn's ideas. I don't think Quinn's ideas is gonna fucking come at me. Ooh, oh, that's what I'm doing. Or do we all know Warframe lore enough that this is stupid to play? I feel like the three-body problem would be good. Three-body problem's a really cool story. Let's see if YouTube Studio immediately lights me up for even letting this exist, or what's gonna happen here. Let's see. Can that camera see my camera? Should be. Oh wait, no, yeah, no, never mind. That's fine. That's fine. Let's see.
It's me, Quinn, and as always, if you appreciate my content, consider hitting the like button.
Also, everybody, please go subscribe to Quinn's Ideas. This guy does such amazing breakdowns of cool sci-fi lore. If you haven't heard of the three-body problem, and you like really cool, like, dark universe sci-fi type shit, it's gonna be right up your alley.
It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me.
Recently, I had the pleasure of reading what is likely the most terrifying science fiction book series I've ever read. I've always enjoyed scary stories. As a kid, I read anthologies like Goosebumps or Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. But I didn't know true fear until I encountered the works of Stephen King and H.P. Lovecraft in my teenage years. Lovecraft's work opened up such terrifying vistas of thought that I would, while reading them, become transfixed and filled with ultimate existential dread. The cosmic terrors he wrote about in his stories struck me as somehow realer than the monsters and ghosts of Goosebumps, and that is probably because Lovecraft, in truth, being the flawed man he was was expressing a very simple fear. The fear of the
The
unknown.
unknown.
And what is more unknown than the blackness of space? I must admit that not since my early teenage years have I felt such poignant terror
Hold on.
while reading as I
Hey, close
did
the other
when
window
first
here.
encountering the work of Lovecraft.
Surprisingly,
That is, until I read The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy. There are 3 books in this series: The Three-Body Problem, The Dark Forest, and Death's Sinned.
I really hope he
There is
doesn't want
also
me
an
to shovel
additional
tomorrow. I
book,
hope
not written by Sixton-Law himself, called Redemption of Time.
care of.
The first book in the series,
Alright.
The Three-Body Problem, starts
Cozy
off as a
mode
mystery.
has officially been
As the story
engaged.
unfolds, it starts to feel as though we are reading the
We're gonna
unfolding
take a
of some
little
grand conspiracy.
tiny final
conspiracy
ripperoni,
written
and then
into
we're
the
gonna lay
fabric of
back
the
just
universe
for a little
itself.
bit, chat. Just
Early
for a
on in
little
the
bit.
story, you find out that scientists around the world have been killing themselves. A note left behind by one of the late scientists, Yang Dong, ominously adds to the mysteries, saying only, "All the evidence points to a single conclusion. Physics has never existed and will never exist. I know what I'm doing is irresponsible, but I have no choice."
This story gets fucking wild, by the way, y'all. I think you guys are gonna like this.
Observe.
Also,
We
it's
look
not
upon the
lighting my
universe
stream up.
and
I think
extrapolate from
I
that
think we're
point.
good. I think we're
But
good.
what
to
if
do
we
a
will
sleepy
never be
stream with
able
this.
to know the truth about the universe? What if the universal constants are not constant? What if the laws of physics are not laws? What if reality isn't real? Before we get any further into the video, I have to give a spoiler warning. If you have not read this series, I highly recommend you stop this video and do so. If you've
So
read
it
the
looks like we're
series and
doing a
just don't
bunch of
care
being
about
world
spoilers,
firsts.
then continue forth. Now we won't be
Putting on
getting
my little
into
sleepy
all of
cap,
the details of this
because it's
series,
very uncomfortable
but
to
I will
sleep in
be
a
giving
snapback.
context on why exactly I think it's so unnerving. Ultimately, the secret of the first book is this: we are not alone in the universe.
There.
We are not alone in the Milky Way. Just 4 light years from our
There
own
we go.
solar system lives another species.
All right, everybody get
They have
cozy.
heard the call of Earth from the vacuum of space. And because their own world is unstable, in a constant state of varying extremes due to the 3-sun structure of their solar system,
And if
they
I'm
have
not
chosen
awake
Earth
by
as their new
fucking
home. They intend
my
to
first alarm at
exterminate
2
the human
o'clock,
race, like bugs. Though their
everybody
technology is
panic.
great, due to the great distance of space, it will take the aliens, named the Trisolarians, 400 years to arrive on Earth. But in the meantime, through technology involving quantum entanglement, they were able to stifle the progress of human scientific development. Scientific theories based on humanity's current understanding of physics were rendered
Is
useless.
this good content,
The
chat?
Trisolarians had led humankind into a trap, and the trap had snapped closed, leaving humanity as a helpless victim, only capable of waiting until the predator arrived to claim its prey. Everything that humankind did was monitored in real time by the Trisolarians as their fleet made its way from their homeworld to the world of Earth. Nothing could be concealed from them save the thoughts hidden away within the individual human minds. For a while, the world struggles to adjust, attempting to find solutions. It was briefly considered that a portion of the human species might be sent off into the vacuum of space on generational ships. Escapism would have had 3 potential goals. The first option would be finding a new world among the stars where humanity could survive. This would have been the most ideal option. The next option would be a starship civilization,
I had
its
like a little
citizens
pillow
aboard an
thing
eternal
for
voyage.
Shirley.
The third
There we go.
option would have been for humanity to take temporary refuge among the stars. They would hope to return after Trisolaris had settled in the solar system and attempt to coexist with the
Well,
aliens.
in that case,
But escapism could never truly happen. Not because humanity's
Oh,
technology
something else
couldn't
as
potentially
temporary
reach
pillow.
the level sufficient enough to allow it,
that
but because
works.
human nature would prevent it from ever getting off the ground. It is simply a matter of who is allowed to leave,
Alright, chat.
and who is condemned to face the wrath of the Trisolarians on Earth. No matter who got to leave, whether they be
Temporary
elite or
cozy
poor,
time.
humankind's fundamental value system would ultimately collapse, for the idea of equality would be utterly shattered. Human rights and equality have deep roots. Inequality of survival is the worst sort of inequality, and the people and countries left behind will never just sit and wait for death while others have a way out. There will be increasingly extreme confrontations between the two sides until there's world chaos, and then no one goes. The United Nations, realizing this simple fact, overwhelmingly voted to ban escapism, instead choosing to focus on what they could do from Earth to thwart the Trisolarans, including the formation of a space force. Even with everything the world leaders attempted in order to maintain stability,
That way,
eventually
if
society did
Nana
collapse
or
in
somebody
an
tunes in, they can at
apocalyptic
least
event
see
known as the
we've
Great Ravine.
been making
During
progress.
the Great Ravine, the Space Force was brought to the brink of collapse. Inflation
Reveal all
skyrocketed,
the
credit
warts.
systems unraveled. It started with the slow economic transformation that often accompanied wartime. The standard of living declined, and the political climate grew more and more intense. But instead of it just being one or a few countries, it was the entire Earth. Society was on edge, and if you said something wrong, they would say you were ETO or a traitor to humanity. So nobody felt safe, and film and television from the Golden Age began to be restricted, and then was banned worldwide. But eventually, things got even worse. Humanity began to starve. Climate change had already been greatly accelerating. With the coming of the Trisolaran crisis, humanity grew pessimistic. Even if they saved the Earth, made it into Eden come again, it would be an Eden for the Trisolarans, not them. Only the Space Force was given thought, and its continued development only further polluted the Earth. So climate change accelerated, the environment changed, the temperature raised, forest and plains became desert. The process of desertification had not been subtle or gradual. The green of the earth had eroded simultaneously like a damp towel left out to dry in the sun. Food production halted, for there was no grain being grown. And for the next 50 years,
I just want
the
to take a
planet was
side note
famished.
to mention
The population of the
Earth saying
Earth
it's
decreased by
very low
5
priority.
billion
He'll be
during those
okay.
years, all
Nice
while
to
the
know.
Trisolaran fleet marched on steadily.
Okay.
One of the most intriguing things about these books, mainly the second book, The Dark Forest, is how
Shit
they show
world.
the effect
Keep
that the
successful.
imminent Trisolaran invasion has on humanity before the aliens even arrive within the solar system. Initially, many people denied that the invasion was truly real. Once the truth became widely accepted, a sense of dread crept over all mankind. Religions had to change to make way for the existence of extraterrestrials. Humanity could no longer hide behind the comforting fantasy of our own uniqueness. We were not unique. We were one of the potentially endless civilizations out there in the dark. The scariest part of this book series, in my opinion, is also in the second book, The Dark Forest. In this book, we begin to unravel the truth about the state of life in the universe. The book calls us to consider cosmic sociology. If you supposed that a vast amount of civilizations were distributed throughout the universe based on the number of detectable stars, those civilizations would make up the body of cosmic sociology. Cosmic sociology is based on two axioms. First, survival is the primary need of civilization. Second, civilization continuously grows and expands, but the total number of matter in the universe remains constant. These two axioms are all that is needed to extrapolate the ultimate horrifying truth about cosmic society. It is a secret that the Trisolarans themselves knew, and called the most important secret in the universe. It was the secret that the universe itself was a dark forest. The universe is a dark forest. Every civilization an armed hunter stalking through the trees like a ghost, gently pushing aside branches that block the path and trying to tread without sound. Even breathing is done with care. The hunter has to be careful because everywhere in the forest are stealthy hunters like him. If he finds other life, another hunter, an angel or a demon, a
Someone
delicate
will do
infant
this
or
on the
tottering
regular.
old man, a fairy or a demigod,
Well, who
there is only
knows?
one thing he can do.
Maybe we'll do an
Open fire
IRL
and eliminate
sleeping
them.
in my fucking storage
In this
unit
forest,
stream.
hell is other people,
Also, when I turn my
an eternal
volume down
threat
like that,
any
Ryoko,
life that exposes
so
its
that it's
own
quieter
existence
for
will be
me,
swiftly wiped
does that
out.
make it quieter for you
This
guys too,
is the
or is
picture
the
of
volume
cosmic
still the same?
civilization. It's the explanation for the Fermi paradox. The famous Fermi paradox, of course, brings up the quandary. If based on what we know about the universe, it should be full of life. Then where is said life? Why is the universe seemingly silent? This series provides a single terrifying answer. We don't see them because they are hiding. Like all life on Earth, life in the universe must compete to survive. It is a cruel fact about the nature of life itself. If the location of a world is revealed, it is marked in a way. A metaphorical spotlight is shown upon it.
Yeah, Ryoko, did I just make it quieter, or is everything still okay?
Destroy it before it destroys you. Eventually the mark will be noticed. It is only a matter of time. It doesn't matter what motivated someone to leave the mark. What's important is that the dead hand has stretched the nerves of the dark forest to the breaking point. And it's the most sensitive nerve that's most liable to make a move.
There we go.
Suppose there are 1 million hunters in the forest. The number of civilizations on the billions upon billions of stars in the Milky Way could be thousands of times that. Perhaps 900,000 of them will disregard the marking. Of the remaining 100,000, maybe 99,000 of them will probe the location, and after confirming that it has no life, disregard it. But one of the remaining 10,000 hunters will surely make the choice to fire on that position. Because for civilizations at a certain level of technological development, attacking may be safer and less of a hassle than probing. If there's really nothing at that location, then there's no loss.
Well, actually, hold on one second. Just so my phone doesn't die, I am ending the stream here and rerouting it back through to OBS so it's on this normal camera and it doesn't kill my phone.
Making contact.
So,
for more than 100
those watching, stay tuned for like 2 seconds. The stream will be right back.
World out onto the cosmos in the form of waves, never thinking about exactly who might be listening. Though humans have revealed themselves to the Trisolarans.
Okay, the Twitch stream should be back. Somebody on Twitch, let me know if we're back or not.
And far more powerful than the Trisolarans. Ancient civilizations were shielded in the dark and armed with the power to rip apart dimensions. Another fascinating and also quite troubling concept Sixenlil forces us to consider in his books is the potential effect that life has had upon the universe itself. Without life,
it's because
would be
I
a
see.
different planet. There
Wait,
would
so
be
does that mean
no
it's working?
oceans, no rivers.
Yeah,
The
okay, we're
entire
good. Sweet,
surface
hell
of
yeah,
the planet
we're
would
back.
be as dry as Mars. Life is not some tiny shell clinging to the surface of the world, fragile, waiting to be snuffed out in an instant.
make it like your frames got
Life,
titty
with the aid
tassels?
of time,
You'll
is
have to show
powerful
me that
enough
at
to
some
move
point,
mountains. And without life,
that being said, while
it
I've
is
got
very
you here,
possible that
is
by
I
what
turned
we
my
now
headset
consider
down,
to be the
so it's
modern
easier
era,
for me to fall asleep.
liquid water would
But-
not exist on planet Earth.
You still able to hear
Plants,
everything okay?
Animals, and bacteria all have had important roles in the present composition of our atmosphere.
Masqueradius?
Without life,
Is that
the atmosphere would be very
Mascavelius?
different. It's
What's
possible
up,
that such an atmosphere
Mascavelius?
would not
You
be
tuned in
able
just
to
in
shield
time to
the
watch me
surface
fall
of the Earth
asleep.
against solar
I'm
winds
sorry.
and ultraviolet rays, and the oceans would evaporate.
Yeah, you can hear fine?
Soon
Okay, good.
greenhouse effects would turn the Earth's atmosphere into a copy of Venus's, and then water vapor would be lost to space over time.
I'm taking a
After several
power
billion
nap,
years, the Earth would be dry.
Masqueradius.
The Earth that we and
I
all
gotta
other life on this
wake
planet
up and
inhabit
keep getting my
is
house ready to
ultimately a home
move.
constructed by life for itself. If we take this idea and apply it to the universe itself, then this thought occurs. If life has had such a drastic effect on the Earth, then what effect has life as a whole had on the universe
Yeah, this is
itself?
better than Bobo. I can already
what
tell
would
more
the
people are
universe look
tuning in on the fucking
Without life.
the Twitch because
If life
it's
was
so much
exceedingly
better than
rare in the
Mobile.
universe, its impact on
Mobile
the
series
evolution of the
dog
cosmos
shit.
could be ignored.
But we have to work with what
But
we
if the
can,
universe was in fact teeming
Great to
with
see
life,
you, Mask.
as the famous Drake
Hope you're having
equation
a wonderful
suggests,
night, buddy.
then
Sorry,
a
I'm
terrifying
kinda
question arises.
in
How
the
much
background right
has the
now.
universe from its original state
I just gotta close
been
my eyes for
altered
a
by
little
life?
bit, man. I've been fucking going
Is the
all
nature
day.
that we experience natural at all? A terrifying revelation comes near the end of the final book in the series, Death's End. The universe had once been 10 dimensions, a state of perfection, but due to the destructive nature of life itself, those dimensions have collapsed, and the universe will continue to collapse until only a single dimension remained. countless ancient civilizations potentially possess the capability of initiating dimension collapses in parts of the universe. It was one of the methods that hunters in the Dark Forest used to eliminate other intelligent species. The problem was that once a dimension strike occurred, it never ended. The universe itself was dying, drying up in patchwork formation as the Earth had done during the Great Ravine. The endless cosmic darkness that we saw as the universe today had been the result of the endless battles of the Dark Forest, and we as humans would never know the true beauty and perfection of the original cosmos.
Fucking terrifying concept, right?
Aside from pure existential dread, this series has so many great science fiction ideas that I just love, such as the idea of cryogenics. The philosophy behind people being willing to freeze themselves in the present in order to wake up in the future is based on a very human but often not true assumption, that the future will somehow be better than now. Many of the characters throughout this book series experience being frozen and unthawed in a different era. I find it fascinating to read about how someone from a specific era interacts with the world and the people of a new era. This idea is also at the heart of one of my all-time favorite science fiction shows, the lighthearted animation show Futurama, whose main character, after being frozen for 1,000 years, wakes up in the year 3000 and has to deal with the fact that not only is he living in a world completely alien to him, but also everyone that he's ever known is dead. Cixin Lu's use of the concept of this helped to illustrate the idea that humans are humans even when coming from a different era. Cixin Lu throughout this series also explores the concept of the long view of history. He explores how certain events and figures throughout human history evolve in the way they are perceived by humanity. Men become gods, gods become devils, heroes become villains, and vice versa. We see this mainly with the characters Luo Ji and Shangxin as their stories progress throughout the centuries, and also the inhabitants of the ships Blue Space and Gravity, who at certain points in history considered to be the enemies of all mankind, and at other points take on near mythic proportions in the mind of some humans, all due to the varying perspectives created by the different vantage points of time. On the whole, humanity seems to possess fleeting short-term memories, and ideas that aren't constantly reinforced instantly fade away in the midst of time. This is the reason that humanity seems to constantly repeat its old mistakes. We as a species simply forget. Some would say that Cixin Lu's trilogy is a quite pessimistic one, and I have to agree to an extent. Cixin Lu does seem to present a pretty pessimistic view of human nature as a whole, though certain individuals can sometimes come up with solutions that could potentially help, the human entity as a whole for some reason resist. It is easy to see the Trisolaran crisis in particular as a metaphor for climate change. Destruction is imminent, perhaps distant but certain, and it's likely that modern humans won't be affected nearly as much as the generations to come after. Can humankind come together to stop this crisis and ensure the survival of its future generations? One of the most interesting parts of the series is when we get to see how the various governments cooperate when it comes to dealing with the crisis in the beginning. At some point, the book mentions that there was a push for socialized technology, which would have given the human race as a whole a greatly increased chance of survival. The major world powers flat out rejected this notion because they believed it would weaken them. Not even the sure threat of alien annihilation was enough to force the world to cooperate. The US government said that no form of socialized technology was realistic, that it was a naive idea, and that under the present circumstances, US national security was a priority, second only to planetary defense. I would say that humankind as a whole is depicted as being rather selfish in this series, and many times we see how the species cannibalizes itself. Humanity is often its own greatest hindrance. The books are not all pessimism, however. The final book in the series, Death's Sin, does in fact end with certain optimistic undertones by highlighting the endurance of the human race and its spirit. Cixin Lu combines philosophy, science, and pure horror to create what is honestly one of the best science fiction book series I've ever read. The series is endlessly bold and unpredictable. Even the spoilers I've mentioned in this video barely begin to get to the place where these books eventually go. The third book, Descend, gets more into the idea of the interdimensionality of the universe, which is endlessly intriguing and quite trippy actually. The series feels boundless in a way that a lot of other books just don't. The questions about humanity, about the universe that are brought up in this series are questions that I've been pondering since I read it a few months ago. The books aren't scary in the traditional sense, but the ideas it explores are chilling to the bone. The Remembrance of Earth's Past is science fiction at its best, and I hope to cover more of the series and explore some of its other concepts in future videos. Thanks so much for watching, guys.
It's not every day that I love a book series, and I read a lot of book series, especially science fiction. Ever since I read the Three Body Problem series, aka
What is
the
the
Remembrance
best?
of Earth's
Everybody
Past
go
trilogy,
subscribe to Quinn's
I have not
Ideas.
been able to stop thinking about it. The scale of this series is enormous. The ominous mysteries that it invokes are intriguing and chilling to the core. Now, I've made a few videos on this series, and you can find those linked in a playlist in the description. In this video, we will discuss some of the major events detailed in Book 2, The Dark Forest, The Great Ravine, and the Trisolarian invasion of the solar system.
By the year 205 of the Crisis Era, humanity at large believed that they had nothing to fear from the Trisolarian fleet, which had more than 200 years before it would reach our solar system. Fear of the Trisolarians, whose Sothon technology had crippled humankind's understanding of physics and allowed the aliens' real-time knowledge of events on Earth, had once nearly destroyed humanity, plunging them into a devastating period of time known as the Great Ravine. One might be tempted to compare the Great Ravine to the Depression of 1930, but the Great Ravine in nowhere compares to the Great Depression. It is far worse. In the year 1930, there were about 2 billion people on Earth. At the start of the Great Ravine, there were 8.3 billion people on Earth. And when there was no more food, billions starved. I have seen the grand march of hunger, millions of people fleeing famine on the great plains through sand that blocked out the sky, hot earth, and hot sun. When they died, they were divided up on the spot. It was hell on earth. There are tons of videos to watch if you want. The Great Ravine awakened the worst of humanity, cannibalism and obscene violence. Mankind became a gaggle of desperate animals fighting for scraps of food and resources. We had pushed Mother Earth to her breaking point, and the dried-up world could no longer provide. The Great Ravine was brought on by several things: the increasingly hostile political climate brought on by the knowledge of alien existence and their intended invasion, as well as humans growing hopeless due to the feeling that there was nothing that they could do to prevent the invasion, were among the contributors. But the biggest factor in causing the Great Ravine was the change of climate, which was sped on by the creation of the Space Force. Since the concept of escapism had been banned globally, the world focused tremendous resources on the development of planetary defense. The Space Force's creation and maintenance heavily polluted the atmosphere, raising the temperature of the Earth tremendously. Desertification began rapidly all over the Earth at once. Eventually, food could not be grown. The Great Ravine lasted 50 years, and during that time the vast majority of humans on Earth died. The population decreased from 8.3 billion to 3.5 billion.
The Great Ravine had been a time of tremendous suffering for humankind.
Famine on a level never seen before. Up until this point, the Great Ravine was the lowest point in human history. For many, it must have felt like the end of the human race. But it was merely a crucible. Humankind had been brought through it to appear on the other side. After the population of the Earth drastically decreased, society eventually began to restabilize. But this was only after the remaining people decided that perhaps the price they were paying to win the Doomsday battle was too high. The people of Earth had to choose to focus on the present rather than what is to come. There was a revolution. New governments were formed. The space strategies terminated. Humanity poured its attention into improving the lives of people. Eventual crucial technology like genetic engineering and fusion technology emerged.
Large-scale food production was no longer dependent on weather. Humankind entered a new golden age. After about 50 years of peace following the Great Ravine, humanity again turned its thoughts to the Trisolarans and their fleet, which still approached Earth. A global state of war was redeclared, and production of the Space Force began again. This time, however, with a more conditional trajectory of resource expenditure, as well as an assurance that work on the Space Force was to under no circumstance have a harsh impact on the world economy and community life. The space fleets of the world became independent countries, with a central governing body known as Fleet International. By the year 205 of the Crisis Era, about 100 years after the Great Ravine, humankind had been renewed with confidence. Ironically, the Space Force, whose construction had led to the climate conditions that had exacerbated human suffering during the Great Ravine, was by the year 205 of the Crisis Era the reason that humans were now confident that their own technology had surpassed the Trisolarans, or was at least sufficient to thwart them. They were convinced that they could never again return to the chaos of the Great Ravine. Humankind's exponential technological development was something the Trisolarans had acknowledged and feared. Sophon technology could limit it in many aspects, but not outright stop it. Space vessels of this era were enormous, 3 times the size of the largest seagoing carriers of the 21st century. The giant spacecraft, equal in volume to 3 of the largest seagoing carriers of the 21st century, was practically a small city. But it had no bridge or command module, or even a captain's room or operations room. In fact, it had no specific functional compartments whatsoever. All of them were identical, regular spheres that differed only in size. At any location inside the ship, you could just use a data glove to activate a holographic display, which due to the high cost was a rarity even in Earth's super-wired society. And at any location, so long as you had the appropriate system permissions, you could pull up a complete command console, including a captain's interface, which effectively made the entire ship, even the passageways and bathrooms, a bridge, command module, captain's room, and operations room. Technology had made incredible leaps and bounds, and ships of this day were simplistic to operate, given that one possessed proper permissions. Operations on board ships were essentially automatic, requiring minimal input to initiate. Under maximum acceleration, the best of humanity's fleet could reach 120 Gs, obviously a force far greater than what a human body could withstand without being crushed. Because of this, the crew would have to enter a deep-sea state. Essentially, cabins would be filled with an oxygen-rich fluid, which trained professionals could breathe directly. A ship would not enter ultra-acceleration mode unless it detected that the crew was in a deep-sea state. Pressure was in equilibrium inside and outside of a human body filled with deep-sea acceleration fluid, meaning it could sustain high pressures like a deep-sea fish. The environment of a liquid-filled cabin in a rapidly accelerating spacecraft was like that of the deep sea, so the liquid was now being used to protect human bodies against the ultra-acceleration of space travel, hence the term deep-sea state. The Space Force now consisted of thousands of powerful fusion-filled warships equipped with lasers of immense destructive capabilities. The technological development of the space fleet was, however, not the only reason for humanity's confidence that the Trisolarans were no longer a severe threat to human society on Earth. After passing through dust clouds, the Trisolaran fleet had begun to slow down. After passing through several of such clouds over the course of its 2-century journey into our solar system, it had lost its formation entirely. The Trisolarans have, however, launched an object, which is nearing our solar system. Some believe the object was a military probe, but there was a growing sentiment held by many people that it was a gift from the Trisolarans, a metaphorical white flag, communicating surrender or perhaps a willingness to negotiate. The belief that the Trisolarans would seek to negotiate was common in this era, for the Trisolarans would know of the current state of humanity's technological development. When humanity received the object within the solar system, it did not self-destruct as they expected it would had it been a military probe. They were then certain that it was a gift, and the beauty of the object did nothing to dispel this idea. The probe was a perfect teardrop shape, round at the head and pointy at the tail, with a surface so smooth it was a total reflector. The Milky Way was reflected on its surface as a smooth pattern of light that gave the Mercury droplet a pure beauty. Its droplet shape was so natural that
Observers imagined it in a liquid state, one for which an internal structure was impossible. Because of the droplet, people's opinions of the Trisolarans began to change. Humanity began to recognize that the Trisolarans were like themselves, a great civilization enduring the cold and uncaring cosmos, in search of a stable home. The public's opinion of the Trisolarans began to change from hatred to sympathy and even admiration. The existence of the Trisolarans meant we were not alone in the universe. Perhaps we could have a friend among the stars. The UN and the fleets accelerated their preparations for negotiations, and the two internationals began organizing delegations. All of this took place in the day after the droplet was captured. But what excited the people most of all was not the facts before their eyes, but the rudimentary outline of a bright future. What sort of fantastic paradise would the solar system become after the union of Trisolaran technology and human power?
The droplet was incredibly dense, as if the molecules had been nailed into place. It had no vibrations, it was completely solid.
And because of this, the object's temperature actually read at absolute zero. The droplet was a marvel of technical engineering, which demonstrated a scope of technological advancement that humankind had not breached yet. In normal matter, the separation between nuclei in separate atoms is actually quite large. To squeeze them together as they were in the droplet would require obscene force, far beyond the capabilities of humanity. This was their first hint that something was deeply wrong. But by then, it was already far too late. The droplet was not fragile like a tear. Entirely the opposite. Its strength was 100 times greater than the sturdiest material in the solar system. All known substances were as fragile as paper by comparison. It could pass through the earth like a bullet through cheese, without even the slightest harm to its surface. Then, what's it here for? The lieutenant colonel blurted out. Who knows? Maybe it really is just a messenger, but it's here to give humanity a different message, Ding Yi said, turning his gaze away from the droplet. What? If I destroy you, what business is it of yours? Suddenly the droplet moved, and when it moved incredibly fast. The 4 members of the expedition team which had received the droplet were annihilated immediately. The human fleet, which was watching from 1,000 kilometers away, initially read this as the droplet self-destructing. They felt sorrow for the 4 they had lost, and disappointed that the droplet was not in fact a messenger of peace. But nothing could have prepared the human race for what happened next. Within 51 seconds from the time of the explosion, the droplet had already flown 1,500 kilometers and now approached the corner of the Space Force's formation. By this point, neither the Space Force nor its computer systems had comprehended that the droplet had not been destroyed in the initial explosion. The computer systems did not register the droplet as a physical object, as its movements were seemingly impossible. It was moving at twice the third cosmic velocity, executing precise sharp turns without any drop in speed. Such force would completely flatten a normal object. The droplet, with its incredible force, begins to pass through the ships of the space fleet. After passing through Infinite Frontier, the droplet continued onward at a speed of 30 kilometers per second. In the space of 3 seconds, it had crossed 90 kilometers, passing through Yongfan, Infinite Frontier's neighbor in the first row, and then through Foghorn, Antarctica, and Ultimate, leaving their hulls red hot, as if the warships were giant lamps lined up. This triggered a kind of chain reaction. Each of the ships had been hit in the fusion fuel tanks. Nuclear fireballs illuminated the entire fleet against the smooth blackness of space. In precisely 1 minute and 18 seconds, the droplet had passed through the 100 ships in the first row of the Space Force's formation, leaving a trail of metallic magma adrift in space. As the droplet approached the second row, the fleet still did not understand what was happening. The sheer amount of information they had received in the last 80 seconds or so had only been analyzable by the computer system, which had finally, falsely determined that a powerful enemy space force had appeared and launched an attack on the fleet. The computer could provide no information about the enemy. The droplet was invisible to every means of detection they possessed, and was far faster than they had the capability to deal with. By this time, fleet commanders were in a state of numb shock. For nearly 2 centuries, research into space strategy and tactics had dreamed up every possible kind of extreme battle condition, but witnessing 100 warships blowing up like a string of firecrackers in under a minute was beyond what their minds could comprehend. The tide of information surging out of the battle information system meant that they were forced to rely on the analysis and judgment of the computer battlefield decision-making system and focus their attention on detecting an invisible enemy fleet that didn't even exist. All battle monitoring capacity was directed into the distant regions of space, ignoring the danger right in front of them. A fair number of people believed that the powerful invisible enemy might be a third-party alien force distinct from humanity and Trisolaris, because in their subconscious minds, Trisolaris remained the weaker, losing side. The scattering of superheated debris caused by these explosions further added to the confusion of this event. The computers misconceived the presence of this debris as an indication that the fleet was engaged in exchange of fire with an enemy space force. Everyone believed the droplet had already been destroyed. When the droplet moved to destroy the second row of ships, they were all still aligned. The droplet surged, and in 1 minute and 20 seconds the second row of 100 ships had been annihilated. The droplet took 2 minutes and 35 seconds to destroy the third row of ships. The ships in this row had begun to activate their defensive systems and were slightly misaligned, but it made little difference. 13 minutes of destruction went on before the fleet command system finally arrived at the correct assessment. Various scenarios for the Doomsday battle had been concocted during the 2 centuries of study of space strategy, but in the minds of strategists, the enemy had always been big. Humanity would meet the main part of the mighty Trisolaran force on a space battlefield, with every warship a fortress of death the size of a small city. They had imagined every extreme form of weapons and tactics the enemy could possibly possess, the most terrifying of which involved the Trisolaran fleet launching an attack using antimatter weapons and obliterating a stellar-class battleship with antimatter the size of a rifle bullet. But now the combined fleet had to face facts. Their only enemy was a tiny probe, one drop of water out of the enormous ocean of Trisolaran strength. And this probe attacked using one of the oldest and most primitive tactics known to human navies: ramming.
Considering the complexity of the situation and the sheer volume of information, the Fleet Command system assessed the problem relatively quickly. It just wasn't quick enough.
The droplet itself was too quick. In that short time, it had destroyed more than 600 warships. A devastating reality washed over everyone who had the potential to conceive the truth of the situation. Command of a space battle was beyond their reach, and because of Sophon technology, it was beyond the reach of their artificial intelligence as well. Humanity would likely never have the capacity to engage in battle with Trisolaris. Purely in terms of command, they simply could not react fast enough. In 20 minutes, half the fleet, roughly 1,000 ships, had been completely destroyed. The remaining 1,000 ships were scattered, trapped in an expanding cloud of heated debris. At this point, the droplet's speed was 10 times the third cosmic velocity, moving at 170 kilometers per second. Its course took it smashing through debris that liquefied under impact, splashing away at high speed to collide with other debris and giving the droplet a brilliant tail. First, it resembled a comet bristling with rage, but as the tail lengthened, it turned into a huge silver dragon that stretched 10,000 kilometers. The entire metallic cloud glowed with the dragon's light as it whipped to and fro in its mad dance. The warships penetrated by the dragon's head began to explode along its body, so that it was dotted with the nuclear explosions of 4 or 5 small suns at any given time. Further back, molten battleships became multi-million-ton metallic magma explosions that dyed its tail a bewitching blood red.
30 minutes later, not a single ship remained in the cloud.
All but 21 ships had escaped the cloud, but the droplet went after them too, intending to complete its massacre. Quickly, it had hunted them down and destroyed them. Humanity's Space Force, in the end,
had been useless against Trisolaran technology. 9 Trisolaran probes, presumably just like the one that had destroyed the entirety of humanity's space force, would arrive within the solar system within 3 years. With the destruction of the Space Force, human society once again collapsed into chaos. They had been lulled into a false sense of security, only to have it dashed away brutally in a devastating instant. The annihilation of the human race seemed almost certain at this point. That was until Luo Ji, a relic of a past governmental program known as the Wallfacer Project, committed the actions which would lead to the Deterrence Era. We will discuss the Deterrence Era and the events leading up to it in another video. The Droplets Massacre, and how deeply unprepared humanity is for it in this book, forces us to consider the things that we are unprepared for in our society. Like humanity in this era of the series, we are also overconfident that our technology will rectify our future problems, like climate change or overpopulation, and we are overconfident that the societal structures that we have created will remain stable indefinitely. There are a countless number of ways our society could recollapse into a dark age. Disease, nuclear weapons, a cosmic threat like an asteroid. Our society, our existence, is neither guaranteed nor stable. Also, like the humanity during this era in the book, we live mostly comfortable lives. That comfort often adds to the illusion of safety and stability. And quite frankly, sometimes it is just easier to believe that the future will be good, based on little evidence at all, and disregard totally the information that suggests otherwise. This leaves us utterly unready when unavoidable problems suddenly occur. The journey for humanity does not end here, however. For humanity in the series, I mean. As for the real world, I guess nobody knows. If you like my videos, consider following me on Twitter. Also help me out by hitting the like button. If you're interested in more about this series, or some other cool sci-fi books, check out the rest of my channel, where I cover some of my favorite science fiction stories. Cixin Li's Remembrance vs. Past series has become one of my top science fiction series since I read it last year. Keep in mind, this video will have some spoilers for the series. There are many haunting philosophical quandaries brought up by the Three-Body Problem series, but there is one that stuck with me more than the others. One of the themes that weaves its way throughout all of Cixin Li's books revolves around whether or not we can actually trust that our understanding of the universe actually reflects its true nature. As far as we can tell, the universe is about 14 billion years old. We calculate this by finding the oldest stars, and by measuring the rate of expansion of the universe. By observing the current state of the universe, we can calculate backwards towards the Big Bang. According to our best estimates, there are around 2 trillion galaxies in the universe, 200 billion trillion stars, and over 700 quintillion planets. The universe is estimated to be 28 billion parsecs across. It would take light, the fastest moving thing in the universe, 93 billion years to go from one side to the other. Hearing these numbers, you might assume that we understand a lot about the universe. But in actuality, all of these estimates are barely more than educated guesses. The two things that seem clearest are that the universe is incredibly old and incredibly big. It would be extremely arrogant of us to think that from our vantage point, here on a tiny blue ball orbiting a medium-sized star in a 9-planet solar system somewhere in a lonely dark corner of the cosmos, we could actually grasp a full understanding of the intricate mechanisms that form the universe. We can only approximate. Scientists accept that much of our knowledge of the cosmos is subject to change as we learn more about its nature. As research unveils never before realized secrets of the universe, and as technologies make it easier for us to observe our surroundings, our understanding of the cosmos evolves. The suggestion made in the Three-Body Problem series is, however, more devastating than the idea of science gradually being updated based on advances in knowledge and technology. What if we are not merely wrong about a few things? What if our entire understanding of what the universe is and how it works is wrong? The universe does in fact seem ancient. If it is at least 14 billion years old, as our science suggests, then probability would suggest that there should have been countless civilizations to exist before mankind. As I discussed in my last three-body problem video, the Drake equation suggests that the universe should be full of other life. And if this is true, then what potential effect has said life had on the universe, considering the immense effect that the existence of life has had upon the Earth? In the third book in the series, Death's End, the character Yang Dong witnesses a simulation depicting Earth throughout time with the variable of life removed. In the modern era, Earth was a twin of Mars. Humans often underestimated the effect that life has had on the environment of Earth. When Yang Dong considers this concept and applies it to the universe, which she at this point in the story understood was full of alien beings, her mind is brought to a new chilling concept. If what we see when we look into the cosmos is the universe exploding with life, then what would it look like without life? She tried to stop thinking, to turn her mind into empty darkness, but a new question stubbornly refused to leave her alone. Is nature really natural? Nature, as we see it, may not be in fact natural at all. The three-body problem provides two analogies in an attempt to explain this concept, one far darker than the other. There is the shooter hypothesis and the farmer hypothesis. We will start with the shooter hypothesis. In the shooter hypothesis, a good marksman shoots at a target, creating a hole every 10 centimeters. Now suppose the surface of the target is inhabited by intelligent two-dimensional creatures. Their scientists, after observing the universe, discover a great law. There exists a hole in the universe every 10 centimeters. They have mistaken the result of the marksman's momentary whim for an unalterable law of the universe. We are observing the universe from a particular place and time, a blip on the cosmic scale. Just because the universe appears to us in a certain way now does not mean that it has always been this way, or that it will always be. We are in this analogy of the two-dimensional beings, only able to measure the state of the universe as it exists from our perspective. The universe may be operating based on intricate schematics beyond our ability to comprehend. To further drive home this point is the farmer hypothesis, the far darker of the two analogies. Every morning on a turkey farm, the farmer comes to feed the turkeys. A scientist turkey, having observed this pattern to hold without change for almost a year, makes the following discovery. Every morning at 11, food arrives. On the morning of Thanksgiving, the scientist announces this law to the other turkeys. But that morning at 11, the food doesn't arrive. Instead, the farmer comes and kills the entire flock. What is the universe? What is its nature? To think that we can know beyond a shadow of a doubt is to be as arrogant as the scientist turkey. We must consider that the universe may have a deadly and eldritch function, one that if we could fully comprehend might cause us to cry out in existential agony. This hypothesis can also be viewed as placing an emphasis on the potential life that formed in the darkness of the universe before we did. A high enough level civilization would have almost godlike potential compared to us. In this metaphor, they would be the farmer, and we the turkeys. Our place in the universe could be a comfortable illusion. For all we know, we could already be in the belly of the beast. This idea manifests itself in the series in two clear ways. The alien beings known as the Trisolarans' creation of Sophons, which invisibly stifled the progress of human development by rendering physics unreliable from within our region of space, and the existence of eons of interactions and wars between the higher dimensional beings that once inhabited the higher dimensional universe before it was gradually degraded by life. We discussed the latter in my video, The Mystery of the Fourth Dimension. The Trisolaran Sophons are the most direct example. The Sophons operated based on quantum mechanical principles. The word quantum refers to the minimum unit of any physical entity involved in interaction. So Sophons were in fact very small, though they could unfold into higher dimensions. Sophons were essentially supercomputers etched onto a proton. Because of the principles of quantum entanglement,
Sophons on Earth provided a stream of instantaneous information about Earth to the Trisolaran homeworld. In real time, they watched and studied the human race. The Sophon supercomputer could impede the progress of scientific development wherever necessary, and humankind was incapable of stopping it. They had already been crippled. Our understanding of the universe would ultimately hit a standstill. The Trisolarans would not allow any development that could prevent their invasion and habitation of the Earth. In the first book in the series, we learned that scientists in different fields throughout the world had been committing suicide, Yang Dong included. This turned out to be the reason why. Upon discovering that their entire lives spent studying their particular fields of science had been rendered useless, they could not cope. Humankind does eventually begin to develop ways to thwart the Trisolarans. The Trisolarans do not have access to the thoughts hidden away within the human mind, and the aliens, unlike human beings, do not fully grasp the concept of deception. Because of this, humanity invents the Wallfacer Project, which we will go into more detail about in another video. The struggle between humanity and the Trisolarans continues for centuries. Both sides suffer greatly in the end. Humanity would eventually learn that there were others far more powerful and deadlier than the Trisolarans. Our interaction with the inhabitants of the Trisolaris star system had itself been a mere blip on the cosmic timeline. Cixin Liu's Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy describes the journey of mankind through 8 distinct eras. The Common Era, the era most familiar to the one you and I know, before they knew what awaited within the dark forest beyond the stars. The year 201 XCE, or 2010 AD, would mark the end of the Common Era. The epoch CE stood for Crisis Era. This was the era directly following humanity's discovery that not only was there other intelligent life in the universe, but it was vicious and hungry, determined to snuff out the human race and claim the Earth for its own. The Crisis Era would last from 201 XCE to 2208 AD, which would mark the start of the Deterrence Era, which would last 62 years to be followed by a brief period of time known as the Post-Deterrence Era, which lasted approximately 2 years, from 2270 to 2272. The ages that followed were, in order, the Broadcast Era, from 2272 to 2332, the Bunker Era, from 2333 to 2400, the Galaxy Era, which began in 2273 and continued indefinitely, and finally, the Black Domain Era for the DX3906 star system, which lasted from 2687 through 18,906,416. We will discuss all of these eras in future videos, but in this one we will hone in on perhaps the most crucial era of all for humanity, the Deterrence Era, which began with the Wallfacer known as Luo Ji. Part 1. The Wallfacers. To understand what happened to bring about the Deterrence Era, which kept the Trisolarans at bay after the devastating droplet attack, which annihilated humanity's entire space force, we have to talk about the Wallfacers. The Wallfacer Project was enacted in Year 7 of the Crisis Era. It was known that the Trisolarans, through the powers of their technology, had the ability to monitor the actions of humanity in real time. This was by use of a supercomputer etched onto a proton. This supercomputer was entangled at the quantum level, with another on the world of Trisolaris. The word quantum, of course, refers to the minimum unit of any physical entity involved in interaction. Quantum entanglement, also sometimes referred to as the quantum non-local connection, is a property of a quantum mechanical system in which the quantum states of two objects are linked together in such a way that one object can no longer be adequately described without full mention of its counterpart. This gave the aliens perfect sight of all events on Earth and the ability to instantly sabotage much of the technological progress at the quantum level. The Trisolarans did have blind spots, however. Because of the nature of their own existence, the Trisolarans did not have a full grasp of human deception. They also had no access to the inner workings of the human mind. They could not read human thoughts. They could not easily interpret human emotions. The Wallfacer Project was meant to take advantage of these facts. 4 Wallfacers were chosen. The first was the American citizen, Frederick Tyler, a former Secretary of Defense.
The second was a man named Manuel Rey Diaz, the current president of Venezuela. The third was a world-renowned English scientist and politician named Bill Hines. The fourth, and seemingly least qualified wall-facer, was a Chinese man named Luo Ji. The wall-facers from within their own minds were to each devise a plan to thwart the Trisolarans. They would have diplomatic immunity globally and unlimited resources to go about their efforts. At its heart, the project consists of selecting a group of people to formulate and direct strategic plans. They will develop their plans entirely in their own minds, with no communication of any kind with the outside world. The true strategy of these plans, the necessary steps for completion, and the ultimate aims will remain hidden inside the brain. We shall call them the Wall-Facers, because that ancient Eastern name for meditators mirrors the unique characteristics of their work. As they direct the execution of their strategic plans, the thoughts and behaviors these Wall-Facers present to the outside world will be entirely false, a carefully crafted melange of disguise, misdirection, and deception. The subject of this misdirection and deception will be the entire world, both enemy and ally, until a huge, bewildering maze of illusions is erected to make the enemy lose its judgment, and to delay as long as possible the moment it works out our true strategic intent. The Wall-Facers would be granted unprecedented powers that would allow them, if they so chose, to mobilize and exploit Earth's military resources. They would not be expected to explain their commands or their actions, regardless of how discombobulating their behavior might appear to the outside. The sole organization granted the authority to veto Wall-Facer commands would be the UN Planetary Defense Council, who would also monitor and control Wall-Facer activity. The Wall-Facers would use hibernation technology in order to bridge the centuries until the time came when humanity would face the Trisolarans, waking when it was necessary to engage another stage of their plan. The Wall-Facers are undertaking the most difficult mission in human history. They will truly be on their own, their souls closed off to the world, to the entire universe. Their only communication partner and sole spiritual support will be themselves. Shouldering this great responsibility, they will pass through the long years alone. So let me speak for all humanity and offer them our deepest respect. All four Wall-Facers made efforts. They all failed but one. Luo Ji would ultimately be responsible for saving the human race. Part 2. The Spell. By chance, previously in his life, Luo Ji had come into contact with Ye Wenji, the woman responsible for intentionally exposing the location of Earth to Trisolaris and founding ETO, Earth Trisolaris Organization, which acted as the human hand of the Trisolarans on this planet. It was because of her that he had been introduced to the concept of cosmic sociology. It was based on only two axioms. First, survival is the primary need of civilization. Second, civilization continuously grows and expands, but the total matter in the universe remains constant. The Trisolarans were aware of the fact that Ye Wenji had introduced Luo Ji to this concept, because they knew that the ultimate extrapolation of its axioms would lead to a piece of information about the universe that the Trisolarans were attempting to conceal from humanity. Throughout the years, Luo Ji had fixated on Ye Wenji's words to him, trying to extract as much meaning as possible. Eventually he begins to understand. Perhaps there were deadly assassins shielded in the darkness of the cosmos. He had to test his theory, and he knew one way to do so. He called it a spell. Using the sun's radio wave magnification capabilities, they would send a message out into the cosmos. This message would contain 3 simple images, along with some additional information intended to demonstrate the images were sent by some form of intelligence. Each of the images were of planets in the star system 187J3X1. "What is it?" asked the U.S. representative, who, like the rest of the attendees, was inspecting the images carefully. Wall-Facer Luo Ji, according to the basic principles of the Wall-Facer Project, you do not need to answer that question, the chair said. "It's a spell," he said. The rustling and murmuring in the auditorium stopped abruptly. Everyone looked up in the same direction, so that Luo Ji now knew the location of the screen displaying his feed. "What?" asked the chair with narrowed eyes. He said it's a spell, someone seated at the circular table said loudly. A spell against whom? Liu Ji answered. Against the planets of star 187J3X1. Of course, it could also work directly against the star itself. What effect will it have? That's unknown right now, but one thing is certain. The effect of the spell will be catastrophic. Is there a chance these planets have life? I consulted repeatedly with the astronomical community on that point. From present observational data, the answer is no, Luigi said, narrowing his eyes like the chair had. He prayed silently. May they be right. The star system 187J3X1 was about 50 light years away, so it would take at least that long for there to be any results to his spell. Luigi instructed them to only wake him from hibernation when the effect of his spell had been detected. But Luigi's wishes would not be respected. He was not woken until approximately 200 years later, and by this point in history, the Wallfacer project was all but forgotten. Many in the current era looked upon the decision to form the Wallfacer project in the first place as a gross misjudgment on the part of the leaders of the old age. In this day and age, Luigi would be looked at as little more than an average citizen. It wouldn't be until after the Battle of Darkness, which annihilated the entirety of Earth's Space Force, that the Wallfacer project was revalidated and Luigi's status restored. The reasons for the restoration of this project and his status were simple. His spell had worked. 187J3X1 has been destroyed. When? 51 years ago. It was observed a year ago, but no one was paying much attention to that star, so the observations were only discovered this afternoon. A few desperate people in the SFJC wanted to find inspiration in history, and they remembered the Wallfacer project and your spell, so they looked at 187J3X1 and found that it wasn't there anymore. In its place was a nebula of debris. They scanned through all observational records of the star until its destruction a year ago, then pulled all of the observational data of 187J3X1 at the time it exploded. Luigi's spell had revealed the location of the star to the greater universe, marking it as a system bearing life, though he knew otherwise. The effect was the same. The star had been fully stable. It had not gone nova naturally. Prior to its destruction, a tiny object called a photoid, moving near the speed of light, was observed rushing at the star. The resulting explosion vaporized all 4 planets in the star system. Luigi now understood that he was correct. He had been chosen to become a Wallfacer because the Trisolarans had wanted him dead. They wanted him dead because they knew he was close to uncovering the secret they had desperately wanted to conceal from humanity. The universe is actively hostile, and intelligent life that revealed itself was ultimately wiped out by a technologically superior race. Whatever civilization had destroyed 187J3X1 was far more advanced than the Trisolarans by several orders of magnitude. The location of Earth at this point had only been revealed to the Trisolarans. The aliens knew that if humanity knew this secret of the universe, they may attempt to reveal the location of Trisolaris, which would also inadvertently reveal the location of the Earth as well, dooming both civilizations. Part 3. The Chain of Suspicion. To understand the hostility of cosmic society, you have to understand a concept known as Chain of Suspicion. The books use a metaphor of 2 worlds. They are the only worlds in the universe. Let's call these 2 civilized worlds, your civilization and my civilization. They are separated by a great distance, say 100 light years. You can detect that I exist, but you don't know any details. However, I'm completely ignorant of your presence. Now we need to define 2 concepts, benevolence and malice, between civilizations. These words themselves aren't very rigorous in a scientific context, so we've got to restrict their meaning. Benevolence means not taking the initiative to attack and eradicate other civilizations. Malice is the opposite. There is no way for either of the civilizations to know whether or not the other is benevolent or malignant. The world that knows of the existence of the other is at an advantage here. Even if they do not know the specific location of the other world,
The fact that they know of its existence means that they can search for them, and due to the exponential nature of technological growth, they will eventually locate them. It's only a matter of time. Let's say both civilizations know of each other's existence. Even if both civilizations think the other is benevolent, neither of the civilizations can feel safe because, as I said before, there is no way for either of the civilizations to know what the other thinks of it. You might assume that through communication, these two worlds will be able to determine whether the other was malicious or not. If the other world was benevolent, communication could potentially be continued and perhaps the worlds could be united. If not, then the technologically weaker civilization would be eradicated. This type of scenario could happen on Earth, but the chain of suspicion is much longer in space. Let's say that both civilizations know that the other thinks that they are benevolent. They still don't know what the other thinks about what they think about the other. It's a convoluted line of logic that goes on indefinitely. On Earth, the chain of suspicion would be resolved quickly. Humans have common language, common experience, and efficient communication. None of this is present in space among separate races of beings on separate worlds in the cosmos. That's the chain of suspicion. It's something you don't see on Earth. Humanity's shared species, cultural similarities, interconnected ecosystem, and close distances means that in this environment, the chain of suspicion will only extend a level or two before it's resolved through communication. But in space, the chain of suspicion can be very long. Something like the Battle of Darkness will already have taken place before communication can resolve it. In actual cosmic civilization, the biological differences between different groups might be as high as the kingdom level, and cultural differences are even further beyond our imagining. Add this to the vast distances between them, and you have chains of suspicion that are practically indestructible. That means that the outcome is the same, regardless of whether we're benevolent civilizations or malicious civilizations. That's right. That's the most important aspect of the chain of suspicion. It is unrelated to the civilization's own morality and social structure. It is enough to think of every civilization as the points at the end of the chain. Regardless of whether civilizations are internally benevolent or malicious, when they enter the web formed by chains of suspicion, they're all identical. Now you might think that a benevolent civilization that knows of the existence of a much weaker civilization could attempt to communicate with the weaker civilization, which wouldn't be a threat to the technologically superior world. This, of course, would not work because of a concept I mentioned earlier, the exponential nature of technological progress. Humans have existed for approximately 100,000 years, but the vast majority of our technological progression has happened within the last 300 years. On the scale of the universe, whose timeline moves on a much slower trajectory, this is not merely a progression. This is an explosion. On Earth, it took 300 years, but there's no reason why humanity should be the fastest of all cosmic civilizations. Maybe there are others whose technological explosions were even more sudden. I'm weaker than you, but once I've received your message and know of your existence, the chain of suspicion is established between us. If at any time I experience a technological explosion that suddenly puts me far ahead of you, then I'm stronger than you. On the scale of the universe, several hundred years is a snap of a finger, and it might be that my knowledge of your existence and the information I received from our communication was the perfect spark to set off that explosion. That means that even though I'm just a newborn or growing civilization, I'm still a big danger to you. If you are the stronger civilization, the weaker civilization is a threat because of the potential for technological explosion. They could find and destroy your civilization within a blip on the cosmic scale. This was the very reason the Trisolarans attempted to stall human technological progress. The Trisolarans and the humans are unique in this particular case, however. Rather than attempting to annihilate the world, as would be the goal of most Dark Forest attacks, the Trisolarans seek to live on the world themselves. Their own world was a part of a triple star system, causing their planet to be highly unstable environmentally. The Trisolarans had never been able to correct this problem and instead sought a new home. Earth was perfect for them. But even if the Trisolarans didn't wish to inhabit Earth themselves, Earth revealing its own location would have still had devastating consequences. The chain of suspicion is the reason that the universe is a dark forest. Part 4. The Deterrence Era. Now that we understand the chain of suspicion, we can talk about the Deterrence Era. Directly following the Battle of Darkness, Luo Ji discovered the results of his spell. Using the sun, he was able to transmit 3 images into the cosmos. Each of the images consisted of 30 points, which represented the planar projection of a 3-dimensional coordinate system that contained the position of 30 stars. By combining the 3 images, an intelligence could create a cubic space populated by those 30 points. It would represent the relative positions of 187J3X1 and the 30 or so stars surrounding it. A label also drew attention to the star, 187J3X1. Think carefully about it, and you'll get it. A hunter in a dark forest, stalking with bated breath, suddenly notices that a piece of bark has been stripped from a tree in front of him. On the eye-catching bit of white wood that's been revealed is a position in the forest, written in characters that all hunters can recognize. What will he think about that location? He's certainly not going to imagine that someone has laid out supplies for him there. Out of all the possibilities, the most likely one is that the blaze is informing everyone that there's live prey at that location that needs to be eliminated. Even if the vast majority of the civilizations that receive the message chose not to act, at least some will. And that act due to chain of suspicion will almost certainly be hostile. Luo Ji realizes what he must do. As I said, the Trisolarans monitor all human events. Luo Ji had only to speak out in order to speak to them directly. "I'm speaking to Trisolaris," Luo Ji said. His voice wasn't loud. He thought about repeating himself, but he knew that they could hear him. Luo Ji raised his left hand, revealing an object on his wrist, the size of a watch. "This is a vital signs monitor, linked through a transmitter to a cradle system. You remember Wallfacer Ray Diaz from 2 centuries ago, so you certainly know about cradle systems. The signal sent from this monitor travels the links of the cradle system to the Snow Project's 3,614 bombs deployed in solar orbit. Now, I will, in a future video, do a detailed analysis of the plans of each Wallfacer, but for now we will stay focused. Wallfacer Ray Diaz's plan to thwart the Trisolarans had failed in the end, but as we can see, Luo Ji was able to adapt the technology for his own purposes. The signal is sent out once every second to maintain the bombs in a non-triggered state. If I die, the system's maintenance signal will vanish and all of the bombs will detonate, turning the oil film surrounding the bombs into 3,614 interstellar dust clouds, ringing the sun. From a distance, the sun's visible light and other high-frequency bands will appear to flicker through the dust cloud coverage. The position of every bomb has been precisely arranged in solar orbit so that this flickering will generate a signal transmitting 3 simple images of the sort I sent out 2 centuries ago. Each image an arrangement of 30 points, with one labeled for composition into a 3-dimensional coordinate diagram. But unlike last time, the position will contain the transmission of Trisolaris relative to its surrounding 29 stars. The sun will be a galactic lighthouse, casting that spell, in the process, of course, also exposing the position of the sun and Earth. To receive the entire transmission at any single point in the galaxy will take more than a year, but there ought to be more than a few civilizations that have the technology to observe the sun from multiple vantage points. If that's the case, they may only need a few days or even a few hours to obtain all the information they need. Luo Ji threatened to reveal the location of Earth and Trisolaris. Both worlds would be doomed in the end, but humanity would never be subjugated by the Trisolarans. The detonator invisibly tied to his heart would ignite, revealing the location of both worlds if he was killed. After revealing this information to the Trisolarans, he then prepares for what could be his final act. He placed the tip of the pistol to his heart and said, "Now I'm going to stop the beating of my heart. By doing so, I will be committing the greatest crime in the history of our 2 worlds. I express my deepest apologies to our 2 civilizations for the crime that I commit, but I have no regrets, because this is the only option. I know the Sophons are nearby, but you have ignored humanity's call. Silence is the greatest form of contempt, and we have put up with this contempt for 2 centuries. Now, if you wish, you can continue to remain silent. I will give you 30 seconds. Suddenly, Luo Ji saw 3 spheres appear before him. It was a Sophon, a Trisolaran supercomputer, The three spheres each flashed a single word. Stop. Can I discuss terms? Luigi asked, looking up at the three spheres. First, put down the gun. Then we can discuss terms. This is not a negotiation. These are my demands if I am to go on living. All I wish to know is whether or not you accept. State your demands. Have the droplet, or rather the probe, cease its transmissions towards the sun. It has been done as you ask. Once the Trisolarans realized the severity of the issue, they knew that Luigi had checkmated them. They had no choice but to give in to his demands, otherwise risk the destruction of their own world and the destruction of the world they had hoped to inhabit. Luigi commands the Trisolarans to turn the other 9 droplets heading for the solar system away. The Trisolarans immediately react affirmatively. The probes emit visible light so that humanity has the means to confirm that they are in fact moving away from the solar system. Finally, Luigi will not permit the Trisolaran fleet to cross the Oort cloud. The Trisolarans place their ships at maximum deceleration, but inform Luigi that it will be impossible for them to decelerate quickly enough to avoid reaching the Oort cloud. Luigi commands them to set course away from the solar system. Then, like the Droplet Group, set a course away from the solar system. Changing course in any direction is death. This will cause the fleet to fly by the solar system and into the desolation of space. The fleet's life support system will not last long enough to return to Trisolaris or search for another viable star system. Death isn't a certainty. Perhaps human or Trisolaran ships can catch up and rescue them. This will require a command from the High Council. If changing course is a lengthy process, get started on it now. That will give me and all the other lives a chance to live on. The period of silence lasted for 3 minutes. Then, the fleet will begin to change course in 10 Earth minutes. 2 years from now, human space observation systems will be able to observe the change of heading. The Trisolarans admit that strategy had been their ultimate failure, and they had been unable to correctly interpret Luigi's actions during the time in which he prepared his plan. By this point in history, ETO, who had once enacted their own wall breaker program to oppose the wall facers, were no longer around. You spent 2 whole months in the control room remotely controlling the ion engines to make fine adjustments to their positioning. We didn't care about that at the time because we thought you were just using the meaningless task as a way to escape reality. We never imagined what the distance between the bombs really meant. Another chance was when I consulted a group of physicists with questions about Sophon unfoldings in space. If the ETO was still around, they would have already seen through me. Yes, abandoning them was a mistake. The Sophon vanishes, and the deterrence era begins. It would last for more than 60 years, and its fall would mark the darkest point in human history yet. Following humanity's discovery of the dark forest state of the universe, humankind finally let go of the optimistic child it had once been. Humanity grew paranoid, a loner in the vast universe, terrified of even a spark from the darkness. Initially, even cell phone use was banned. Antennas around the world were forcibly shut down. Some sense was gradually restored as people realized that there was little harm in the vast majority of communications. Still, there were severe restrictions regarding electromagnetic radiation, and all radio communications were required to operate at minimum power, though most understood that these regulations were meaningless. At the start of the deterrence era, most of Earth's heavy industries moved into orbit. As a result, the natural ecology of Earth recovered to what it had been before the Great Ravine. In fact, due to a drop in population and the continued industrialization of food production, much of Earth's land was allowed to return to nature, almost as if the planet itself was transforming into a giant park. Luigi's creation of Dark Forest deterrence against the Trisolarans was considered to be a great achievement, but the Wall Facer project itself was judged by history as a ridiculous and childish act. Luigi eventually transferred control of the deterrence system over to the UN and the Solar Fleet, and people began to turn their attention to deterrence itself. And from this, deterrence game theory was developed. When the deterrent was the complete destruction of both the deterrer and the deterree, as it was in this situation, then the system was said to be in a state of what they called ultimate deterrence. Ultimate deterrence is of course distinguished from other forms of deterrence by the fact that carrying out the threat would be of no benefit to the deterrer, Earth in this case. The ultimate key to deterrence is the belief by the deterree, aka the Trisolarans, that the deterrer, humanity, would almost certainly carry out the threat. But the simple fact is,
If authority to carry out the threat in Dark Forest deterrence was given to all of humanity, then the probability of the threat actually being carried out would be practically zero. Asking humanity to take action that would destroy two worlds is difficult. The decision would violate deeply held moral principles and values. The particular conditions of Dark Forest deterrence made the task even harder. Should deterrence fail, humanity would survive for at least one more generation. In a sense, everyone alive would be unaffected. But in the event of deterrence failing, carrying out the threat and broadcasting would mean that destruction could come at any moment, a far worse result than not carrying out the threat. Thus, if deterrence failed, the reaction of humankind as a whole could be easily predicted. When developing deterrence game theory, humanity quickly realized that though humanity as a whole could be predicted, individual reactions could not be so easily predicted. The success of Dark Forest deterrence was founded on the unpredictability of Luo Ji as an individual. If deterrence failed, his actions would be guided by his own personality and psychology. Even if he acted rationally, his own interests might not match humanity's interests perfectly. At the beginning of the deterrence era, both worlds carefully analyzed Luo Ji's personality and built up detailed mathematical models. Human and Trisolaran deterrence game theorists reached remarkably similar conclusions. Depending on his mental state at the moment deterrence failed, Luo Ji's degree of deterrence hovered between 91.9% and 98.4%. Trisolaris would not gamble with such odds. Quite soon after humanity realized this, full control of the deterrence system was handed back over to Luo Ji. The entire process of transferring authority took about 18 hours. The Trisolarans' failure to take this opportunity to destroy the ring of nuclear bombs surrounding the sun during this time was considered their greatest strategic blunder during the war between the two worlds. For the vast majority of the deterrence era, the detonation switch which would fulfill the threat of deterrence would be kept by Luo Ji, the first sword holder in human history. It would be the second sword holder, Shang Xin, whose inaction would lead to the end of the deterrence era, and ultimately the destruction of the solar system itself. We will discuss Shang Xin and the events following the deterrence era in another video. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. Hi guys, it's Quinn here. If you enjoy my videos, consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm really notices me. The Three Body Problem series, aka the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy, is one of the coolest modern science fiction series that I've read. Reading about humanity's struggle throughout the eons to survive in a hostile cosmos is beyond compelling to me. In this video, I'll pick up where I left off in the last video, at the beginning of the Deterrence era, which brought peace between the Trisolarans and humanity. Keep in mind that this video will have spoilers for the books. Part 1. The Sword Holders. The Doomsday battle was the bloodiest single event in history up until that point. Trisolaran technology had proven to be far beyond the scope of what humans had actually prepared for. In a ridiculously short period of time, all of humanity's space force had been annihilated. A few ships survived to await some lonely and cold existence out in deep space. The people of Earth were left in shock and horror as even more Trisolaran probes with greater destructive power than humans had previously even conceived of speed toward the Earth. They were saved by the actions of the wallfacer Luo Ji, who became the world's first ever sword holder. I go into detail as to how this happened in this video. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you watch it before this one. In it, I explain the concepts of chain of suspicion and deterrence game theory, which are key to understanding the events of the series as they play out from this point on. Essentially, Luo Ji held the Trisolarans at bay by threat of mutually assured destruction. If the Trisolarans showed aggression towards humanity, he would activate a detonator, which would reveal the location of Trisolaris and the Earth to the greater universe. Based on the logic of Dark Forest hypothesis, which we've covered in detail in other videos in this series, this would mean death for both worlds, as some hunter in the Dark Forest was bound to notice the worlds and act to destroy them. The Trisolarans and humanity had both determined independently of each other that Luoji's likelihood of fulfilling the threat should the Trisolarans violate deterrence was well over 90%, but everyone knew Luoji could not live forever. Eventually a new sword holder would have to be chosen. In the third book in the series, we meet the woman who would eventually become the world's second ever sword holder. And the last. It was decided that a vote would be held to elect the next sword holder. Shang Xin had been one of 7 candidates. The other 6 were all men. The election took place about 60 years into the deterrence era. I should acknowledge that this particular section of the book presents some pretty questionable ideas about the nature of masculinity and femininity. This may be where some of the author's real-world beliefs seep into the narrative. I just thought I'd point this out, as some readers may definitely be off-put by it. Shang Xin was the favorite candidate for a few reasons. One, she had served in the PIA, aka the PDC Strategic Intelligence Agency, which in the last few centuries had actively gathered an enormous amount of intelligence about Trisolaris. They had even warned of the imminent droplet attack, but were not listened to. By this point in history, the PIA possessed an almost legendary status in the public's view. Also, the public had grown to think differently about the Trisolarans yet again. In fact, Trisolarans had begun to make a significant impact on human culture and art. The art and culture of this age were nothing like she had imagined, but it wasn't simply a matter of a return to classical style either. It was more of a spiraling sublimation of postmodernism, built upon a new aesthetic foundation. For instance, a fairy tale of Youngsti contained profound metaphors for the universe and space-time, but Shang Xin was most impressed by the disappearance of the gloomy despair and bizarre noise so prevalent in the postmodern culture and art of the 21st century. In their place was an unprecedented warm serenity and optimism. "I love your era," said Shang Xin. "I'm surprised." You'd be even more surprised if you knew the artists behind these films, paintings, and music. They're all Trisolarans, from 4 light years away. AA laughed uproariously as she observed Shang Xin's stunned gape. Essentially, humanity began to see the Trisolarans as more like them. Some began to believe that perhaps the Trisolarans wouldn't carry out an attack even if the sword holder failed to carry out the deterrence threat. Perhaps the symbol of the sword holder was all that mattered. Also, the Trisolarans have created a sort of emissary on Earth, an android. She is the voice of Trisolaris on this world. The Trisolarans, instead of continuing the trend of silence, have now elected to speak through this form. She is referred to as simply Sofan. The android takes the form of a gentle Japanese woman. She appears harmless, a far cry from the cold, intangible form Sofan had previously taken. The Trisolarans had even helped with the development of human science, giving humanity supposedly crucial details about the nature of the cosmos. Opinions of the Trisolarans gradually shifted. Essentially, this exposes the very short-term memory of humanity. When humans are comfortable, they begin to take that comfort for granted. They assume that it will continue to exist. They forget about the mistakes of the past, and the forgotten past is often repeated. If Shang Xin was chosen, she would have to attack fast if the Trisolarans went on the offensive. She would have to make the decision to destroy her own world in that moment, with no time to ponder. Humanity was not so naive as to believe that the Trisolarans had turned the other droplet probes away from the solar system. It was likely that they were hidden somewhere within the solar system, invisible from detection. Even by spreading oil films or using other advanced detection techniques, humans could only reliably detect droplets if they approached within 1/10 of an AU of Earth, or 15 million kilometers. Outside this sphere, the droplets were free to roam undetected. At maximum speed, a droplet could cross 15 million kilometers in 10 minutes. This is all the time the sword holder would have to make a decision if Dark Forest deterrence broke down. Ultimately, Shang Xin is elected as sword holder, and the transference process between her and Luoji is complete.
Shang-Xin knows that from this day forward, she and the detonator will be one. It would almost be like a part of her body. She looked at the red switch in her hand. It was already a part of her. She and it would be inseparable from now on. Even when she slept, she had to keep it by her pillow. The white semicircular hall was deathly silent, as though time was sealed in here and no longer flowed. It really did resemble a tomb. But this would be her entire world from now on. She decided that she had to give life to this place. She didn't want to be like Luo Ji. She wasn't a warrior, a duelist. She was a woman, and she needed to live here for a long time, perhaps a decade, perhaps half a century. Indeed, she had been preparing for this mission her whole life. Now that she stood at the starting point of her long journey, she felt calm. In Shang-Xin's mind, she was a protector, not a destroyer, not a warrior. She was willing to use the remaining years of her life to maintain the balance between the world of Trisolaris and the Earth. Before she accepted the sword holder role, she had a conversation with the android Sofan, who tells her that it is both of their duties to make the Earth beautiful and prosperous. Shang-Xin believed the Earth would grow stronger with Trisolaran science, and at the same time Trisolaris would grow more civilized with Earth culture. One day, she hoped the world would no longer need a sword holder. Put down that red switch and return to the surface. The world no longer needs Dark Forest deterrence, no longer needs a sword holder. As I stated in my Deterrence Era video, deterrence works because of the guarantee of mutually assured destruction. Luo Ji's likelihood of fulfilling the threat was something that the Trisolarans could determine mathematically. So it stands to reason that it was also something that they could determine about Shang-Xin. It took 15 minutes after the transfer of the sword holder position for the Trisolarans to violate deterrence. The resulting devastation was macroscopic in comparison to the devastation of the first droplet attack. When she faced that distant world as the sword holder, Shang-Xin, unlike Luo Ji, did not feel this was a life or death contest. She thought of it as a game of chess. She would sit tranquilly before the chessboard, thinking of all the openings, anticipating the opponent's attacks, and devising her own responses. She was ready to spend her life playing this game. But her opponents hadn't bothered to move any pieces on the board. Instead, they had simply lifted the chessboard and smashed it at her head. Part 2. The Invasion. The Trisolarans attacked the stations on Earth, which would activate the spell, revealing the locations of both worlds. During this time, Shang-Xin can only watch, frozen in horror. She had known deep down that she could never carry out the threat, but she had been convinced that she would not have to. It was a mistake that would affect every human on Earth. The red light on the screen faded, replaced by the white background from before. The room seemed brighter and more open. A few lines of black text appeared. North American gravitational wave transmitter destroyed. European gravitational wave transmitter destroyed. Asian gravitational wave transmitter destroyed. Solar radio amplification function suppressed on all bands. Silence once again reigned over everything, except the faint sound of water trickling somewhere. A pipe had burst during the quake. Shang-Xin understood that the droplet attack on the Asian gravitational wave transmitter had caused the earthquake. The antenna was about 20 kilometers from here, and was also deeply buried. The droplets had not even bothered attacking the sword holder. The black text disappeared. After some moments of blankness, a last screen of text faded in. Gravitational wave universal broadcast system cannot be recovered. Dark Forest deterrence has been terminated. The Trisolarans had known that Shang-Xin would not act. They had done everything they could to manipulate her into accepting the position, and had done everything they could so that humanity would accept her as their sword holder. After all these years, the Trisolarans had learned deception. This was due to the fact that they had been given access to a human brain, but we will discuss how that happened in another video, as it is extremely relevant to events later in the books. Initially, the Trisolarans had no way to directly study a human brain, but suddenly, they did. In a speech broadcasted to the entire planet, the Sofan android finally reveals its true nature, and admits that they had only been waiting for humanity to let down its guard, waiting for them to become weak. They had given them false science and never had any intention of actually helping humanity. Sophon became the herald of the second Trisolaran invasion. Sophon reveals that the second Trisolaran fleet would arrive in approximately 4 years to complete the conquest of the solar system. The Trisolarans claim to no longer intend to exterminate the human race, but instead they would allow them to live on reservations throughout the solar system. Most humans would migrate to the island of Australia. Somehow, however, even with the fall of deterrence, humanity hadn't fully accepted its fate. They made no move to surrender, holding to the illusion that they may have one final tranquil generation. They were wrong. After Sophon's speech, no country responded, and no one actually immigrated. 5 days after this historical reservation proclamation, one of the 5 droplets cruising within the Earth's atmosphere attacked 3 large cities in Asia, Europe, and North America. The purpose of the attacks wasn't to destroy the cities, but to instill terror. The droplet passed straight through the giant forest of these cities, colliding with all hanging buildings that happened to be in the way. The struck buildings burned and then fell several hundred meters like overripe fruits. Over 300,000 people died in the worst disaster since the Doomsday battle. People finally understood that to the droplets, the human world was as fragile as eggs under a poised rock. Cities and large-scale facilities were defenseless. If the Trisolarans wanted, they could lay waste to every city until the surface of the earth was one large ruin. I would say that a brutal war was waged between humanity and the Trisolarans. But it was not a war, it was a slaughter. Humanity was no match for the might of the Trisolarans. The Trisolarans forced humanity out of every corner of the earth and crowded most of them into Australia. Anyone that resisted was quite simply annihilated. To the Trisolarans, humankind were bugs, insignificant creatures that either must comply or be eliminated. They intended to let the remnants of humanity exist in a horrible state of famine and chaos on the island of Australia, until eventually they'd have no choice but to feed on each other. The aliens intended the vast majority of humankind to die in this brutal way. No one on Earth had the ability to resist. The possibility of deterrence had been destroyed. The human race had been herded like animals and left to rot, while the Trisolarans began preparations to inhabit the Earth. Sophon, who once seemed gentle and innocent, was now a brutal and sadistic dictator. This was the darkest period in human history. But this wasn't the end of humanity's story. Part 3. The Broadcast. As I said, during the Doomsday battle, several ships got away. The crew of Blue Space and Gravity would become the saviors of humanity. They had detected what happened on Earth, and together made the decision to fulfill the deterrence threat, revealing the location of the 2 worlds. Aboard their ship, they possessed a gravitational wave emitter, more than capable of completing the task. They knew that activating the Universal Broadcast System would give Earth one last chance. It would force the Trisolarans to leave the solar system. They hoped to buy humanity time to escape the solar system before it was too late. 315 years had passed since that morning in the 20th century when Wenji had pushed another red button. The gravitational wave broadcast began. Everyone present felt a strong tremor. The feeling seemed to come not from without, but from within each body, as though every person had become a vibrating string. This instrument of death played for only 12 seconds before stopping, and then everything went silent. Sophon was able to detect the gravitational waves approximately 1 year after they had been broadcast. After this becomes known to the Trisolarans, they no longer have use for our solar system. They simply leave. They head away from the Earth. The conflict between the humans and the Trisolarans seems to be over forever. But now the existence of our world has been revealed, and a light switch had been turned on, and suddenly the Earth was visible to any hunter who happened to be looking. The Trisolarans had been powerful, but their power pales in comparison to what awaited deeper in the dark forest. It was not known how long it would take for humanity to be noticed. It could take decades. It could take centuries. Nearly 4 years after the broadcast had been activated, the Trisolaris star system was annihilated. Since Trisolaris had always been under intense surveillance, plenty of data was captured concerning its extinction. The attack on the Trisolaran system was identical to the attack on Luo G's 187J3X1. A small object traveling near the speed of light struck one of the 3 stars in the system and destroyed it through its relativistically amplified mass. A photoid had struck one of the world's 3 stars. Strangely, it seemed to have been launched from some kind of spacecraft. All life on Trisolaris was destroyed in the resulting catastrophe of bright, blinding brilliance. By the time the planet emerged from the furnace of its erupting sun, it glowed with dim red light. The entire surface of the world had been liquefied. No one had expected this to happen so soon, and it was only a matter of time before the Earth met the same fate. The destroyed world appeared as a bright blue star visible from Earth. The destruction of the alien homeworld brought most humans little pleasure, however. Humanity grew silent, as though they were simply waiting for something they could not name. They still had to find a way to protect themselves, and now the matter was even more pressing. How could a species survive long-term in such a hostile universe? Even if they found the perfect world, how would they protect themselves? It turns out the secrets of the universe go even deeper, as humanity eventually discovers. In future videos, we will discuss what becomes of humanity, now alone and exposed in the unforgiving cosmos. What will become of the solar system, and what is the destination of the lone drifters in space who activated the broadcast system? The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy is one of the most existentially terrifying book series I've ever read. The concepts explored in the books force us to consider our place within the cosmos. Part of what drives the human spirit forward is the belief that we can continue to learn more about the universe, the belief that we have boundless potential. Because from our perspective, the universe is mostly static. Its movements are on a scale in which humans can't truly comprehend. To us, it feels stable and eternal, infinite and unchanging. Of course, we know that if we look closely, that none of this is true. The universe is a chaotic realm, constantly in motion. Its secrets are endless. In the first book in the series, The Three-Body Problem, Cixin-Lu introduces the concept of interdimensionality. It is greatly expanded upon in the third book, Death's Sin, and fully extrapolated upon in the spin-off novel, Redemption of Time by Beishu. In Death's Sin, the crew of the ship Blue Space discover that there are dead zones in space, bubbles of space in which Trisolarian quantum entanglement could not penetrate. They come to understand the bubbles are warp points, essentially entry points into the fourth dimension. Though the mysterious phenomenon was an incredible discovery, there were also ominous undertones. Why are there bubbles at all? Why are there so many fourth-dimensional fragments in three-dimensional space? It's a great mystery. Captain, I think it's likely a dark secret. From within the fourth dimension, three-dimensional space was laid out clearly and in exquisite, overwhelming detail. In fact, it was impossible for the human brain to process the amount of information they were being visually exposed to from within the fourth dimension. But members of Blue Space's crew eventually learned to navigate the fourth dimension. The brain that had been adapted from birth to sense and feel three-dimensional space could not handle the infinite information generated by countless details, and initially information overload threatened to shut down processing. But the brain soon grew used to the four-dimensional environment, and without conscious thought it learned to ignore most details, leaving only the frames around objects. The crew of Blue Space eventually used their knowledge of the fourth dimension and their access to warp points to thwart a Sophon attack from the alien beings known as the Trisolarans. Humanity had never been as far out into space as the crew of Blue Space had ventured during their more than 2,000-year journey to the star system NH558J2. Eventually they realize the warp points themselves are fragments of the fourth dimension itself floating around in three-dimensional space, though they still do not understand why. No other humans had ever studied this phenomenon, though it was possible that humans could have encountered fourth-dimensional space but not realized. Do you think we'll encounter more in the future? I think there's an even more interesting question. Have we encountered them before? Think about the Earth. It's been careening through space for several billion years. Is it not possible that it had entered a fourth-dimensional fragment in the past? The crew of Blue Space eventually do journey deep into the fourth dimension, approaching a giant ring, a remnant of some ancient, long-gone civilization. After deciphering the language of the crew, it is able to communicate with them. Ominously, it calls itself a tomb. Whose tomb is this? The tomb of those who created it. Is it a spaceship? It used to be a spaceship, but now it's dead, and so it's a tomb. Who are you? Who is conversing with us? I am the tomb. It is the tomb speaking to you. I'm dead. You mean you're a ship whose crew died? In other words, you're the control system for the ship. There was no reply to this. We can see many other objects in this region of space. Are they also tombs? Most of them are tombs. The others will be tombs soon. I don't know them all. Are you from far away, or have you always been here? I'm from far away. They're also from far away, from different places far away. Where? There was no answer. From their conversation with the thing referring to itself as a tomb, they are given information about the twisted nature of the universe, but they don't initially process what they are told. The fourth dimension in which it resided had once been a sea, but now it was a puddle. The sea had dried up. The tomb was there amongst so many other tombs and soon-to-be tombs, because just as fish must gather into puddles to survive in a drying sea, so must they. But it was the next part of the communication that was the most important, more important than anything else. Some had begun to hope that the so-called dark forest state of the universe was not persistent throughout the entirety of the cosmos. What the tomb said next would shatter those hopes. The puddle is also drying. All the fish are going to disappear. Are all the fish here? The fish responsible for drying the sea are not here. We're sorry, what you said is really hard to understand. The fish who dried the sea went on to land before they did this. They moved from one dark forest to another dark forest. The fragments of the fourth dimension existed throughout three-dimensional space for one simple reason. All of space had once been fourth dimensional, but it too had been a dark forest. Any intelligent life that made itself known was wiped out. But according to the tomb, those who had destroyed the fourth dimension would not meet the same fate as the tombs, for they had moved from the fourth dimension into the third. The fish that had dried the sea had crawled out onto land before doing so. We later discovered that the universe at its birth had in fact been 10-dimensional. The speed of light then had been close to infinity. Light back then was capable of action at a distance and could go from one end of the cosmos to the other within Planck time. If you had ever been to fourth dimensional space, you would have some vague hint of how beautiful that 10-dimensional garden must have been. The endless wars in the dark forest had caused one dimension after the other to be imprisoned from the macroscopic into the microscopic, each time reducing the speed of light. Within the dark forest, one of the ways for advanced civilizations to eliminate an enemy is through a dimension strike, which causes the space around it to collapse into lower dimensions. The problem is, dimensional collapse never ends. It continues to expand until everything collapses. There is no way to stop a dimension strike once activated. So like the dimensions before it, the third dimension was also collapsing and could not be stopped. So eventually the entire universe would collapse into a single dimension, and all life would cease to be. Humanity never got the opportunity to see the actual universe in its original state, and never would. and in the end nothing would be preserved. This idea seems sad, and it is, and yet everything dies. Everything is forgotten. Why should the universe be any different? There is a kind of grand sense of final equality that this idea invokes. All of us, every soul who ever lived throughout the cosmos, all meet at the end in darkness. Scientists believe that at some point during human history, the population had been reduced to just 1,000 reproductive adults. In the year 70,000 BC, humans almost entirely vanished from the face of the planet itself. According to scientists, near extinction has occurred at least 3 times over the course of humanity's 100,000-year history. The dilution of mankind to so few humans magnifies the impact of all human actions. In Lu Shishan's Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy, humanity is tested many times, but there is no single greater near-extinction event than the Singer's Dimension Strike. We've discussed the Crisis Era, the Deterrence Era, the Post-Deterrence Era. In this video, we will discuss the Broadcast Era, the era directly following the crew of Gravity and Blue Space's decision to activate the Universal Broadcast System, freeing the human race from Trisolaran oppression, while inadvertently revealing the location of the Earth to the inhabitants of the Dark Forest. And the Bunker Era, which followed the return of Tianming, whose brain had been sent off into the vacuum of space centuries earlier. Trisolaris had already met its fate after its location was revealed to the Dark Forest. The world and all its inhabitants had been annihilated, save the Trisolaran fleet who escaped into deep space. Humanity had known that the Earth was doomed, but something gave them hope that survival was possible. The cryptic stories of young Tianming. Young Tianming's return to our solar system would seem as the arrival of an angel of salvation to the remaining humans on Earth. To understand who Tianming is, his direct tie to the sword holder Shang Xin, and how these events came to be, we have to go back to a long-forgotten program enacted during the Crisis Era, the Staircase Project. Part 1. The Staircase Project. In the eyes of historians, the Staircase Project was a typical result of the ill-thought-out impulsiveness that marked the beginning of the Crisis Era. A hastily conducted, poorly planned adventure. In addition to the complete failure to accomplish its objectives, it left nothing of technological value. The space technology that eventually developed took a completely different direction. No one could have predicted that nearly 3 centuries later, the Staircase Project would bring a ray of hope to an Earth mired in despair. During the Crisis Era, humanity made leaps and bounds in terms of innovation and technological progress, even with Trisolaran Sophons stifling them. The Staircase Project was first viewed as a waste of resources, later as a source of hope. But by examining the text, we see that it was, in fact, a dire mistake on the part of humanity. No one ever discovered exactly how the Trisolarans intercepted and captured the probe carrying Tianming's brain, but it is revealed that this is what ultimately gave the aliens the upper hand against humanity during the Deterrence Era. Tianming himself had designed the droplet attack against humanity. The spin-off book Redemption of Time goes into detail about what happened to Tianming during his time among the Trisolarans, wonders, horrors, and all. We will definitely discuss Redemption of Time in its own video at some point in the future, as it was approved by Lu Shishan, but not considered an official part of the canon by some. The Staircase Project had been enacted around the same time that Luo Ji became a wall-facer. The original goal of the Staircase Project had been to launch a human toward the Trisolaran fleet at 1% the speed of light. That person could serve as a diplomat between the two worlds, while also gathering intelligence. Shang Xin had been an engineer working for the project. Thomas Wade, who led the project, eventually decided that based on the assumption that the Trisolarans could in fact regenerate the body, it would be better to find someone to euthanize and send only their brain. At the time, Tianming was terminally ill. Shang Xin convinced him to volunteer for the program. The book acknowledges that this project was foolish, but it's meant to reflect the many foolish things that humans have done throughout time, which are only seen in a clearer light through the lens of history. Even if their plan had initially gone as expected, once Tianming's brain actually approached the Trisolarans, it was bound to go wrong. But of course, the initial portion of the plan didn't even go well. When the probe is launched, there is a malfunction. Tianming's brain is launched off course into deep space, seemingly lost forever. One of the cables holding the sail to the staircase probe had broken near the orbit of Jupiter. The craft had deviated from its planned path, and the Earth, deprived of its flight parameters, lost it to the endless depths of space. If the Trisolarans had been able to intercept it later, they must have had its flight parameters after the cable broke. Otherwise, even the advanced Trisolaran technology would have been incapable of locating such a small object in the vastness of space outside the solar system. The most likely explanation was that the Sophons had followed the Staircase Project probe at least through its acceleration leg to gather its final parameters. Part 2. The Return of Tianming. During the broadcast era following the destruction of Trisolaris, the remnants of the Trisolarans reveal to humanity that they have young Tianming in their custody. Apparently, the Trisolarans had treated him like an honored guest. They had given him this final opportunity to speak with Shangxin, who he had been infatuated with for many years before leaving Earth. But in truth, this was Tianming's opportunity to attempt to save humanity from destruction. The Trisolarans knew several secrets of the universe, which humanity did not, but they had no interest in humans learning those secrets. The communication between Tianming and Shangxin was heavily monitored by the Trisolarans, so Tianming provides his secrets through the use of multi-layered fairy tales. This was the only way he was able to avoid alerting the Trisolarans to what he was doing. One day in a special video we might go into the specific details of Tianming's stories, but for the purposes of keeping this video flowing, I'll just sum up the relevant information that was gathered from those stories, as the tales themselves are quite lengthy and complex. The secrets he reveals essentially boil down to a single truth. There is in fact a way for a civilization to survive in the Dark Forest. Humanity worked extremely hard to decipher his stories, but they never fully managed to. The stories revealed that light speed could actually be attained through curvature propulsion, which would allow the warping of space. The other key secret humanity managed to reveal was that it was possible for a civilization to reduce the speed of light in a specific area of space. This would make it so that they could never escape their own star system. They would exist within a black domain, having no effect on the space outside. To the outside universe, it would appear as a mote of darkness floating amongst infinite darkness. The idea of building light-speed ships intended to allow escape from the solar system brought up the same issues as escapism did earlier during the Crisis era. Not everyone would be allowed to escape. Likely only the ultra-wealthy would be allowed to flee the solar system, venturing out into the cosmos while the rest of them awaited death. The populace heavily resented this idea, and eventually all research into curvature propulsion was banned. Shangxin realized that this decision may doom humanity, and in her guilt for allowing deterrence to be destroyed, she gives away her personal wealth to Thomas Wade, who, assembling a team, was to continue to develop the technology in secret. As time continues, Earth is mostly evacuated. Humanity invests heavily in space cities. The artificial light sources could hide in the shadow of Jupiter and Saturn and potentially escape any photoid attack. Now they could only wait. Shangxin goes into hibernation for another 60 years, and is only awakened after Wade gets into a standoff with the government. Wade has continued to develop curvature propulsion technology, and has now produced an antimatter weapon, which the government saw as an immense danger. Once awakened, Shangxin demands that he stand down. The government shows no mercy to Wade. He is executed. A depressed Shangxin decides to return to hibernation. She knows that this is twilight for humanity, the final hours. When she was awakened again, another 60 years later, the long-awaited attack was underway. If it had been a photoid, then humanity would have had a chance. Within their space cities, they could have protected themselves by hiding amongst the gas giants. But even a photoid, like the one which took out the Trisolarans, could not compare to the weapon sent into our solar system. Part 3. Singer. Humanity had been warned that this weapon would come. It was the final secret in Tianming's fairy tales, the only one which they had not been able to fully decipher. The warning related to a dimension strike. It was a distant world which had noticed them. This mysterious, distant, and unimaginably powerful alien world had long ago made the decision to go on the offensive. and they had technology of a greater magnitude than any humanity had ever previously dreamed of. The world itself was currently engulfed in a war between its homeworld and its fringe world, some undefined time earlier. The homeworld could not coexist with the fringe world, and one of the two would have to be destroyed. We can discuss more details about this civilization in future videos, as they are also heavily expanded upon in the spin-off novel Redemption of Time. The lone individual named Singer, whose task it was to watch the universe for signs of intelligent life, had been the one to discover traces of humanity, which they named the Starpluckers. First, the other location had broadcast a message via primitive membrane. The low-entropy entities of that world clumsily plucked their star. Singer decided to call them the Starpluckers, like the ancient bards of the homeworld plucking the strings of the rough country zither to send out their message. It was this message that contained the self-decoding system. Although the self-decoding system was primitive and clumsy, it was sufficient to allow Singer to see that a subsequent message sent out by the dead 3-star world followed the same encoding scheme, apparently an answer to the first message sent out by the Starpluckers. This was already inconceivable, but after that, the Starpluckers responded again. Interesting. Very interesting. Singer had indeed heard of low-entropy worlds that possessed neither the hiding gene nor the hiding instinct, but this was the first time he had seen one. The communications between humanity and Trisolaris had in fact been noticed, all the way back to the first time Yawinji responded to Trisolaris. But this alone wasn't enough to reveal the location of the worlds. However, it did reveal that the distances between the two worlds were very short. This meant that if one world was exposed, the other world would be as well, and eventually humanity was exposed. Ultimately, there was nothing they could do to stop it. Even without Singer, some other low-entropy entity would have noticed them. It was just a matter of time. Or perhaps they had noticed them, but decided that a low-entropy group that didn't possess the hiding gene wasn't much of a threat, and cleansing them was more trouble than it was worth. But that would be a mistake, a terrible mistake. Broadly speaking, if low-entropy entities like these Starpluckers really didn't have the hiding gene, then they would not be afraid of exposing their own presence, and they would expand and attack without fear. At least until they got killed. However, as applied to this particular case, the situation was more complicated. The first 3 communications were followed 9 time frames later by the coordinate broadcast. Then 60 time frames after that, there was another long membrane coordinate broadcast from somewhere else, pointing at the dead 3-star world. The chain of events painted an uneasy picture, a picture that indicated danger. The cleansing against the dead 3-star world had happened 12 time frames ago, so the Starpluckers must have realized that their own position had been revealed. Their only choice was to shroud themselves in slow fog so that they would appear perfectly safe and no one would bother them. But they hadn't. Maybe they didn't have the ability. Singer is somewhat perplexed by the actions of Earth, but nonetheless recognizes the danger that they could potentially possess. The potential danger is all that matters in this circumstance. The only thing left was cleansing. Singer took a mass dot out of the magazine again, then realized that he couldn't use a mass dot to cleanse the Starpluckers. Their planetary system had a different structure than the dead world system. It possessed blind corners. Using a mass dot might leave something behind, thereby wasting effort. He needed to use a dual vector foil. As he continued to sing, Singer picked up the dual vector foil with a force field feeler and carelessly tossed it at the Starpluckers. Singer had casually made the decision to destroy our solar system because that simply was their function. They were not an exceptional or especially respected member of their own civilization. Nonetheless, they were the destroyers of ours. Part 4. The deadliest weapon in the universe. Humanity had been prepared for a mass dot attack, but the aliens had not sent a photoid, but instead, they had sent something infinitely more deadly. Why aren't we entering Jupiter's shadow? AA pointed to the combined city outside the porthole. There's no point. The bunker is useless, Chow Bin said, lowering his eyes. How far is the photoid from the sun? Shangzin asked. There is no photoid. Then what have you found? Chow Bin gave a wretched laugh. A slip of paper. The dual vector foil, when activated, would cause all matter it came into contact with to collapse into a lower dimension. Only an object moving at light speed had the potential to escape a dual vector foil once activated. The advanced warning system had discovered the unknown object sweeping past the edge of the Oort cloud at close to the speed of light. This was the first time that humans within the solar system had observed another alien civilization other than the Trisolarans. The object was not headed directly towards the sun, and it emitted weak gravitational waves, which was the only way they had been able to detect it in the first place. When the projectile was about 150 AU from the sun, the gravitational waves it emitted began to rapidly decrease in frequency. The advanced warning system discovered that this was due to its deceleration. Within a few days, the projectile's velocity went from light speed to 1/1000th of light speed and continued to decrease. Such a low speed meant that it wasn't enough to threaten the sun, which provided further comfort. In addition, at this speed, human spacecraft could keep up with it. In other words, it was possible to send out ships to intercept it. The object simply resembled a slip of paper, pure white surface, slightly bigger than a credit card, but so thin that its thickness could not be measured. Eventually the slip disappeared entirely and began its deadly job. The entire solar system would be compressed into 2 dimensions. It could not be stopped. Close to 1 million people had escaped Europe 6 via the emergency exits. Now, caught by the 3-dimensional space around them collapsing into 2 dimensions, they fell toward the plane like a swarm of ants caught in a waterfall. A majestic rain of people fell onto the plane, and the 2-dimensional human figures in the city multiplied. Flattened persons took up a lot of area, though still minuscule compared to the vast 2-dimensional buildings, and resembled tiny, barely man-shaped marks in the immense picture. The entire solar system would be flattened. This was the ultimate Dark Forest attack. In my previous video, The Terrifying Mystery of the Fourth Dimension, we discussed the scene in Death's End where the crew of Blue Space and Gravity encounter fragments of the Fourth Dimension. The tomb that they are able to communicate with tells them that the sea that is the Fourth Dimension was drying, but that the fish who had dried the sea had gone to land before they had done it. Land refers to the Third Dimension. In the chapter in Death's End that introduces Singer, it is mentioned that his entire species would soon transform themselves somehow into 2-dimensional beings. Has the homeworld decided to transform into 2 dimensions? Singer asked. Of course, the Elder already knew the question. The Elder did not answer, which was also an answer. If the rumor was true, then it was a great sorrow. Singer could not imagine such a life. On the Tower of Values, survival ranked above all. Once survival was threatened, all low entropy entities could only pick the lesser of 2 evils. This would be the only way to ensure the survival of their species long-term in the universe, because as I have stated in other videos, once a dimension strike like the one that took place in the human solar system begins, it can never be stopped. And dimension strikes had already been committed countless times throughout the history of the Third Dimension. The Third Dimension was disintegrating due to this fact, and eventually everything would collapse into 2 dimensions. It is implied that Singer's race may have once existed in the Fourth Dimension, and that they are one of the races responsible for the destruction of the Fourth Dimension. As the solar system collapses, only Shang-Xin and the character AA are able to escape the devastation. The technology developed by Thomas Wade had continued to be worked on in secret. A single light-speed ship had been created unbeknownst to the vast majority of humanity. Luo Ji, now extremely old, chose to stay behind among the last artifacts of humanity on Pluto. He communicates with Shang-Xin and AA as they exit the solar system. Shang-Xin knew that she had no choice but to live on. She and AA were the last 2 survivors of human civilization. Her death would mean the death of half of all that was left of humanity. Living on was the appropriate punishment for her mistake, but the course ahead was blank. In her heart, space was no longer black, but colorless. What was the point of going anywhere? Where should we go? Shang-Xin muttered. Go find them, Luo Ji said. His image was even more blurred now, and only black and white. His words illuminated Shang-Xin's dark thoughts like lightning. She and AA looked at each other and immediately understood who them meant. Luo Ji continued. They're still alive. The bunker world received a gravitational wave transmission from them 5 years ago. It was a short message and didn't explain where they were. Halo will periodically hail them with gravitational waves. Maybe you'll find them. Maybe they'll find you. Luoji's black and white image disappeared as well, but they could still hear his voice. He said one last thing. Ah, it's time for me to go into the picture. Safe travels, children. Shangxin and AA watched as the entire solar system was compressed into a two-dimensional picture of itself. The transmissions they received carried the dying voices of all humanity, until slowly there was only silence. Luoji had suggested that Shangxin seek out the members of Blue Space and Gravity, but she would head in another direction. Tianming, before his brain left the Earth, had gifted Shangxin with the star, a gesture of love in his mind. She knew that Tianming still existed out there somewhere in the void. She would head for their star, S74390E2, and hope to find him there. Like several times before in human history, mankind had been deluded into very few individuals. Whether or not the human race would survive would depend on how well they would be able to navigate and hide within the dark forest. In future videos, we will discuss the Galaxy era and beyond. What becomes of humanity in the end? Do we encounter the remnants of the Trisolarans again? There's actually a lot more to explore with this series. In this video, we will discuss the early events of the Galaxy era in the Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy by Cixin Le. This video will contain major spoilers for the series, so just keep that in mind. After the destruction of Earth's solar system by way of the listener's dimension strike, Shangxin and AA were the only humans left in the universe, other than the inhabitants of the vessels Blue Space and Gravity, and Tianming, whose brain had been captured by the Trisolarans. The Trisolarans had been mankind's first cosmic foe. They had used Tianming's brain to plan an attack against humanity, which annihilated mankind's entire space force. Humankind only succeeds in thwarting them when they reveal the location of both Trisolaris and the Earth to the greater universe. Because of the dark forest state of the cosmos, the Trisolaris star system was destroyed, and Earth's sometime later. After escaping the dimension strike which had destroyed the Sun and the Earth, Shangxin heads to the one place where she hopes to find human life, Tianming's star, DX3906. Long before Shangxin had ever entered cryosleep, Tianming gifted her with this star. Tianming had gifted it anonymously. At first, Shangxin had no idea who could have done it. She assumed it had to have been some wealthy secret admirer. Though at the time of the gifting the star had no practical value to Shangxin and was merely a gesture, she appreciated it. DX3906 was in this universe, and it might even outlast the Earth and the Sun. She would see it one day. She stood on the balcony of her apartment at night, gazing up at the sky and imagining her star. The lights of the city below cast a dim yellow glow against the cloud cover, but she imagined her star giving the clouds a rosy glow. In her dream, she flew over the star's surface. It was a rose-colored sphere, but instead of scorching flames, she felt the coolness of a spring breeze. Below her was the clear water of an ocean, through which she could still see swaying, rose-colored clouds of algae. After she woke up, she laughed at herself. As an aerospace professional, even in her dreams, she could not forget that DX3906 had no planets. The Star of Our Destination project, which had facilitated Tianming's purchase of DX3906, had also granted ownership of 17 other stars to individuals. It is mentioned that the Great Ravine, which during the early Crisis era annihilated 5 billion humans, acted as a giant sieve. Because of the great loss of life, 14 of the star's owners were lost to history. No record of what became of them existed, and no legal heirs could be found. This, in fact, was the reason for Shangxin's awakening from her hibernation 264 years after she was initially put into cryogenic sleep. It was initially believed that the star, DX3906, had no planets, but that turned out to not be true, and as Earth's technological progression continues, its value shifted beyond the symbolic into the practical. By the age of the Sword Holder, aka the Deterrence era, the idea of reaching a star within 300 light years of the Earth was no longer a fantasy. A PhD in astronomy named AA discovered the planets around DX3906. As part of her dissertation, AA had developed a new technique that used one star as a gravitational lens through which to observe another. It was eventually discovered that one of the planets rotating DX3906 was Earth-like, and the UN and the Solar System fleet wanted to reclaim the star system. Legally, this could not be done unless Shang Xin, the owner, agreed to transfer the title. Shang Xin valued the star sentimentally, so she made a deal. After much reflection, she came up with a new proposal. She would sell the 2 planets, but retain ownership of the star. At the same time, she would sign a covenant with the UN and the fleet, granting humanity the right to use the energy produced by the star. The legal experts eventually concluded that this proposal was acceptable. After the destruction of the solar system, Shang Xin and AA would speed towards the star in humanity's first ever light-speed ship, named Halo. Halo's curvature propulsion engine provided the fastest speed humanity had yet been capable of. The ship's artificial intelligence was able to locate the star, which has, by this point in history, been renumbered S74390E2. The star was approximately 287 light-years away. The ship informed them that it would take 52 hours from Halo's frame of reference. This was, of course, the effect of relativistic time. Eventually, they arrived at the star. It was about the size of Earth's sun, but it produced a redder light. From the reference point of Earth, it had been nearly 300 years since the dimension strike which collapsed the solar system into 2 dimensions. So 286 years have already passed back there? AA asked. She looked as if she had just awakened from a dream. Yes, if you're using their frame of reference. Shang Xin sighed. For the solar system in its current condition, was there a difference between 286 years and 2.86 million years? The 2 planets orbiting the star were not similar. The one furthest away from the star was desolate and gray. The close planet, which was about the size of Earth but had no moon, was blue, and the ship's AI determined that it had an oxygen-rich atmosphere and many signs of life. They decided that they would call the world Planet Blue. On the world, Shang Xin and AA encounter a man named Guan Yifan. He had been one of the inhabitants of the ship Blue Space, which left Earth's solar system earlier during the Crisis Era. He had been hibernating for 400 years. He came to the world on an exploratory mission with others who left before Shang Xin and AA arrived. Blue Space and its sister ship Gravity at this point were the subject of ancient history. My name is Guan Yifan. I've been waiting for you here. How did you know we would come? AA asked, allowing Yifan to hold her hand. We received your gravitational wave transmission. You're from Blue Space. The inhabitants of the ships had gone on to invent curvature propulsion as well, and inhabit 4 reclusive worlds throughout the universe. Yifan explains that Planet Blue would be a prime candidate for colonization, but no one resided on the world. This was due to the planet's proximity to the Orion Arm. Extraterrestrials often visited this system due to the fact that 2 busy shipping lanes flowed through this region of space. They also learned from Yifan that Earth's solar system met a worse fate than they had previously thought. Luo Ji, the first sword holder of humankind, had believed that humankind's legacy would be preserved, flattened in 2 dimensions. That is why they carved in stone on the planet Pluto. But in reality, it was all lost. All that remained in the region of space that had once been our solar system was darkness. Even if you go back there now, you wouldn't be able to see anything. That part of space is empty. The 2-dimensional sun and planets you saw were actually just the result of the release of energy when 3-dimensional material collapsed into 2 dimensions. What you saw wasn't 2-dimensional material, only the refraction of electromagnetic radiation at the interface between 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional space. After the energy was released, nothing would be visible. The 2-dimensional solar space has no contact with 3-dimensional space. It was in fact impossible to see 2-dimensional space from 3 dimensions. This was due to the fact that 3D space has thickness, while 2D space has none. Therefore, light from the 3rd dimension passes through 2-dimensional space unhindered. The 2nd-dimensional world was fully transparent. The only thing that could be detected was gravity. The gravity of the solar system still has an effect, so in that empty space ought to be detectable as an invisible source of gravity. Shang Xin and AA looked at each other thoughtfully. Sounds like dark matter, doesn't it? Yifan laughed. Shungzin and AA then learned from Yifan what became of the Trisolarans, who at once sought to annihilate mankind and claim the Earth for their own. The life forms, which had developed unique ways of survival due to the harsh conditions of their homeworld, were forced to face the harsh reality of existence in the dark forest just as humans were. No data was ever found on what happened to the initial Trisolaran fleet, just that the second fleet with its superior propulsion systems never met up with it. The second Trisolaran fleet left a trace of itself 60 years prior to Shungzin landing on Planet Blue. Humanity had observed that a large-scale space battle had taken place near the Taurus constellation. The Trisolarans had come into contact with an unknown and powerful alien force. It was brutal, and the resulting wreckage formed a new interstellar dust cloud. We know that one of the sides in the battle was the second Trisolaran fleet, but we don't know who they were fighting against. We also don't know how the battle ended. It remained to be seen whether or not humanity would ever one day again encounter the Trisolarans. The invention of light-speed space travel had been an incredible milestone for mankind. Its presence fundamentally changed human culture and civilization. It was now possible within a human lifetime to reach the end of the universe. In fact, some were already trying. By accelerating their curvature propulsion engines to maximum, they could approach the speed of light continuously. Relativistically, not much time would pass for those on board these ultimate spaceships, as they are called, compared to the outside universe. Some call them Doomsday ships. These light-speed ships have no destination at all. They turn their curvature engines to maximum and accelerate like crazy, infinitely approaching the speed of light. Their goal is to leap across time using relativity until they reach the heat death of the universe. By their calculations, 10 years within their time frame of reference would equal 50 billion years in ours. Shungzin is now filled with wonder at all that humanity has accomplished and expresses pity for those that never got to leave Earth's original solar system. But Yifan tells her not to pity them, for the reality of the universe is nothing to envy. Here, more than 600 years after Luo Ji had first realized that our universe was a dark forest, another terrible fact about cosmic reality was unveiled. Darkness. Only darkness. You mean the dark forest state? Guan Yifan shook his head, a gesture that appeared to be a struggle in hypergravity. For us, the dark forest state is all important, but it's just a detail of the cosmos. If you think of the cosmos as a great battlefield, dark forest strikes are nothing more than snipers shooting at the careless messengers, messmen, etc. In the grand scheme of the battle, they are nothing. You have not seen what true interstellar war is like. Have you? We've caught a few glimpses, but most things we know are just guesses. Do you really want to know? Yifan asked Shungzin to consider the most powerful weapon a civilization possessing almost infinite technological prowess could create. She remembered the cruelty of the Dimension Strike, and that gave her her answer. The universal laws of physics. That's right. The universal laws of physics are the most terrifying weapons, and also the most effective defenses. Whether it's by the Milky Way or the Andromeda Galaxy, at the scale of the local galactic group or the Virgo supercluster, those warring civilizations possessing godlike technology will not hesitate to use the universal laws of physics as weapons. There are many laws that can be manipulated into weapons, but most commonly, the focus is on spatial dimensions and the speed of light. Typically, lowering spatial dimensions is a technique for attack, and lowering the speed of light is a technique for defense. It is revealed to Shungzin in this moment that not only will the Dimension Strike on Earth's solar system never end, Earth was far from the only solar system that was currently collapsing, and the collapse would spread until all of the universe was two-dimensional. Shungzin protested, stating that this would make no sense. Why would it make sense to use dimensional strikes as weapons if in the long run the attackers would be killed as well? But she was not considering that there was in fact a way for the attacker to avoid death. These godlike races, with the power to collapse dimensions and manipulate light, could alter themselves as well. Alter themselves into creatures who could survive in lower dimensions. The universe had in fact been collapsing since the 10th dimension, and every time the attacking warring races would convert into a lower dimension before beginning it all over again. Shang-Xin is also told of deathlines. Deathlines were tails produced by one of the most advanced but rarely seen lightspeed technologies. It was rarely used because of the danger involved with these deathlines. You see, light speed within a deathline was absolutely zero. Inside it, every fundamental particle, every quark is dead. There is no vibration. Even without a source of gravity inside, each deathline is a black hole. A zero-gravity black hole. Anything that falls in cannot re-emerge. Only one group in the universe was known to regularly use this technology. They were called the Zero Homers. Their mission was to trigger the reset of the universe and return it to the glory of 10 dimensions. Deathlines are usually the product of the Zero Homers. Zero Homers? They're also called resetters. Maybe they're a group of intelligent individuals, or a civilization, or a group of civilizations. We don't know exactly who they are, but we've confirmed their existence. The Zero Homers want to reset the universe and return it to the Garden of Eden. How? By moving the hour hand of the clock past 12. Take spatial dimensions as an example. It's practically impossible to drag a universe in lower dimensions back into higher dimensions. So maybe it's better to work forward in the other direction. If the universe can be lowered into zero dimensions, and then beyond, the clock might be reset and everything returned to the beginning. The universe might possess 10 macroscopic dimensions again. Shang-Xin would eventually travel to the end of the universe, as the remnants of humanity and countless other races are called to restore the broken pieces of space-time and return the universe to its prior glory. We will discuss these events which take place at the end of Death's End and in the spin-off novel Redemption of Time in a future video. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe for more Quinn's ideas. I've been covering the Three-Body Problem book series on this channel for quite some time now. Tencent just released the first 4 episodes of the television show adaptation. Want to know what I think? I'll be reviewing the show on my new streaming channel, Quinn Streams. Link in the description. This video will contain major spoilers for Shishinlu's Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy. The cosmos and its inhabitants throughout most of the series remains mysterious, but eventually more about the nature of the universe and those who live in it is revealed. Much of what we learn only adds to the cosmic dread that already permeates much of the series. The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy by Shishinlu paints a picture of cosmic civilization that is dark, lonely, and terrifying. A universe where infant civilizations on young worlds might call out into the darkness, seeking reprieve from the seemingly endless cosmic loneliness, only to find that they have revealed themselves to a hunter in the dark, whose weapon is now squarely focused upon them. This is the reality of life within the dark forest, but there are some who master this universe. In this video, we will discuss the various civilizations and groups known to inhabit Shishinlu's universe. Part 1. Humanity. Following the Bunker Era, Shang-Xin and AA were the only humans to survive the dimension strike on Earth's solar system. After using a spaceship powered by curvature propulsion, they made it to one of the planets at star DX3906. Because of the effects of relativity, several centuries had passed from the perspective of Earth. While on the world, they encounter Guan Yifan, who had been one of the inhabitants of the vessel Blue Space, which had fled humanity's solar system long before the dimension strike occurred. From Yifan, Shang-Xin and AA learned that humanity did in fact prosper, and there were several groups of humans living on several planets throughout the darkness. To understand how humanity accomplished this, we have to begin with Tianming and his stories,
which had hidden messages embedded into them about how to survive within the dark forest. One of the messages involved the creation of a black domain. A black domain was essentially a region in space where the speed of light was lowered significantly. To an outside observer, the space surrounded by a black domain would appear as an empty region of space. Now, lowering the speed of light through a medium was actually possible, but lowering the speed of light through vacuum was something else entirely. The speed of light through the vacuum of space was one of the fundamental constants of the universe. To alter the speed of light was equivalent to altering the laws of physics, which only the most advanced civilizations within the dark forest were capable of. Research into lowering the speed of light through the vacuum of space began in the bunker era. The black domain was considered as a secondary survival plan for the human race. Tremendous resources were devoted, and even a large-scale space city devoted to the research of the subject was constructed in the Saturn cluster. It was named Lightspeed 1. The creation of the Circumsolar Particle Accelerator led to the success of the largest project ever enacted under the Black Domain Project. This was the Black Hole Project. It was virtually impossible to create a local gravity field in a laboratory setting, which is why the Circumsolar Particle Accelerator was needed. It was capable of creating microscopic black holes. The book Death's End recounts the life of a man named Wei. He was the head of the Black Hole Project. Wei was a neurodivergent genius who became obsessed with the project, dedicating himself to the study of the speed of light. Due to his neurodivergence, he had extreme trouble with communicating with other people. Because of this, he was heavily closed off from the rest of humanity. Wei was tortured because of the way he was. He wanted to change himself, to love, to laugh, to join in on the dance of humanity. He developed an association between who he was and the speed of light. He thought that if he could change light speed, then he could change himself. But the speed of light through vacuum really was the most stable thing in the cosmos. Research into lowering the speed of light resembled torturing light without regard for consequences. People tried to do everything with light. Strike it, twist it, break it, dissect it, stretch it, crush it, even destroy it. But the result was, at most, a change in its frequency in vacuum. But the speed of light remained unchanged, like an unscalable wall. All these decades, theoreticians and experimenters alike were in despair. There was a saying, if there really were a creator, the only thing he welded shut in all creation was the speed of light. The Circumsolar Particle Accelerator, as I mentioned earlier, could produce microscopic black holes, but these evaporated quickly. In order to produce a stable one, a microscopic black hole had to be injected into Jupiter's smallest moon, Leda. Leda had an approximate radius of 8 kilometers. They were able to lower the moon from its high orbit and change its orbit so that instead it became a body orbiting the sun, parallel to Jupiter. At the time, this was the most massive body humans had ever moved through space. The microscopic black hole, once it was injected into Leda, began to rapidly absorb Leda's mass and grow. The intense radiation generated by material falling into the black hole melted the surrounding rock. Soon the 8-kilometer radius, Leda, melted entirely, and the potato-shaped rock turned into a red glowing ball of lava. The lava ball shrank slowly, but glowed brighter and brighter until it finally disappeared with a blinding flash. Observations showed that other than a small amount of material ejected by the radiation, most of the mass of Leda had been absorbed by the black hole. The black hole was stable, and its event horizon had grown to 21 nanometers. Eventually, another space city was constructed around the black hole. This was deemed Lightspeed 2. The black hole itself was suspended in the middle of Lightspeed 2. Equipment and personnel could be brought into Lightspeed 2 in order to study the black hole.
This being the first time human beings could study a black hole in a laboratory setting led to many discoveries which helped in the development of fundamental cosmology and theoretical physics. Wei became infatuated with the black hole. He would often hang against the protective net surrounding the black hole, staring into it from 5 kilometers away. As time went on, however, he became frustrated with the lack of progress. He came to despise the laws of nature, as well as fear them. He watched its luminescence, like we're doing now, and sometimes claimed that the black hole was talking to him, that he could decipher the message of its flickering light. Eventually, Wei was sucked into the black hole. He, being one of the principal physicists of the Black Hole Project, had the password to the protective net. In order to get a closer look at the object of his infatuation, he lowered it. He then drifted beyond the event horizon. No one knows whether or not this was an accident. Black holes, even outside of science fiction, are the strangest objects in the universe. Beyond the event horizon, all knowledge fails us. Nothing can escape, even light. This means that from the perspective of those outside the event horizon, an object or person would never actually enter the black hole. In Death's End, it is not clear what happened to Wei from his perspective. Under general relativity, a distant observer would see a clock near the event horizon slow down, and the process of Wei falling towards the event horizon would also slow down and stretch into infinity. But within Wei's own frame of reference, he had already passed through the event horizon. Even more oddly, the figure's proportions were normal. Perhaps it was because the black hole was so small, but tidal forces did not seem to be at work. He had been compressed into the nanometer range, but space there was also extremely curved. More than one physicist believed that the body structure of Wei wasn't harmed at the event horizon. In other words, he's probably still alive at this moment. The truth about whether or not Wei actually survived was never revealed in the series. Though Wei would never learn how to reduce the speed of light, the data gathered from the research of the black hole would be instrumental in the future development of curvature propulsion. Curvature propulsion would allow vessels to travel at light speed, but as a side effect, they would also produce reduced speed black holes, black domains. By the time Shangxin and AA escaped the destruction of Earth's solar system and traveled to Planet Blue in their own curvature propulsion ship, they find that the descendants of blue space and gravity, who make up nearly all of humanity, have now expanded greatly, independently developing curvature propulsion and black domains. Because galaxy humans, unlike solar system humans, did not have the stories of Tianming to help, they achieved these feats about 200 years later than solar system humans. Humanity in this era, the galaxy era, inhabited 4 separate worlds. It is mentioned that 2 worlds were currently being opened up for settlement. By this point in time, humanity had reached a crucial point in their development as a cosmic society. They were aware of the dark forest state of the universe. They had created curvature propulsion drives, and they had the ability to hide within a black domain in case of exposure to the greater universe. This was actually the fate of one of the human worlds. Something had occurred on World 3, which caused them to believe that their world's coordinates had been exposed. Their only choice was to turn their world into a black domain. After they covered themselves in their shroud, which they called a light curtain, it was impossible to send messages back and forth from that world to others, and no one on the inside could leave. The inhabitants of World 3 said it was a happy paradise, though I don't know if they still think that way. After the light tomb was completed, it was impossible for any messages from that world to reach the outside. But I think people there are pretty happy. For some people, safety is the sine qua non for happiness. It is mentioned in Death's End that there are some humans in the cosmos that take a rather interesting approach to life in the universe.
By constantly approaching the speed of light in vessels called ultimate spaceships, they head for the heat death of the universe. Has anyone in the New World thought of going to the end of the universe? Of course. 5 ultimate spaceships have already been launched. Ultimate spaceships? Some call them Doomsday ships. Ultimate spaceships, or Doomsday ships, have no particular destination. By their calculations, 50 billion years from our frame of reference would be just 10 years in theirs. This means it would be possible to reach the end of the universe within a human lifetime. Humanity made a place for itself in the Dark Forest, which is more than countless others could say. But the future of humanity and the future of the universe itself remains uncertain throughout Death's End and throughout the spin-off novel Redemption of Time. This is because there were powerful forces throughout the cosmos, armed with the power to rip apart space-time, tearing the fabric of reality itself. One of such groups was the Zero Homers. Part 2. The Zero Homers. In the book Death's End, while on Planet Blue with Shang-Xin and AA, Guan Yifan detects the presence of another vessel on the other world in the system, Planet Grey. When Shang-Xin and Guan Yifan flew up to investigate, they found that it had been the mysterious Zero Homers, who were known by the physics-breaking death lines that their ships left in their wake. The ship approached the coordinates provided by the monitoring satellite, where 5 unidentified spacecraft had landed and then taken off. Yifan had planned to land the shuttle there and investigate the traces left by the spacecraft, but he and Shang-Xin had not anticipated that the mysterious visitors would leave behind such large signs that they were visible from space. "What is that?" Shang-Xin cried out. "Death lines." Yifan recognized them right away. "Don't get too close," he said to the AI. He was referring to the 5 black lines. One end of each line was connected to the surface of the planet, and the other end extended into space, like 5 black hairs growing out of Planet Grey. Each line stretched higher than Hunter's orbit. What are they? Trails left by curvature propulsion. Those lines are the result of extreme curvature manipulation. The speed of light within the trails is 0. Death lines were the blackest things in the universe. They present no details other than exceptional darkness. They seem to possess no real surface, but somehow they showed clearly against even the blackness of space. The book also describes death lines as the deadest things in the universe. Since the light speed within a death line was 0, every fundamental particle inside of a death line was still. There were no vibrations inside death lines, no movement, and nothing could escape once it wandered into one. A death line, though it did not have a source of gravity, was essentially a black hole. A zero-gravity black hole. Anything that falls in cannot re-emerge. Yifan picked up a rock and tossed it towards one of the death lines. The rock disappeared inside the absolute darkness. At this point in human history, humanity's curvature propulsion drives could never come close to producing the type of curvature propulsion that would lead to the production of death lines. This was the work of an extremely advanced group. Galactic humans had come across these lines before, but they were rare for now. But considering the near-eternal nature of the universe, Shang-Xin wonders how long before these permanent death lines littered the sky. Shang-Xin gazed up at the giant black columns reaching into space. They lifted up the domed sky and seemed to turn the universe into a palace of death. Is this the ultimate end for everything? The group that left these death lines were known by 2 names to galactic humans: the Zero Homers and the Resetters. Both names referred to the ultimate mission of this group. The Zero Homers hoped to reduce the universe to 0 dimensions. They believed that this would trigger the reset of the cosmos, sending the universe back to the original state of 10 dimensions, which had been degraded over time by the warring life of the cosmos. Humanity did not know exactly who the Zero Homers were. It was also not clear whether they were a group of individuals of immense intelligence, a civilization,
or a group of civilizations, but their existence was confirmed. The Zero Homers want to reset the universe and return it to the Garden of Eden. How? By moving the hour hand of the clock past 12. Take spatial dimensions as an example. It's practically impossible to drag a universe in lower dimensions back into higher dimensions. So maybe it's better to work forward in the other direction. If the universe can be lowered into 0 dimensions, and then beyond, the clock might be reset and everything returned to the beginning. The universe might possess 10 macroscopic dimensions again. Humanity actually did not know whether or not the Zero Homers' plan was even possible. Humans had witnessed the 2-dimensionalization of 3-dimensional space, but they had yet to see 1-dimensionalization, let alone 0-dimensionalization. We've never seen 1-dimensionalization, but somewhere, some Zero Homers must be trying. No one knows if they've ever succeeded. Humanity had, however, found evidence that some group, likely the Zero Homers, had been also attempting to lower the speed of light past 0. Since lowering light speed compared to attempting to lower universal dimensions was theoretically easier, reducing the speed of light past 0 would theoretically reset and turn it to its original speed of infinity or near infinity. Humanity was not privy to the theories that would suggest that this would be possible. Guan Yifan in fact believes that it simply was not possible, that 0 light speed was an impassable wall. 0 light speed is absolute death for all existence. The cessation of all motion. Under such conditions, the subjective cannot influence the objective in any way. So how can the hour hand be shifted past it? I think the Zero Homers are practicing a kind of religion, a kind of performance art. We don't know exactly what knowledge the Zero Homers possess. We don't know how long they have been active. It could be possible that their mission has been going on since before the universe was 3-dimensional. It is possible that their calculations are correct, that the universe can be reset. But it is also possible that Guan Yifan is correct, that the Zero Homers don't have an actual theory which suggests that what they are attempting to do is possible. The idea that a highly advanced group of beings have succumbed to a kind of religious thinking that will only work to destroy the universe quicker than it would be otherwise is pretty terrifying, but somehow it seems realistic to me. It is also possible that the Zero Homers are simply wrong in their theories. Either way, their actions will only serve to speed up the process of the universe's destruction. Part 3. The Race of Singer. Once humanity's location had been broadcast throughout the Dark Forest, it was only a matter of time before someone recognized the signs of intelligent life and acted offensively. This was of course due to the hostile nature of cosmic society. I explained this concept in my video, What Makes the Forest Dark? Essentially, all life that reveals itself on a cosmic scale is eventually wiped out by a higher race of beings. In the case of humanity, our solar system's destructors came in the form of Singer's race. Singer was an insignificant member of a distant alien world. They were immensely powerful. Singer's job was to analyze data. His particular job was seen as trivial and easy by the other members of his seed. It is mentioned that because of this, members of his seed thought of him contemptuously. Singer understood that what he did was not important. It just filled in the pieces. But it had to be done, and the task was enjoyable. It mentions in the chapter where Singer is introduced that 10,000 grains of time have passed since his particular seed left its homeworld. This is equivalent to 80,000 years. It is not clear exactly what is meant by a seed, but it seems to refer to Singer's particular group, perhaps genetically familial. It is also mentioned that Singer has accumulated the experience of 10,000 time grains, which implies that he has been alive as long as his seed has, or at least has a way of inheriting the experience of his ancestors. Singer describes his homeworld as once being a place of great joy, but now it was joyless, and so was his seed. It is mentioned that the happiness of his race's past was recorded in songs. He was called Singer because as he went about his assigned job, he enjoyed singing his race's classical songs, as it was one of the few forms of joy left to his people. It is not exactly clear, however, what singing actually means in the context of Singer's race. Throughout the chapter, Singer refers to humans and life forms like us as low entropy beings. Compared to Singer's race, we are unstructured, random beings. Up until the point in which Singer's race shows up in the series, we have only encountered the might of the Trisolarans, who pale in comparison to the might of Singer's race. There was of course the unnamed race of beings who destroyed the Trisolaran homeworld, but their method for the destruction of Trisolaris, firing a photoid from a ship, indicated that they were also at a lower level of advancement than Singer's race. This chapter also introduced the idea that a hiding gene and a cleansing gene exist among the life forms of the universe. This seems to refer to the inclinations of certain civilizations to hide themselves from the greater universe, and the inclination to offensively destroy threatening civilizations. Singer's race seems to be extraordinarily ancient. Singer muses that in the distant age, lower entropy clusters like Earth's solar system were rare and far apart. Singer's race had the capability to identify signals sent out by intelligent civilizations and destroy them with ease. The main core allowed them to do this. The main core's job was to pick up the coordinates, and it remembers all the positions of the stars. By matching the received data against various map projections and the position schema, it could pick out the coordinates of the message's origin. It was said that the main core could match the position of schema from 500 million time grains ago. To Singer's world, a low entropy civilization like the human race, who did not possess the hiding gene, was dangerous. This is because without the hiding gene, they would not be afraid of exposing their own presence, and would expand and attack without fear. Singer's ultimate choice was to unleash a dual vector foil to flatten the Earth's solar system into 2 dimensions. He did this while singing. There's a lot of mystery surrounding Singer's race. More details about them are presented in the spin-off novel Redemption of Time, but I want to keep this video in the main series. We will cover the events of Redemption of Time in another video. Part 4. The Higher Dimensional Microcosmos. The book The Three-Body Problem introduces a rather mind-boggling concept. The Trisolarans, when attempting to unfold a subatomic particle into 2 dimensions, encountered intelligent life within the particle. When viewed from the vantage point of higher dimensions, a subatomic particle could be exponentially vast. The Princeps was one of the few who kept calm. He asked the Science Council, "How complicated can the internal structure of a subatomic particle be?" "It depends on the number of dimensions of your observation perspective. From a one-dimensional perspective, it's only a point. That is how ordinary people think of the particles. From a 2- or 3-dimensional perspective, the particle begins to show internal structure. From a 4-dimensional perspective, a fundamental particle is an immense world." The Princeps said, "To use a word like immense to describe a subatomic particle such as a proton seems incredible to me." The Science Council ignored the Princeps and continued, "As we move to higher dimensions, the complexity and number of structures within a particle increase dramatically. The comparisons I'm about to make will not be precise, but should give you an idea of the scale. A particle seen from a 7-dimensional perspective has a complexity comparable to our Trisolaran stellar system in 3 dimensions. From an 8-dimensional perspective, a particle is a vast presence like the Milky Way. When the perspective has been raised to 9 dimensions, a fundamental particle's internal structure and complexity are equal to the whole universe. As for even higher dimensions, our physicists haven't been able to explore them, so we cannot yet imagine the degree of complexity. Considering the complexity of the internal structure of the proton within higher dimensions, intelligent life within one was not only possible, but likely. And what the Trisolarans encountered after attempting this first was undoubtedly intelligent life. It initially manifested in a form that most intelligent life would recognize. Eyes. Many eyes hovering in the sky above Trisolaris. The Princeps pointed to the giant eyes in space. Do these show that the microcosmos contained within the unfolded proton harbors intelligent life? Our definition of life is probably not appropriate for the high-dimensional microcosmos. More accurately, we can say that universe contains intelligence or wisdom. At first, the Trisolarans think that perhaps the eyes simply wish to demonstrate their presence. These beings, while normally confined to the microcosmos of the proton within higher dimensional space, were now manifesting in 3 dimensions. But the Trisolarans were wrong initially. This wasn't to demonstrate their existence. This was to mount an attack on Trisolaris, who they obviously rightfully viewed as a threat to their own microcosmos. The eyes floating above Trisolaris merged into one giant eye, and then transformed into a parabolic mirror used to scorch the surface of Trisolaris. The parabolic mirror focused the sun's beams onto the surface of Trisolaris. Initially, the spot of light was very large, and the heat at the focal point wasn't yet lethal. This spot moved across the ground, searching for its target. The mirror discovered the capital, the largest city of Trisolaris, and the light spot began to move toward it. Soon the beam was over the city. Those standing under the pendulum monument only saw a great brightness in space. It overwhelmed everything else, accompanied by a wave of extreme heat. Then the light spot over the capital shrank as the parabolic mirror began to focus the light more tightly. The brightness from space grew stronger until no one could lift up his head, and those standing within the spot felt the temperatures rise rapidly. Just as the heat became unbearable, the edge of the light spot swept past the pendulum monument, and everything dimmed. It took a while before the crowd's sight readjusted to normal light. When they looked up, the first sight that greeted them was a pillar of light between the sky and earth, shaped like an inverted cone. The mirror in space formed the base of the cone, and the tip stabbed the heart of the capital, turning everything there incandescent at once. Waves of smoke began to rise. Tornadoes caused by the uneven heat of the light cone formed on several pillars made of dust that connected the sky, twisting and dancing around the light cone. The Trisolarans respond in kind, attacking the eye with nuclear warheads. The resulting devastation leads to the annihilation of the entire microcosmos, one of near infinite microcosmoses throughout the universe. It was at least an intelligent body. Also, Princeps, we destroyed the entire microcosmos. That miniature universe is immense in higher dimensions, and probably contained more than one intelligence or civilization that never had a chance to express themselves in macro space. Of course, in higher dimensional space, at such a micro scale, the forms that intelligence or civilization may take is beyond our imagination. There's something else entirely, and such destruction has probably occurred many times before. Oh? In the long history of scientific progress, how many protons have been smashed apart in accelerators by physicists? How many neutrons and electrons? Probably no fewer than 100 million. Every collision was probably the end of the civilizations and intelligences in a microcosmos. In fact, even in nature, the destruction of universes must be happening at every second. For example, through the decay of neutrons. Also, a high-energy cosmic ray entering the atmosphere may destroy thousands of such miniature universes. As I said, it is clear that the life forms within the proton's microcosmos viewed the Trisolarans as a threat. It is not clear whether this was a single civilization within the microcosmos or a collection of them working together in defense of their own universe. What is clear is that in the process of attempting to unfold a proton, the Trisolarans sacrificed potentially trillions of lives. I find this concept very intriguing whenever it pops up within science fiction. The idea that our universe is filled with countless smaller universes within it makes the universe feel even more vast and infinite than it already does. It also makes us wonder, what if our own universe was simply a microcosmos within another, grander universe? Our entire cosmos could potentially be destroyed at the whim of a greater civilization within a higher realm of existence. Part 5. The Trisolaran Destructors. During the war with humanity, the Trisolarans sent 2 separate fleets towards the Earth's solar system. The initial, slower Trisolaran fleet was lost forever to human history. The second Trisolaran fleet, however, has a fate that is known to all those who notice the interstellar dust cloud that was the result of their destruction. The second Trisolaran fleet, which contained the most powerful and fastest ships ever built by the Trisolarans before the destruction of their homeworld, encountered something immensely powerful and immensely destructive, presumably while in search of a new homeworld somewhere in the galaxy. We don't know much. The first and second Trisolaran fleets never joined together. More than 60 years ago, there was a large-scale space battle near Taurus. It was brutal, and the resulting wreckage formed a new interstellar dust cloud. We know that one of the sides in the battle was the second Trisolaran fleet, but we don't know who they were fighting against. We also don't know how the battle ended. My guess is that the second Trisolaran fleet was annihilated. The Trisolarans were powerful, but probably not powerful enough to contend with whatever they faced out there. Up until this point in the series, we have seen multiple examples of Trisolaran technology and weaponry, none of which seemed powerful enough to create an interstellar dust cloud as the result of its destructive capability. It could potentially have been technology that they developed later on, but I think this is unlikely. The Trisolarans at this point seem to have not found a suitable homeworld. Technological development for them aboard a space fleet would have been limited compared to if they had a homeworld full of resources. So I think it stands to reason that if they didn't have such powerful technology before they turned away from Earth's solar system, then they wouldn't have had it by the time they encountered whatever destroyed them. Though I believe the second Trisolaran fleet was annihilated by a more powerful alien group, I do not think this was the end of the Trisolaran race. Though humanity never learns what became of the first Trisolaran fleet, it is implied that they went on to perhaps inhabit new worlds, and in the end left their mark upon the cosmos. At the end of Death's End, the Trisolarans, like humanity and many others, are called together to restore the stolen pieces of the universe and save the cosmos from ultimate destruction. This, of course, indicates that the first Trisolaran fleet, like the humans of blue space and gravity, bred civilizations that survived long-term in the cosmos. Conclusion. One thing that all those who master the cosmos seem to share is their ability and willingness to stay well hidden. The first step in long-term survival in the cosmos is to hide from all potential threats, meaning all outside civilizations. It seems that those who master the universe are also distinguished in 2 types: those who hide and cleanse, and those who simply hide. Those who hide and cleanse not only shielded themselves well from outsiders, but took the initiative to eliminate potential threats before they became a problem. Because the so-called cleansing gene exists in so many civilizations, Cosmic society is naturally hostile to all those who make themselves known. This seems to be a dark truth of the universe throughout most of the series. That is until the very end of Death's End. The ending of Death's End seems to suggest that cooperation between worlds will be the only way to save the universe from collapse and bring about the Edenic Age once again. It is not clear exactly who called this gathering, or how they gathered the names of so many civilizations in a universe where hiding was a method for survival. The ending of Death's End is shockingly optimistic, suggesting that even with the harsh reality of cosmic life, the ultimate solution could be the joining together of different civilizations. We will cover these events and the events leading up to them in Death's End in a future video. Okay, so now it's time to answer Patreon questions. No, not again. What are you talking about, Organism 9186? This is the first time we've done this, and we're gonna be doing it a lot more now that my Patreon has all new perks. Okay, so first question. Is the Tencent series only focused on the first book? As far as I can tell, it definitely is. I'm on episode 9 now, and they're really taking their time. They've even added scenes and expanded minor characters and added whole new characters. There's 30 episodes total, so they're really not going to have to drop any details from that first book, and I think that's a good thing ultimately. Next question. Greetings. For context, I've only just started reading the first novel of the Three Body Problem series and watched the Tencent adaptation through episode 4. Do you have any thoughts as to why so many scientists responded to the physics not being real with committing suicide? Well, first off, I think you should finish reading the book because there are certain revelations that make things make a lot more sense. And I actually think it's a little bit more clear in the Tencent adaptation with the added scenes. Now, you're probably not going to be able to hear the answer to your own question if you don't want to be spoiled, but for everybody else that's listening, I'll go ahead. The Trisolarans are essentially already on Earth, or at least they're supercomputers, aka the Sophons. These supercomputers are what is making physics not work properly. And these supercomputers are the way in which Trisolaris communicate with ETO, the Earth Trisolaris organization, which has essentially infiltrated the frontiers of science, or maybe the frontiers of science is simply a front for ETO. It's a little bit vague in the book. Essentially, the frontiers of science locates important scientists around the world who are doing important work. It quote-unquote recruits them and then begins to psychologically manipulate them. We see this happening with Wang in the book and in the show, and the show also gives us examples of it happening to other people directly. With the use of the Sophons, ETO can project images right onto the eyeballs of their victims. Essentially, ETO is driving them to suicide.
Wow, that's pretty dark.
Yeah, Organism, I mean, Shishinlu's not playing around, it's pretty dreary. Alright, moving on to our next Patreon question, which is kind of related. Good day, Quinn. I'll make an assumption here that you're referring to the first novel for your questions, and not the series Remembrance of First Pass as a whole. I would like to know your views on ETO, Earth Trisolaris Organization, and what it is in some detail. In particular, are they a fifth column supporting the invasion? Are they a cult? Are they just capitalists looking to exploit the situation? Are they all of the above and more? Well, Donovan, this is a great question. I probably should do an entire video on ETO. So ETO, as you mentioned, stands for Earth Trisolaris Organization. It was founded by Ye Wenji, who was the person who initially alerted the Trisolarans of Earth's location in space. Essentially, ETO supports the Trisolaran invasion, but there are also different factions within ETO. It's been around for several decades by the start of the book, and things have changed since its initial conception. So there are three main factions within ETO. You've got the survivors. They hope that by selling out the rest of humanity, that they and their children, their offspring, will be granted special privileges and spared from the worst of what the rest of humanity will get.
And then there are the Adventists. They are the closest to what ETO originally stood for, and they just straight up hate the human race. They want to see it destroyed. And then finally, the most interesting group, the Redemptionists. They have formed a kind of religion based on the Trisolarans. They see them as a superior species. The Redemptionist main thing is trying to solve the three-body problem itself, trying to figure out a way to predict the movement of the three sons of Trisolaris. Optimally, they hope that by doing so, Trisolaris can just stay in their own system and not come to Earth. And then later in the books, we've of course got the Wall Breakers, but we will get into that in the future. I will definitely make a dedicated video on ETO later on.
Wow, I should start the Earth Trolleon organization.
You know, I'd love to see you try it, Organism 9186. Everyone should seek out their own dreams. Anyway, next question. I'm curious about your thoughts on the VR scenes as well as the glimpse of the Trisolaran world. I assume you're talking about the Tencent TV show. I really enjoyed the episode that showed the game for the first time. It was neat to see that sequence realized. That's such an awesome, trippy part in the book. And I think the Tencent show holds up pretty well, even though it's a little bit different. As far as the glimpses of Trisolaris that we've gotten so far throughout the show, we haven't seen very much, but everything's been pretty cool looking. If you want more details about what I think about the Tencent show, I'm going to be streaming all about it as the show continues to air on my new streaming channel, Quinn Streams. You can subscribe to that channel if you want to catch all of those live streams. Alright, looks like that's the last of our questions. Let's go get some ice cream, Organism.
Yay, I love ice cream.
The Remembrance of Earth's Past trilogy is one of the best sets of speculative science fiction books to appear in recent years. The trilogy explores themes surrounding both the human will to survive and the potential of mankind to inflict harm upon itself rather than band together in the face of a greater threat. Another major theme is our place in the universe and assumptions about the cosmos, and our lack of actual concrete knowledge about it. Because of its exploration of these themes, The Remembrance of Earth's Past is one of the most existentially terrifying series of the modern era, in my opinion. I've covered several aspects of this series in videos that can be found linked in the playlist below. In this video specifically, we will discuss the ending of the final book in the trilogy, Death's End. This video will have spoilers for all three books in the series, so keep that in mind. The star DX3906 had been gifted to Shangxin during the Crisis era by a man named Tianming. Tianming would go on to be the only human being ever to make physical contact with the alien beings known as the Trisolarans, who had attempted to invade Earth and claim the planet for their own. With the help of Tianming's brain, the aliens devised an attack on humankind, lulling humankind into a false sense of security. The aliens strike, nearly destroying all of mankind. When the hour has grown late and all hope seems lost, the inhabitants of the vessels Blue Space and Gravity, who had left the human solar system long before this time, triggered a gravitational wave transmitter, revealing both the location of Earth and the location of the homeworld of the Trisolarans. As we have discussed in detail in other videos, in this universe, the revelation of one's location is deadly due to the hostile nature of cosmic society. Trisolaris is quickly destroyed, and eventually Earth's own solar system is flattened into 2 dimensions. Shangxin and AA are the only inhabitants of the solar system to escape. By the time they reach Planet Blue, hundreds of years have passed from the perspective of Earth due to the effects of relativity. Shangxin and AA find Guan Yifan, a former inhabitant of Blue Space and Gravity, on the world. He had only been woken from hibernation a few years earlier. From him they learn that mankind has expanded during the years of Shangxin and AA's travel through the vacuum of space. I've also discussed this in detail in past videos. Guan Yifan is ultimately the one who teaches Shangxin about death lines, which were left as the result of curvature propulsion, a method of faster-than-light travel. Within a death line, the speed of light could reach 0. Nothing could move within a death line. After returning to Planet Blue after investigating signals from the other world in the system, Planet Gray,
Guan Yifan and Shang Xin receive a transmission from AA down on the surface of Planet Blue. She informs them that Tianming has returned. AA's voice was agitated. I've called you multiple times, and the ship's AI refused to wake you. I told you we have to maintain radio silence. What happened? Young Tianming is here. Shang Xin was thunderstruck. The last traces of sleep left her, and even Yifan's jaw hung open. Shang Xin and Guan Yifan enter the shuttle to pilot down to Planet Blue, but before they can, something goes horribly wrong. Shang Xin experiences then the effects of being inside of a time vacuum. The moment seemed to be infinitely short and infinitely long. She got the feeling that she was outside of time, but also stepping across it. In a time vacuum, the length of time in that moment cannot be measured, because within a time vacuum, time does not exist. At the same time, she felt herself collapse, as though she was going to turn into a singularity. Meanwhile, the mass of her, Guan Yifan, and the shuttle approached infinity, and then everything plunged into darkness. The death lines which Shang Xin and Guan Yifan had discovered leading from Planet Grey had ruptured, seemingly due to interference from Tianming's ship. Because of this, they expanded to cover the entire solar system. The shuttle and Guan Yifan's ship, Hunter, were now orbiting Planet Blue at light speed, except light speed in this region was now less than 20 kilometers per second. Shang Xin and Guan Yifan were trapped. Without the computer systems, Hunter and the shuttle could not decelerate. Shang Xin didn't want to ask what their next step was, knowing that nothing more could be done. No computer could operate when the speed of light was below 20 kilometers per second. The shuttle's AI and control systems were all dead. Under such conditions, not even a light inside the spacecraft could be turned on. It was just a metal with no electricity or power. Humans at this point in history had prepared for the potential of drifting into the trails of light-speed ships. This was why both the shuttle and the larger vessel possessed a secondary system based on neural computers. Such systems were based on the brains of intelligent animals and could operate in reduced light-speed environments. The key isn't the speed of light, but the system design. The transmission of chemical signals in the brain is even slower, only 2 or 3 meters per second, not much faster than us walking. Neural computers can still work because they imitate the highly parallel processing found in the brains of higher animals. All the chips are designed specifically to function under reduced light speed conditions. The neural systems on both the shuttle and the larger ship would take about 12 days to boot. This process was extremely slow due to the rate of serial data transmission under reduced light speed. They both would have to enter a short-term form of hibernation. They now orbited the planet Blue at light speed, and though light speed for them was reduced within the ruptured death line, time still moved much faster on the outside. Can you see the patterns on the belt repeating periodically? Yifan wasn't looking outside at all. His eyes were half closed as he strapped himself into the hypergravity seat. They're moving too fast. Try to follow the motion with your eyes. Shang Xin tried to match her moving gaze with the patterns flowing across the belt. For a moment she could see the blue, white, and yellow patches. They blurred almost immediately. I can't, she said. That's all right. They're moving too fast. The pattern could be repeating several hundred times per second. Yifan sighed. Shang Xin noticed his sorrow, despite his effort to hide it, and she knew why. She understood that every time the pattern repeated on the broad belt, it meant that the shuttle had completed another orbit around Planet Blue at light speed. Even at reduced light speed, the demonic rules of the theory of special relativity still held. In the planet's frame of reference, time was passing tens of millions of times faster than in here, like blood seeping out of her heart. It would be 18,903,729 years from the perspective of the outside before they would again set foot on Planet Blue. Part 2. The Black Domain Era. Shang Xin and Guan Yifan awoke from their hibernation about 16 days later from their perspective. The neural computers on both the shuttle and Hunter have booted by this time and managed to establish contact with each other. Because of the fact that they were still in a reduced light speed region, they could not use fusion drives, because within such a region, they would put out too little power. The shuttle and the ship, however, were both equipped with antimatter drives, designed specifically for use within reduced light speed regions. The specific human society who built the ship and the shuttle had put great effort into developing such technologies. The reason was not simply in case one of their vessels encountered reduced light speed conditions, but because they were in fact planning ahead just in case their specific world would have to one day enter into a black domain to hide itself from potential exposure in the dark forest. It took about a half an hour for the antimatter system to activate. The shuttle and the ship began decelerating. Over the course of the next 20 minutes, they drop out of light speed. The hypergravity of the process forcefully presses Shangxin and Yifan into their seats. They can see Planet Blue is now no longer blue, but instead purple. The stars in the sky appeared as lines crossing in space. This was due to the fact that because of the rupturing of the death lines, the DX3906 system was now a black domain. They saw stars as if they were seeing them from inside a black hole. All the stars in space had turned into lines of light. Shangxin was actually familiar with such a sight. She had seen plenty of long exposure photographs taken of the starry sky from Earth. Due to Earth's rotation, the stars in pictures all became concentric arcs of approximately the same length. But now the stars she saw were segments of different lengths, and aligned every which way. The longest few lines, in fact, took up almost a third of the sky. These lines crossed each other at different angles and made space appear far more confusing and chaotic than before. The DX3906 star system was now cut off from the rest of the universe. As far as they knew, they could never leave it. But there was still the question of what now waited on the planet. A change in the sun's radiation over time had caused the vegetation of the world to adapt. This resulted in the color change of the world when viewed from space. Shangxin and Yifan could detect that the oxygen concentration of the planet was considerably higher than it had been the last time they had stepped foot on the world. The geographical structure of the planet had also significantly changed since they had last been there. Guan Yifan and Shangxin surveyed the landscape of the planet, and though it was full of life, there was no sign of human life, no trace of Tianming or his vessel. Hunter, which was still in orbit above Planet Purple, had an exceptionally powerful computer. After completing its scans, it confirmed that there were no humans on the planet whatsoever. Shangxin initially believes that maybe several tens of thousands of years had passed, but she grossly underestimated. By taking rock samples taken from the planet and measuring their atomic decay, they determined the actual length of time that had gone by. Average atomic decay dating results: error range 0.4%, stellar time periods lapsed 6,177,906, Earth years lapsed 18,903,729. They knew then that both Tianming and AA had been dead for millions of years. Shangxin, however, remembers what Luoji had done earlier in the novel. When the solar system was attacked with the dual vector foil, leading to a dimension strike causing the collapse of Earth's solar system into two dimensions, Luoji, who during the Crisis Era saved mankind from destruction at the hands of the alien invaders, the Trisolarans, attempted to preserve some of humanity's history on the world Pluto by carving into stone. He believed, more so than any method, that this was the most permanent. Shangxin commands Hunter to scan at a depth range between 20 and 30 meters. Hunter's AI was capable of recognizing language. An hour later, it brought back fragments of words which had been carved into an enormous bedrock, now buried 30 meters beneath the planet. We lived a happy life together. We give you a little. Survive the collapse inside. Go to the new. Before the death lines had ruptured, AA said that Tianming had a gift for Shangxin. That was the gift being referenced here. It was the gift of an entire universe. Part 3, Universe 647. Guan Yifan and Shangxin eventually discovered the door, the gift left by Tianming. It had been left there for more than 18 million years. To call it just a door would be inaccurate. It was almost sentient. It remembered that in the beginning it had been placed next to the carved rock containing the text. In the beginning it had also had a metal frame, but that had eroded millions of years ago. It itself had no fear of erosion because it existed outside of time. When it detected the presence of humans on the surface of the world, it rose to the surface. While doing so, it made no interaction with the crust. It moved through the world like a ghost. It immediately confirmed that Guan Yifan and Shangxin were the two humans that it had been expecting. Something strange interrupted their meditation. A rectangle limned by faint lines of light, about a man's height, hovered over the clearing, like the dashed section lines marked out by dragging a mouse. It moved through air, but did not go far before returning to its original position. It was possible that it had been there all along, but the outline was so faint and thin that it was invisible during daytime. Whether it was made by a force field or actual substance, there was no doubt it was the creation of intelligence. After walking through the door, Shangxin and Guan Yifan are immersed in primordial darkness, and also experience the sense of being in a time vacuum, the same as when they encountered the ruptured death lines. For a moment, time does not exist. Darkness disappeared. Time began. There is no appropriate expression in human language to express the moment at the start of time. To say that time began after they entered the door would be wrong because after required time. There was no time here, and thus no before or after. The time after they entered could have been shorter than a billion billionth of a second, or longer than a billion billion years. The miniature universe beyond the door was
that's
a
4
completely
o'clock.
enclosed world, in which the end was also the beginning. When you walk all the way to its end, you simply return to where you started. There was a sun and a
I'm
blue
up.
sky, an unplanted field with black soil, a large white house, and tiny robots attending it all. From the house, a woman walks out. Shangxin recognizes her immediately.
Wow,
Sofan.
you guys are still. Some of you
Sofan
guys
had
are
been
still
the
here.
avatar
That's
through which the
crazy.
Trisolarans had spoke to humanity through during the Deterrence era. She had also been humanity's cruel dictator following the fall of that
Morning,
era.
everybody.
But this Sofan was somehow different.
How
Sofan
are
had
we
only been a
feeling?
puppet of the
Are we
Trisolarans.
feeling alive?
This version served another purpose. She was the manager of this universe, which was called Universe 647. She was essentially placed there by Tianming to serve Guan Yifan and Shangxin. The war between Trisolaris and humankind was quite literally
Goodness
ancient
gracious.
history. It had ended
Breathing
millions
hard
of years
indeed.
ago. This entire miniature universe had been
So you guys still running?
constructed
Got work
with
soon? Yeah, Shane, I
Trisolaran
gotta get back
technology.
to work.
They learned from Sofan that time moves much slower in the miniature universe than in the greater universe. Tianming believed that the great universe was headed for collapse, essentially the Big Crunch. Following the crunch, a new Big Bang. This would create a new universe, a new Edenic age, a universe possessing 10 dimensions, not degraded by life. Tianming had hoped that Shangxin and Guan Yifan could wait within the miniature universe until the birth of the new greater universe. It was calculated that after a span of about 10 years in the miniature universe, the greater universe would reach its end. The miniature universe was not actually on Planet Blue, only its entrance was. It was truly outside the greater universe, fully independent. As time goes by within the miniature universe, Shangxin and Guan Yifan learn more and more about its nature, but much of it is incomprehensible to them. They don't understand how a complete ecological cycle could function in such a small sealed place. What exactly was the sun, and where did the heat of the miniature universe go given that it was a closed system? They also learn that the miniature universe cannot communicate with the greater universe, but it was possible for the mini-universe to receive broadcasts from the greater universe. This was possible because all the universes were in fact bubbles above a supermembrane. This was something that the Trisolarans had discovered. There were other great universes beyond our own, some possessing intelligent life.
Great universes had enough energy to propagate information across the supermembrane.
Even the phone
This
can't wake him
required an
up. This ain't
astronomical
good.
amount
Body
of
shut
energy,
down.
equivalent to the total amount of
You got
energy
up for the
within an
last
entire
one. Guess
galaxy.
this one's deeper.
As a
I
matter of
guess so.
fact,
Must have
the
been.
monitoring systems in Universe 647 often received
Fucking
messages from other great
Oh, at least I
universes
woke
on the
up. Otherwise, I would have
supermembrane.
been extra screwed.
Some were natural phenomenon. Some were messages from intelligent beings that could not be decoded.
You're hopping off
They
for the
had
night.
never
You need some
received
sleep
any
yourself?
messages
Yeah,
from
go
the
for it,
particular
Ryoko.
great universe
I'm just gonna
they
be
had come from.
organizing
After
at this
more than
point.
a year inside the miniature universe, it finally happens. They receive a message from their own universe. It is a broadcast in countless languages. All the languages of the great races throughout the universe who made their mark. Among them included the languages of the Trisolarans and of the Earth. For Shangxin and Guan Yifan, the Earth's languages being presented confirmed that humanity had endured in the cosmos. But the content of the broadcast itself
Oh, I was so
brought a
tired. I
grave
needed that
message
so bad.
from a group of beings known as
I
the
needed that
Returners.
so bad.
A notice from the Returners.
Ryoko,
The total mass
thank you
of
for
our
tuning in
universe
for
has
our last
decreased
hurrah.
to below the critical threshold.
You have a wonderful
The
night.
universe will turn from being closed to open.
I appreciate
and die
everything.
A slow death in perpetual expansion.
Everything.
All
guys
lives and
fucking
all
rock,
memories
man.
will also die.
You
Please
guys
return the
fucking
mass
rock.
you have taken away and
You have a
send
wonderful
only
night,
memories
Ryoko.
to the new
Talk to
universe.
you soon.
A miniature universe could not exist without first taking matter from the greater universe. The message was clear.
Peace.
Universe 647 was one of who knows how many miniature universes constructed by humanity, the Trisolarans, and countless others, each one containing matter stolen from the greater universe. Without the return of that matter,
Goodness gracious.
the universe could not reset to its Edenic age. In perpetual expansion, all the galaxies would move farther and farther away from each other, until none were visible from any other. By then, standing at any point in the universe, all one would see was darkness in every direction. The stars would go out one by one, and all celestial bodies would turn into thin dust clouds. Coldness and darkness would reign over all, and the universe would become a vast empty tomb. All civilizations and all memories would be buried in that endless tomb for eternity. Death would be eternal. In order to save the universe,
I like
the
how I
matter
got some of my
locked up
most
all of the
chats
many
tonight from
universes
fucking
would need to be brought back.
sleeping.
This, however, means that all the refugees fleeing the destruction of the Crunch would have to return to the greater universe as well. Shangxin and Guan Yifan make their decision. They will dismantle the mini-universe and return to the greater universe. Within the miniature universe, they leave a quantum computer containing the entire memory of Trisolaris and the Earth, and a tiny sphere containing a fully sealed ecological system with a tiny light emitter. As long as it remained there, Universe 647 would not be a lifeless, empty, and dark world. Entering their fusion-powered vessel, they leave Universe 647 forever, into the main universe, which has advanced 10 billion years. Planet Blue no longer existed. The star DX3906 had long ago vanished. It was a possibility,
really
though they
cool
could not
story
say for
though, right?
certain, that the great universe would
Three-body
no longer
problem's
even
awesome.
be three-dimensional once they entered it. It was within their capabilities to move the entrance to the mini-universe elsewhere.
Oh,
Once
goodness
they
gracious.
entered it, they
Alright. Alright, let's see. What am I putting on in the background here? Once again, everybody go check out Quinn's Ideas. Fucking based YouTuber. Let's see. Something to put on while we get to work. Some music. Oh, I think I already have a. Oh, yeah, I've already got a thing up. Hold on. Hit a refresh really quick. Okay. refresh the page. Okay. We're ready to keep moving, y'all. Are we? Are we ready to keep moving? What is life, bro? What is life? Yeah, okay. Got a blanket fell over in the night. Of course I did. I feel like shit. Okay, there we go. Alright, I think we'll take this clean tote, and this will be our important / sentimental / not willing to ever give up no matter what box. Ooh, the camera picked that one up. Nice. Okay, we got a couple of photo albums. I'll start with photo albums. Just swing that over here. Mix and max, bits and bobs. Don't heard anything from my cousin about showing the snow today, so hoping it didn't snow enough last night that he needs me today. Okay, I need some of these pieces of paper before they get stored. One of these ones to keep. Ouch. That one. That's garbage, that's garbage. That's garbage. Let's keep. Garbage. This is all garbage. One second. Gotta check my email really quick. 1 second, y'all. Ah, yes, here's the paperwork that I need in the immediate recent instance. The map for the storage place. That right there. And what is this one? Oh, that's my lease agreement. Yeah, I keep that close too. Okay, sweet. That's there. That's good. Ryoko just sticking around to make sure the bean's up when he needs to be. Oh, it's so sweet. It's so sweet, Ryoko. You didn't need to stay up for little old me, but thank you. Yeah, don't hurt yourselves on my account, y'all. This is just gonna happen, whether we like it or not. Okay. More important shit was there. The main thing right now is get it in the box. Right now it's a time thing. Buddha. Fit in the corner. Fit in the corner. Perfect. Let's go. Fabric. Bean is up, Karzard. No worries. It took until the 4 o'clock alarm to rouse me, but I'm up and working. Thank you guys for looking up for me tonight. I really appreciate it, Andrew. More than you know. More than you know. gotta be more for the sentimental box, right? No way that's it. No. Okay. That's garbage. After your cover, okay, other sentiment stuff. Yep. Time to start stripping it down, y'all. Fatal! That's right, Karzard. Fight continues. Whether we like it or not. I guess I'll take the keys off the lanyard. Put my storage keys on. What time they come? It's 4:30. They come at 9:30. Yep, 9:30. Rest or sleep first? What do you mean? That's what I was doing. Karzad, I already took a nap. There's no time for rest or sleep. It's time to move, bro. second, y'all. Alright. Didn't seem like long enough. I know it's probably not long enough, Garzard, but I'm gonna make it work, buddy. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
So yeah, I had to do shit so bad. I had to do the bigger shit.
Okay. Sentiment. It's hard to know where to start next, y'all. Do the thing, and I was like, fuck it, now what? You know what I mean? So I think I will probably end the stream at around 7 so I can get started packing up the computer. Fuck, man. Fucking. It's just rough. What the fuck next, man? Where does it start? Where do I end? What is my life? Send mailbox is almost full, so that's good. Do I want anything on this table? I don't think so. I think this one's gonna stay.
What, Sam? What? I'm working, bro. Let me some slack. Apply pressure. Fuck you guys. Not like there isn't enough already, fuck. Okay. Today. There's no way I'm out of garbage bags already. Music's so nice and tony. It's such a shitty situation. You're all watching and holding a whip ready. Whoosh. Faster, boy, faster. Fuck, man. I know, Fighto. Right now I want to fucking self-quit though.
Alright, let's keep working, making sure that we got as much as we can fit into sentimental box. No, just sits on top. Okay, that's fine. What's going on with these other totes? That one's literally just full of garbage. Okay, so I'm going to dump that one out. That's fucking stupid. I don't know why that's like that. This will be our garbage. If I get enough of it, should be garbage. I hope you're right, Charizard. It sure doesn't feel like that right now. excited. Dump it out. Don't fill that. I just hate it all. Every minute of this, I fucking hate it. Fans are probably whatever that. Waste space. All right. I guess let's start with electronics. Bullshit cable box. Oh yeah. Every good bachelor is a random cable box. Can you say he bean up? I wish you could ban yourself, Glove. I'm just kidding. Great to see you, buddy. Good morning, man. How you doing? I mean, you thought you did have time. Basically 2 more hours and I'm shutting the stream down for the last time from the PC, man. Get most of everything important packed up, and I think my uncle was right. A lot of it we just fucking leave behind, say fuck it. Landlord's got money, he can clean it. True, right? It's time to prioritize me. That being said, let's start getting shit down, y'all. Adios, light strip. I knew you well. I think the cowbell goes into sentimental stuff. Oh, shit. Sorry, Al. Well, let me go ahead and turn those off. Shut up, Doug. Don't need those now. We up. Okay. Well, I need to blow my nose with fucking dust aid here. Man, it's snowing so fucking hard right now, bro. Hopefully that means, though, that Nick will pay me for the last shoveling I did and get me out there for this shoveling. As long as some shoveling gets done, as long as some money gets in my wallet. I sure as shit need it now, man. Well, at least we're doing pretty good, though. I will say that. Everything I packed up pretty efficiently for the most part. So four bags. That basically all the stuff against that wall there. That tote. as much as we can in that. Computer stuff. Stuff on the top shelf there. Bed. Yeah, more paperwork for box. That should be the last of the fucking paperwork. Ooh, that being said, while setup is up, I should probably get my phones charged. Okay, that's charging. That's there, that's there, that's there. That absolute last. They're just doing cord things. Oh, you don't need to go to an Asian market to get instant noodle. That shit's everywhere. But I see. But I hear ya. I hear ya. Trying to think what else is worth keeping. That's for the electronic box. That's not a computer. That's a keep. That's a keep. That's a keep. Good fit gloves are obviously keep. I'm honestly just surprised we didn't run into more spiders. I fucking jinxed myself by saying that. Now a big fucking fat one's gonna show up and freak the fuck out of me. Alright, let's see what else over here. Well, that's going okay. My stomach fucking hurts. I didn't eat anything yesterday either. I didn't eat for 2 days. Besides that little yogurt parfait. So don't let it be said that I'm not trying to save money. Fuck. You see, happiness is important too. I know, Charizard. I know. But I don't have time now. I'll worry about that later. I mean, we're doing pretty fucking good. Again, a lot of this shit we can just decide to fuck it to. So, as long as I get everything that's important. Everything else is secondary. Ah, man. How about you, Charizard? How you doing today, my boy? Better than me, I hope. How about you, Globe? I'm fine, sir. More worry about you. I appreciate that, man. I just wish it wasn't literally fucking hell outside right now. It'd be a little less daunting. But if this was happening in the spring, I'd be a lot less concerned. You'll be here till the end. Thank you, Charizard. Thank you, man. I don't know what I'd do without you guys, y'all. Tell the weather forecast hit pretty hard. Yeah, it is cold and it is coming down. What a beautiful day to die. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do anything stupid, y'all. At least today isn't the worst of the week, minus 12, I guess. The fact that that's not the worst of the week is fucking crazy. No, you're absolutely right, Charizard. You're 100% correct. This is my own shitty bed, and now I gotta lay down in it. Just really don't know what I'm gonna do, man. Just really don't know. Sorry, I'm just taking a minute. My fucking stomach hurts like shit, yo. That's what I get for not eating. I think I need to add one final thing to the sentiment box. I'm not wearing jewelry. Almost. That would be ridiculous. Might not even need that last tote full of trash. Another thing of unwashed bullshit. Ugh. Well, chat, it's not much. But at least if I'm on the streets, I'm staying strapped. This is about as big as you can have a legal blade in Canada. Gonna get some fresh air outside, even though it's cold. Just stretching, sucking that cold air. Well, I got the windows open, so I'm getting plenty of cold air, I'll tell you that. keep it moving before I gotta shut you guys down for the meantime, until I can get back on mobile. Wasn't that just the cutest little beat? Bags to use for storage or look at this old beast. Hey. That's a nostalgia. The original Xbox One. Globe sent the new thumbnail? Oh shit, I gotta take a look at this. Hold on. T.O. Oh, I thought you were gonna add him alongside the homeless bean. Oh, I love that though. That's so fucking good. Chad, take a look at this. Isn't that fucking sick? It's Goku doing the instant transmission when he fucking kills Cell. Or when Cell kills him. Kind of both. Oh, pardon me. Gross. Isn't that fucking awesome, chat? Isn't that so cool? I love it. I love it. He's even got the wavy lines when Goku does the when Goku doesn't just instantly instant transmission. It's when he does that like he phases out. That's fucking so good. Absolutely legendary. That's fucking great. Gorgeous. Truly a work of art. Funny how you bring that up. Oh? Asian comedy about Goku's death? Okay. Interesting. Globe. That's fucking so cool, dude. Yahweh. So fucking sick. How fat fingers. Apparently not too fat to make some beautiful art, my man. Yeah, that was fucking sweet, dude. Fucking sweet. One second, y'all. Well, I'm gonna get back to it. we're fucking pretty much there, man. We're pretty much there. I'll still draw more, hopefully by that time when you're back on streaming again, your art will improve. Man, you're already a really good artist, bro. You're a really good artist. I am very, again, so fucking grateful to have people like you on my team, dude. So fucking grateful. I know it's all going to shit right now, but we'll figure something out, y'all. You have to. Hell yeah, bro. Hell fucking yeah. You know what? Maybe once everything's all done and sorted, I'll be chilling at my locker. Maybe I'll just live stream from the locker. World's strongest soldiers have to meet their way through pain. That's right, buddy. God's toughest battles or some fucking shit like that. Well, I got two big basics when it comes to survival. Sir, show me your ID. Show me your ID. And it also has like a little side lamp function, like the side of it lights up with an LED, so it's like you can just sit it down like a little lamp. Out there. No ablemo. Maybe you do have fat fingers. What are you saying? Maybe you do have fat ass fingers. That night you look like Tonberry? Who the fuck is Tonberry? Hold on. Fuck you. Fuck you. Meh. Fucking Tonberry. This little shit. He's the most dangerous creature in Final Fantasy. I mean, it's saying right here, Tonberry are notorious because as eerily unassuming as they look, they are extremely deadly. The Tonberry Chef's Knife attack and one of its spells cause instant death. You can very quickly wipe out your entire team if you're not careful. Oh, with my little lantern too. He's got a little lantern too, that's right. Somebody. That's fucking hilarious. Alright, I'll take it, I'll take it. He walks slowly towards the player he's turned. He's just walking there menacingly. Freaky little guys, huh? Okay. I dig it, I dig it. That's really funny. Oh, we don't need to have stream doubling up. Yeah, and carrying the flashlight too, the whole thing, dude. That's fucking great. That's funny. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, lamp and knife. And yeah, I'm just gonna fucking Tonberry all over the city, dude. That's fucking really good. Fucking Tonberry, eh? Funny looking little fellas. Whew. It is getting cold in here now. This might not seem like much, but tea lights, very, very helpful. Generate a lot of warmth too. One second, y'all. Oh shit, Jay Freeman. What's up, Jay? A beautiful baby girl. What's her name, Jay? What's the name of this beautiful creature you've created? I gotta know the name. I'm glad you came in to tell me, Jay. I needed some good news right now. Angelica, that's a cute name. Bro, way to somehow lift it off your chest? Yeah, of course it is, Jay. The scary part's over, where things can go wrong. Ruby Johnson. Sounds like a goddamn Marvel hero, man. Mazel tov. I was just gonna dump that beer out, but hey, I got a reason to sip it now. Motherfucking mazel, Jay. Congratulations, my boy. I wish I was there to give you a big hug and light a cigar for you. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. That's so cool, dude. Beautiful baby girl, Ruby Johnson. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah, Jay. Well, now that your life is perfect, send some luck over my way. Oh, man. Congratulations, bro. I'm happy for you. Very happy for you. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Well, I know I've been gone, but how's shit been for you? So, Jay, today is my final packing day. This is our last hour. It's really ironic that you're here, Jay, because this is the last hour of stream. This is the last hour of stream for the foreseeable future, man. At least like this. Because once I turn off the computer after I end the stream here, it doesn't get turned back on for a while, man. Goes into storage. And then I'm literally homeless and I don't know where I'm going next. Sure, if you were near any one of us, we would help more than this. I know I would. I know, Karzard. Sucks the world's so big, huh? So small yet so huge. I tried everything, Jay. Can't stay with my aunt, can't stay with my uncle, can't stay with my grandma. It's just me, buddy. It's just me. And it's snowing really hard, and it's going to be really cold this week, so yay! I get to experience the harshest of homelessness firsthand. Yeah, it sucks. That being said, Jay, make sure you're subscribed over on Twitch too, man. Because if I am going to be streaming, at least for the next little bit, it's going to be on Twitch IRL, so stay tuned, Bubba. Not in the traditional sense, Jay. Not in the traditional sense. My bad, coming in here all around. No, Jay. Of course, we're happy for you, bro. Of course, dude. Of course, bro. Don't worry about that. I'm glad things are going well for you, Bubba. I really am. Yeah, exactly, Carzard. I don't think so. We love good news. Especially now when we need it more than ever. We will fucking take it. Nice sunshine to be in for sure. Exactly, man. We could use that sunshine. Sure ain't gonna see any outside for a while. Fucking snow hard. Yeah, that being said, Jay, this does still stuck. What do you mean not in the traditional sense? So there's no like 24/7 place that's open that I can go. You know what I mean? Like, there's nowhere that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for people that have nowhere to go. Not as far as I'm fucking aware, anyway, and I looked into it. It's just an all-around pretty shit situation, though, Jay. Even if that was an option, that fucking sucks. So. Oh, hold on. Last hour of music. What do we listen to? Or should I just keep the lo-fi playlist going? I think we just keep the lo-fi list going. It's appropriate. Let me correct Jay. There's nowhere that's open 24 hours that that isn't like a McDonald's or like a Tim Hortons or some shit like that, you know what I mean? Like there's restaurants that are open that late, so I mean like in theory I can at least have somewhere to be for a little bit for if I buy coffee or something. No 7-Eleven? I haven't seen a 7-Eleven in Ottawa. No 7-Eleven either. No 7-Eleven either. I see what you did there. 24/7 7-Eleven. Yeah. Oh no, like there's 24/7 gas stations and stuff like that. But like they're deliberately small, so like they're just enough room for like a store and a tiny aisle to walk in. So they're not meant to be like you can't just like go hang out. Oh, no, there's no gas stations with showers. And I guarantee you most of them probably don't have public bathroom access unless you're a paying customer. Yeah, they don't like homeless people up here, bro. Yeah. Just sucks, man. I mean, like a homeless shelter? Like, what does a homeless shelter even entail? I've never been fucking homeless before, so I don't know how to do it. Like, Carzard, if you got caught doing that, you have any idea how much fucking trouble you'd be? You get arrested for indecent exposure, bro. Charizard, maybe you'll have to give me a tutorial on how to wash like an Asian. Right. Never let phone fully charge. I gotta learn that with my new phone. Never let it charge all the way to 100% because that's bad for battery. I think the thing this store that's gonna be the most pain in the ass is these fucking monitors. Gonna have to try and squeeze them into that electronic box somehow. Maybe put a pillow underneath them. Something like that. Try and keep them protected. Cause it'd sure as shit fucking suck. We come back and my shit's broken. Yes, I'm all ready to stream. Let's go. And then I fucking hit power on and fucking monitors don't work. Fuck. Way back when your family was homeless when you were a child, this place was like a college dorm for homeless people. Yeah, I don't think those exist anymore, Jay. I don't think those exist like that anymore. Oh man. Can't believe I slept on stream. It's fucking hilarious. Fish! Thank you, Globe. I needed to get a fish out. I feel better. I'm ready to keep moving. That being said, what do you do the next move? That's all sorted. That's chill. That's fun. That's good. I mean, I think I'm basically ready for... Yeah. That's what I gotta do. That's what I gotta do. One more thing. There's always one more thing, chat. Ah! I farted a couple times, absolutely taco freak. I know I ripped a fucking huge one like the moment I woke up. Like I stood up out of bed and I just... I'm pretty sure the mic picked it up. Oh shit, we got all the globes in the chat. Let's fucking go, baby. We got Elch Globe, Globe 21, other globe, Twitch globe, YouTube globe, round globe, big globe, fat globe, small globe, skinny globe. Yeah, nothing much else I can do till I shut the computer off and get everything down, so we might get out of here sooner than 7 so I can get moving here, you know? Getting around the globe. Globe snack. You guys fucking rock, man. lot. I do. More than you know. More than I can say. More than words can articulate. Jay, don't worry about that, man. You've had your own plate to clean, dude. It's all good, bro. I am just out here trying my best. I'll figure it out, man. I'll figure it out. And again, Jay, like I said, go subscribe on Twitch, because that's where we'll probably be. Fuck, man. I hate this. I hate this so much. Well, let me put on the proper attire for, you know, the drill. It's the last time we'll be doing it for a minute. At least like this, anyway. So after everything is packed in storage, where am I going? Well, I'll probably chill at the storage unit for a bit. Do a little bit of organizing and get together a bag of important stuff. And then I don't know. I really don't know what's next after that. Holy fuck, another globe. Holy shit. That's fucking hilarious. Business globe busy, baby. That's his work account, chat. Oh fuck. That is your official work account? Oh shit. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go. That's hilarious. That's so funny. I was on the mark for that one. Hell yeah. I like it. I like it. I dig it. Oh, I hate this. Fish. We got fish around the globe, baby. That being said, Chad, don't bring fish through customs. Make sure you check all your shit before it goes before you bring it on a plane. Genuinely wish you would reveal that news under a better setting. No worries, Jay. Like I said, we needed something to brighten our day a little bit. In any way. So, we'll take it, man. We will take it. Take anything we can get right now. But yeah, once I end the stream here, I really don't know what to do to a PC to prepare it for getting put in the storage. I guess I'll Google it. So, probably like, make sure the power button's off, disconnect the power box. Maybe there's like a setting on my PC for like putting it to sleep for a long time. Like, this PC will not be turning on again for a long time. Don't forget anything. You disconnect all the plugs, put it in something so it doesn't get dust. Is that about it? I mean, I guess, right? They pre-build PCs and then they just sit in a box and they're ready to turn on and go, so I guess there's no reason why. Somewhere safe too, of course. But yeah. Okay, alright. I'll give it a good dust in here and then we'll go from there, y'all. Final ripping times, y'all. Final ripping times. Don't worry, Globe. I'm gonna keep you guys updated. You guys will be some of the first people to know if anything happens, good or bad. Don't you worry about that, my boy. All right. I think it's time, y'all. I think it's time to end this chapter of the Bean. This really fucking sucks, man. I fucking hate this shit. And I really wish we weren't going through this right now. But I can't thank you guys enough. And the best fucking crew I could ask for, man. Really, you guys move mountains to make this community happen. I'll always be grateful. And we'll be back, yo. I promise you guys, this ain't over. It's just a really fucking big bump in the road. I'm gonna try my best to get over it, man. What do you say, y'all? One final ripping time for the road. Why not, right? Why fucking not? Fuck it. For the love of the game, but at this point, you know what I mean? That's right. Make sure you join that Discord. And come hang out and see what's in store for the future. Because we will figure this out, y'all. And again, I can't thank you all enough for everything. Really has been one of the fucking best experiences of my life doing this with you guys, man. Really, really has been. Fucking so ugly when I cry. Alright, y'all. One last rip for the road, baby. 3, 2, 1. You know what it is, chat. It's ripping time! That was a good one. Jesus loves you guys too. No matter what, we'll be together in the kingdom one day. Until the next big adventure, y'all. Thank you for everything. There aren't enough words in the English language to describe how much you all mean to me. And until next time, keep it real. Pet your pets, drink some water, hug your family, and be grateful for everything you have in this world. Until next time, my beautiful, wonderful beings.